Okay, ist da ein...
Hey, check mic, mic check, mic check. Mic check mic, 1, 2, 3.
So wie du. Ist das der Pointer?
Maria, is this our pointer? No, it's not a pointer.
I think it is.
So we.
I will ask. The technician is not in the room right now, but I'll ask him to come and tell you.
Yeah.
Just so that he gets here. For the sessions that are not panel sessions, we need to decide if you want people on the table or if you want them on the first row and then they go to the lecture directly. I would suggest the second, because if there's no panel session, you're going to have people standing here for 3 presentations.
No, I would like to
Letztens
see
hatten
them.
Sie einen Kollegen dabei von Barca TV, also vom Fußballverein, die haben einen eigenen Kanal. Dann hatten Sie einen dabei mit Fernsehkamera und so.
Ja, nein, ich bin ganz gespannt. Am Nachmittag eben die Aufzeichnung von dem Talk. Das ist auch ganz professionell mit Videoteam und Green Box. Ja. Da bin ich gespannt, wo es mich dann da rein projiziert.
Ja.
Ja, super, ich melde mich dann, wegen dem. Wir haben so eine kleine Institution, die heißt offene Projektrunde. Und da haben wir sozusagen immer wieder auch Leute aus anderen Centers, die wir da, also wo wir ja Kontakt suchen, weil mit unserer allgemeinen Policy-Aktivität.
Gestern, ich war ja im Technischen Museum, da war ja der Peter, der Bibelbauer, der das mitorganisiert hat, eigentlich auch im BMK. Und da habe ich eben einen Vortrag gehalten am Nachmittag über AI für Cybersecurity. Das war auch ganz spannende Veranstaltung, eben mehr die Verwaltungsperspektive. Aber da kennst du die Festsaal im Technischen Museum, war da jetzt das erste Mal.
Gar nicht mehr.
Ja, total schön, ja, so Holzgetäfel und so, und schön groß. Und auch von der Akustik okay, aber wenn du vorne sitzt, verstehst du gar nichts. Das ist so gewölbt vorne, so Bühnenbereich. Und
Also es ist aufs Publikum sozusagen
genau,
alles geworfen, der Schall.
Also wenn du da sitzt, du hast echt Probleme, irgendwie das, was der Vortragende sagt, oder Fragen zu verstehen.
Ja, also das für mich wird das ein Riesenproblem, glaube ich, sowas. Ja. Weil sobald irgendwie Hintergrundgeräusch ist, muss ich mich extrem konzentrieren, was zu verstehen. Ja. So,
Okay,
so
good.
if you put the pointer here, it's also seen up there.
This is my time.
No need to turn around and so on.
Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this DigiTeRRI conference. I think some of our participants are still on the way here. However, we have a very dense program, and therefore we have to start. We encounter digital technologies everywhere. We have electronic devices, we have digital processes in many fields. Industry and business work for and with the digital technologies. In science and research work for and with digital technologies. The businesses have implemented various processes for that. The public sector work with these technologies. We have the public transport system, we have where there is a lot of digital processes there, the health system, our funding system, and so on and so on. The civil society uses these tools for communicating, for streaming, shopping. So we have this everywhere. Hardly anybody can escape. However, we have to shape this development. We have to shape the future of this digital transformation. The question is, how can we develop these technologies? How can we provide and create strategies so that these technologies support the prosperity of the industry and business, support the success in science and research, work for the well-being of the civil society, and also for with great responsibility for the environment. How can we develop this, and how can we attract industry and business in regions? How can we attract young people, highly educated people in regions, and also science organizations and research organizations in regions, so that there is prosperity and well-being? With these aspects, with these considerations, we have worked in DigiTeRRI Project. I am Marianne Hörlesberger. I work for the AIT Austrian Institute of Technology, and therefore the Center for Innovation Systems and Policy. And I am the coordinator of DigiTeRRI Project. And this conference today would spotlight how we have worked in DigiTeRRI, will highlight the achievements we have done in DigiTeRRI, and the great DigiTeRRI team will present this step by step. However, this conference goes beyond this project, beyond DigiTeRRI. You have the possibility, you will listen to professors, highly recognized experts, managers in various fields, in the field of digitalization, in the field of responsible research and innovation, in the field of regional development, in education and public employment service. You will can talk to and listen to managers from the Centers for Digital Transformation. You will meet and talk and listen to managers, to company owners who have implemented RRI. I am very glad that this conference can take place physically. We have learned to do video conferences. We know about the advantage of online meetings. However, we also experienced that online meetings, we miss something. we only can get when we meet face to face. This is great, and I'm very grateful for that. However, we can also, but we stream also this conference to the world outside. The participants can listen to our presentations, to our outcome, and to what we discuss here on the stage. The AIT team in DigiTeRRI comes from Innovation Systems and Policy Center. We are about 50 in this center. However, AIT is a large organization, the largest research organization outside the university in Austria, with about 1,400 employees. And it is structured in 7 centers. And one of these centers is the Center for Digital Safety and Security, also, besides Innovation Systems and Policy. Digital Safety and Security Center focus on IT services, data security, on blockchain technologies, on artificial intelligence technologies, and so on. And it is structured in several business units. And one of the business units is corporate digital technologies. And the head of this unit is Mario Drobic. We are very glad to have him here today for this keynote. He has a doctoral degree in technical mathematics. He is a management board member of the Gaia X Hubs Austria. And he is also the head of a working group for Internet of Things in OVE-GIT. I'm really glad we could manage to attract him to give us this keynote for the opening of this conference. Well, give him a warm welcome, please.
Thank you, Marianne, for this very kind introduction and also the possibility to speak here and give the opening talk to this very interesting conference. Marianne has already pointed out, I'm head of the unit for cooperative digital technologies, and that's also what I will talk about today. About digital transformation and how digital collaboration will shape the future of this digital world. I think this can provide some kind of a background to further discussions. So I'm trying really to give you some scope how the digital landscape is currently changing, how it will evolve over the next years, and what possibilities are there that might be contributing to supporting the regions, to support growth in the regions, and to have a better collaboration between regions, within regions, enhance the capabilities and the quality of living in the regions. So when we talk about digital transformation, it's my strong belief that this really helps to support a sustainable but also local development. And that means that it can provide an holistic view, so not only in specific sectors or on specific problems, but that by having this transformational approach, it can really provide this holistic view and integrating all the different aspects that we have to deal with. We have to deal with the business aspects, with the social aspects, with the environmental aspects, and we have to balance them to have a sustainable growth, and we have to really look at the whole value chains that we establish. And by having these digital tools and by utilizing digital transformation, we can do this in a responsible way. And that's why I think that digital transformation is really important, and that's why I will talk about this now in the next half hour. So
what do we mean when we talk about digital transformation? Isn't this something that we have been doing for the last 50 years when we digitalized our production facilities, our offices, and so on? There are some substantial changes in what we are talking about now in digital transformation and what digitalization was about in the past. The first phase of digitalization was really looking at individual components. Yeah, we had one machine that was being digitalized, so you could automatically do the drilling or the welding in the process. You had the business doing the accounting digitally. All that was more or less isolated tasks that have been optimized using digital technologies. That was a first step. It was an important step. It already revolutionized how we work, how we use machines to support our work, but it was only the first step. The second step then was when we connected them, when we put together machines, created workflows within the shop floor, within the factories, integrated business processes so that the buying could access data from the accounting or from the stores and identify, okay, how can we optimize our processes within the company. And that had a very strong focus on the efficiency, yeah, to really look, okay, how can we optimize the processes in our unit, in our company, and how can we use digital technologies to optimize the communication, yeah, and link things together within a company. This was the second step. It already made a lot of improvements in terms of speed, in terms of quality, in terms of capabilities, but it didn't change substantially what the companies are doing. In the third step now, in what we call digital transformation, it's really about expanding this communication, expanding this exchange, providing this holistic view, going beyond the company, beyond the single unit, and interlinking this with the whole ecosystem. So we are now not only looking at one company or one institution, but we are really creating digital ecosystems where we can take all the different components and fuse into a single ecosystem where we exchange data, where we can grab knowledge from other partners, and where we can provide information to them in exchange. And this allows us really to create this holistic view. And when we talk about holistic view, this also means a holistic approach to innovation. Yeah, so we are not only talking now about technology, but we are much more and focusing really on the human. What is the value we create? Yeah? What is the aim? Why we are doing this? What are the benefits? How do we have to shape things in order to be beneficial? And what is beneficial needs to be discussed, of course. Yeah? This is a discussion that we have to make with the society, with our customers, to identify what the actual needs are, and then to offer the according products and services. And in this sense, technology just provides the background. It creates opportunities. Yeah, technology can solve so many problems and has so many variations how it can be used that we really need to look at what do we want to do first, and then ask how can technology support us, and not the other way around. And the third perspective now that this enables us is also to modify the business processes behind it. Because when we look at the value we create, the question is the solution for that then really a product, or is it something else? Is it about, we have, for example, had a project with a company that was creating industrial ovens. And you would think, okay, an industrial oven is something very traditional that you build and that you provide then to your customers. But they have found out that the main problem for the customer was when they bought such an oven. Yeah, it's a very big investment. And many customers struggled to really utilize the whole potential of this investment. So it was not used all the time. So they had open production capacities that they could offer other customers. But of course, no company wants to share if they have a good usage of their equipment or not. Yeah? So you need to create some mechanisms that this can be done in a trustful way. And what we created was an auction system that basically hid all the details about the company that is providing this capacity, but that allowed them to put that on a marketplace where other companies that needed these capabilities, these resources, could bid for that and then utilize this. And in that way, this company, which was producing these ovens, suddenly transformed into a service company. It was just the first step, but it shows the idea how even traditional companies can benefit of having more information from their customers, of understanding the actual needs from them, and then transform this into new business processes. And I think this really shows the potential that is in there when you talk, when you exchange, when you identify where are the needs, and then optimize the technology and the business models accordingly. So this, of course, also reflects when we look at the structure, how digital ecosystems look like. Yeah? In the past, we had the data silos. Yeah? Each company had their data storage, and that was more or less closed systems, and nobody could access them. Then came the internet, and the companies that regularly deal with each other, they exchange the data. They have interfaces to do so, but what we are experiencing now is really this creation of the data ecosystem. And that means that we have really this big bubble that is shown on the slide, where all the information can be exchanged easily. You might think, okay, the internet is already providing this, but this is really only the base layer. We need to build up on that, and I will explain that on the next slide in more detail. So really to enable this exchange and make it much easier, because currently it's a big effort to exchange data. We lack trust, we lack the standards to do so, and we lack the infrastructure to really identify what is available in these data spaces that we are creating. When we want to collaborate, of course, it's always a matter of values. And I already talked about trust. This is, I think, one of the key ingredients that it needs so that people are willing to collaborate. But when we look at the European level, there are also some core values behind this idea. And one is really this federated approach. So this is something also that differentiates Europe from, for example, Asia or the US-American approach, that the idea is to have things federated, to keep them in proximity at the regions, at the companies, that they keep control of their data, but that they have then the sovereignty to decide whom to share this data with, and that they can take control, also the consumers, yeah, that they can take control over their data and decide what do I want to do with it, where do I want it to be stored, and whom want to make profit with this data, and how can I also make profit with this data. So these are the questions that have to be answered, and in order to enable that, we need to be transparent. So transparent in that sense that we have standards that are easily applicable, that are not somewhere closed, where we have to make a huge investment to utilize them, that we have transparent regulations so that everybody knows what are the legal and regulatory foundations for this collaboration, and then we create an open ecosystem where everybody can easily contribute in a trustful way. And this provides then the foundation for local value creation. Because when we have this collaboration, this opens a lot of new opportunities also for regional support. So one possibility is to create local value chains so that we have separate production steps that are then linked together so that even small companies can address bigger tasks in terms of complexity because they have additional capabilities and they can act on the market as a single player that provides the whole value chain. The same applies in terms of scalability. If companies or local providers act together on the market, they can deal with larger demands easily because they have more flexibility, they can collaborate, they can act as a single unit on the market. And it also empowers circular economy. Yeah? We're always talking about looking at how to create sustainable value chains, but for that we need data. We need to understand what resources are there, how things are used, and how they can then be reused again. Product passports are a good example. How this is then supported on a strategic and organizational level. We are now working, for example, on battery passports, where we look at how can we store the data from the battery production, from the resources, but also the plan or the architecture, how this is mapped so that it can easily be deintegrated. Then we take the information from the usage of the battery to see how are materials degrading, in what state is the battery, and at the end this data can then be used to identify what value do we have still there, how can it be used in other use cases, how can it be refurbished, recycled, whatever is needed. And by that, this data supports creating value chains, creating local value creation. Two use cases, a little bit more detailed. One is about waste management. I already talked about the batteries, which is a little bit abstract. This is more concrete. We had the case with a production company that they were producing waste which was not clearly, assigned to a single material because they had varying production content. So the waste was not used optimally then by the recycling companies because they just dropped the container there and they had to deal with whatever was in there. Then the idea came up, okay, can't we link maybe some data from the production to the waste recycling company so that they can take more use of the waste? And so they created this data ecosystem. They transferred this data that the production company already had, but never really thought of valuable in their environment. But when providing it to the recycling company, it certainly has a very specific value because they know much better what is in this container, how they can recycle the materials in there. And by doing so, they increased the value of the waste and of course optimized also the reuse of the materials. Another use case, it's from a region in Salzburg in the Austrian Alps, which is a tourist region. Yeah, and there's a ski resort high on the mountains. It's about 1,500 meters in the mountains. So it's quite isolated there, but there are a lot of tourists coming there. And of course, providing energy there is quite tricky and quite demanding. And so the energy company needs always to have some reserves, so to provide the heat in winter, depending on how cold it gets, how many people are there, what the conditions are. And so currently they had the situation that they had to store the material there, and sometimes they had problems in providing the heat because they did not have enough bio material for this heating. And then the idea came, okay, actually the hotels, they know how many people are coming. We have the weather forecast. So actually we can do quite a good prediction of what is to be expected in the next couple of weeks. and so they created this data space, which is a part of a larger initiative in the region, where they want to have different data providers, data users being connected. But here it was the energy company, the hotel company, meteorological company, and an IT provider. And they linked this data to create some models to predict how much energy is needed for heating this village in the Alps. And this helps them to optimize their resource investment to create better support for the partnering hotels, so that they have the heating and they have a better planability of the resources needed. And this is also enabled just by providing the data that was actually already there, but thinking about, okay, what is our actual problem? What would we need and whom would we need to collaborate in order to solve that, and then providing a technical infrastructure to do so. And if this is not just restricted to a single use case, where you just send data to one partner, but that when you create an open system, then you have also an innovation space, because then other companies can come up with new ideas how to utilize this data and provide other services. So in this tourism example, there's a huge potential for mobility services. If I know when tourists are coming to the village, if I know when the trains are arriving, then I can plan ahead with transport capabilities and be more flexible, be more service-oriented. And so we have a lot of interlinks there. So what does it need to create this, this digital transformation? Because it always sounds easy when you have established it, but providing the ground is quite tricky. And we found out that, first of all, there needs to be a willingness to collaborate. And that's also why we're trying to collect these use cases, to really illustrate the benefits of that, because it's always, or it has to be a mutual benefit. Nobody wants to give away just for the sake of it, but there are benefits, have to be benefits on both or all sides. And so this willingness to collaborate is something that really needs to be worked on, where you have to convince companies, partners to collaborate and to show them that this is for the benefit of all. Then we need data. If we don't have any information to share, it's hard to establish. And I'm putting this here because often this data is somewhere, or this knowledge is somewhere, but it is not accessible. So it's also about making that accessible in a quality that is usable. It's not just about having a lot of data, but it's also about the quality. And so thinking about, okay, what is the actual insight that I need from the data, and can this data that I currently have provide that? I might have some measuring data from this energy production, but that might not be what I actually need. I might need some smart meters or some measurements of the energy consumption in the hotels. So also thinking about then what data really helps to address the needs that we want to solve. And as a foundation, I've already mentioned it a couple of times, we need to establish trust, because if companies do not trust each other, if partners do not trust each other, it's very hard to collaborate. And this trust needs to be between partners, but we also need to trust the technology, because establishing trust between companies often refers to the trust in technology, that only certain information is shared, that the other data is kept private, and also that we have regulations that are ensuring that this data is used purposely and not in another context, or not shared with third parties. So we really need this combination of trust between parties, trust in technology, and the regulations that provide the framing for this trust. Then we can start and create this understanding of what the problem really is about, how this ecosystem works, what are the mutual benefits of the parties, so that we can create this use case. And then for implementing that, of course, we also have to build the know-how. Yeah? Who can moderate that process of this business creation? Who can has the know-how in setting up the technical infrastructure? Who can maintain it? Yeah? We need to cover all that, and we have to provide the expertise locally, so that also this know-how can be applied over time, but also can be integrated into the local development. And this is something we currently address with the European Digital Innovation Hubs, which is specifically targeted to regions and to SMEs, where we try to do this capacity building and also work on this trust by having a test before invest environment where companies can try things out, where they can learn from other companies. But this capability building is also a very important part in this initiative. Then I already mentioned it, we need this regulatory frameworks, and this need to be clear and transparent, because otherwise a sustainable business model will not work. And then we can create the different partnerships we need really to implement it. We need a technology supplier, we need the contributors, but we also need the financing to get this started. Yeah? And there are currently a lot of funds being available on the European level, but I think, and Austria I think is a good example here, you can also create really specific funding here for specific aims. We just talked prior to this talk about the upcoming initiatives in Austria, which creating a data space for energy, for mobility, yeah, to test this out, to identify where can we create value in these domains, and how can we link things together so that we have more resource efficiency, that we have economic growth, and bring society forward. So to establish all that, we need infrastructure. Yeah? And of course, we have the networks. Yeah? So connectivity is the core foundation. And the big change that we now have with the evolution of the internet is, when I want to send data to someone else, I don't have to create a line, I don't have to call him, but I have a real infrastructure that I can rely on, and I just need to know the address of my partner, and I can send him the data, I can give him a phone call, whatever. This is what infrastructure is about, yeah? That I have the flexibility to act and don't have to establish the foundations. The next level are cloud services. When I need processing capabilities, when I need storage capabilities, I can just access that from the cloud centers, and I don't have to establish the technical infrastructure. I just need to sign a contract, and then I can utilize these resources. But what's new now is that we now have to create this infrastructure for these collaboration spaces, because otherwise we have to do everything from scratch again. We have to create the contracts, we have to create the technical interoperability frameworks. And now we have the initiatives, Gaia-X, I will talk about on the next slides. FiWare is also something like that, that really support these business processes, so that it's really about talking about whom do I want to collaborate with, what are the key framing conditions, but then I can rely on this infrastructure where all the key problems are already solved. And that's why it's important that, and this is something that is new, that is now available, which was not available a couple of years ago, and which provides us new opportunities also for regions, and especially for regions, because utilizing this is much easier. You don't have to do the hard work, it's already there. So it enables a fast take-up and the scalability of the solutions, yeah, because you can rely on that, but you need these tools being available. And this fits in the European strategy for data, where the European Commission is really following a plan how to create these data ecosystems, yeah, how to provide the data, how to utilize the data. And I have to look at the time, so I'm skipping this slide and coming directly to Gaia-X. Marianne has already mentioned, I'm part of the management board of the Austrian Gaia X Hub, and Gaia X is really about providing this infrastructure. It's about enabling European collaboration, ensuring security, protecting the rights, and being transparent. And in that way, it tries to implement the European core values, provide framework and tools to implement this data economy on these different levels. Yeah? So really from the legal foundations to technical bits and pieces where the reference implementations are open source, so you can really use them, easily implement them, and they provide you all the elements you need for a federation. So to identify trustful your parties, to identify where data and services are available, and then to create smart services based on that. And there are a lot of material available on the Gaia X website, but it's basically the initial documents were the specification, completely transparent, everyone can access that. Then there is different development initiatives in France, in Germany, all over Europe, where they're creating now these open source components that can be used to create these federations. And then there will also be some quality assurance labeling so that you can really rely on the quality of the services provided, because they will have a quality label assigned to them, and then you can trust these services. And by having this framework, you can then create these data spaces and interlink them. And I think this is the new opportunity. As I said, we have the energy networks, for example, but we can use the data also in the mobility context. Or we might have production facilities that are energy dependent, and we can use this data now in a different context. And in that way, this creates a new innovation ecosystem, because it lifts things up, it gives you the possibility to create new services, to create new ideas for the benefit of the region and for society. And this is already the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mario. I think he has addressed many aspects we have worked with in DigiTeRRI. It is really a great interlinkage, and I'm really grateful that we have such a group thinking in this way at AIT. And and you all, we have participants from Sweden, speakers from Sweden, we have some from France, from Germany, from Spain, and from Austria. And so we can interlink all this, and thank you so much that you could make it, and this is really great work. Thanks.
Thank you for the invitation.
So, you can talk to him. Maybe you are available in the break, so you can talk to him in the break. Yeah. Okay. So before we have this nice talks from the experts outside the DigiTeRRI project, we introduce the DigiTeRRI project now. First, a short overview, and afterwards we go into details regarding the methodologies, how we worked, and later we talk about what we have achieved. DigiTeRRI stands for Responsible Research and Innovation Approach for transitioning the traditional industry regions into digitalized industry territories. This is an European H2020 project under the program of SWAS, Science with and for Society. We started in January 2020, few months before the pandemic started, and we will finish this December. DigiTeRRI has intended to elaborate a framework and develop roadmaps for the transitioning into digitalized industry innovation ecosystems in 3 European regions. And this we have done by applying responsible research and innovation approach. And it should contribute to co-create resilient innovation ecosystems characterized by the degrees of openness, democratic accountability, and responsiveness. The three engaged territories are Värmland in Sweden, Grand Est in France, and Styria in Austria. And we have, in each of the three territories, we have triple helix representatives. In Sweden, we have the universities, Karlstad University, then we have the Värmland County in the consortium, and the business cluster paper province. In Grand Est, we have Grand du Neuf from the government side. We have University Lorraine from the science side, and we have the cluster Materialia from Metz. And in Styria, we have Montagne University Leoben. Then we have the Center for Applied Research, Startup and Close to Business Center. And we have the municipality Bruck an der Mur. And we have three further partners. This is the Nordland Research Institute in Buda in Norway. They are responsible more for the technical background, the theoretical background, the framework. And you see everywhere we do all these graphic presentations, all our internet, all the communication, all that is done by Vidu. They are located in Barcelona in Spain. And AIT, the Center for Innovation Systems and Policy, is responsible on the one hand for, you will see for mapping, but also for the road mapping process and coordinating this project. Where does DigiTeRRI come from? Actually, the core idea comes from Brigitte Christ from the Montagne University. Once she talked to me, let's do a project, because she was coordinating IMRRI at that time. And then, of course, it comes from the digital transformation wave, it's clear. And then we have the SWAFS call, the Science Wisdom for Society. And I think this was the platform, or is the platform for responsible research and innovation. And then we have already had experiences in two previous RRI projects. This is IMRRI. This is about the webs of innovation value chains in additive manufacturing. This was a research project. And we analyzed here in this innovation webs of webs of innovation value chains where are openings for RRI. And then we had DigiTeRRI project. Nien Nguyen from Nordland Research Institute was coordinating this project. And with this background, we have learned, we have already some experiences in how to do responsible research and innovation, and we transferred this knowledge to a digital transformation project, how we can do this. You see here in the slide the overlap. We have the partners, Materialia, Montagne University, Nordland Research Institute, and AIT in IMRRI also. And then in DigiTeRRI we have Nordland Research Institute, V2 and AIT. Yeah, I think I can be a little bit fast with the slide. What do we understand? Digitalisation, digitization, analog to digital, digitalisation, then we have this digital processes in a broader context, and then we interlinked all these processes, then we have the transformation. So this is a short understanding about how we do this. We can say the whole DigiTeRRI project is a road mapping process. We have these 4 phases. We start with stock taking and mapping, so that we have a background of the current situation in this field. And then we have the phase of developing vision statements, and also identifying the stakeholders we wanted to work with. Then we have the phase of developing the goals, the objectives, the gaps, and the actions needed to follow, to go into the direction of the vision statement and the objectives. And then we have implemented the implementation phase, and we have already implemented 12 actions during this project period in 3 territories, in each of the 3 territories. And of course, this is embedded in a framework, in a theoretical framework, and also we have an evaluation task there, and yeah, we monitor also what has we have achieved. Responsible research and innovation, you know here all the experts. I don't have to explain it in more details, but I say, yeah, this is the bridge the gap between science and society. It anticipates and assesses the potential impacts on and social implications. And then, of course, it is about the researchers, the scientists should align their work more with the responsibility for society and environment. Okay, and the DigiTeRRI approach in this project is, the RRI approach is, the core idea is to work with the stakeholders, the affected stakeholders in the innovation ecosystem. And they have to co-create together their future. This is the core idea. And how have we done this? We have the actors in the innovation ecosystem. This is quite a challenge to get them to work with us. And then we have forward-looking methodology. And we say this addresses, this works exactly what RRI would like to do. And we say the actors of the innovation ecosystems, we have science and researchers, we have educators, we have industry and business, we have public administration and the policymakers, and we have the civil society. And forward-looking methodologies are anticipative and reflective, open and transparent, responsive and adaptive, and diverse and inclusive. And we also address the so-called RRI keys, the ethics, gender equality, open access, public engagement, and science education. And we do this in this project with road mapping. And we have developed these roadmaps. And you see here, these are the vision statements of the territories. This is Värmland, this is Styria, Grand Est is there, yeah. And so that we could be successful in the 3 territories, we have had a coordinator, and in Värmland this is Karlstad University with Ayman, and Grand Est is Grand Neuf with Jean-Jacques, and in Styria, Montagne University with Brigitte Christ. And this conference, DigiTeRRI, this conference, this morning, you will learn about more about the methodology first, in the first session. In the next one, you get insight into the roadmaps that have been developed. And then after lunch, then we have the graphic art, how we use this transformation from spoken to writing to pictures to graphics. This was important. And in the evening, we have a poster session about the implemented actions already, what we have done. And tomorrow we have a session about the transformation in Styria and the evaluation approach and the impact of DigiTeRRI. Yeah, and we have a lot of interesting other talks, of course, but this was the focus on the project. So I think, thank you so much. And yeah, and I forgot first, Angel, you see we have no paper now because it's digitalisation, and therefore ask Angel to tell you how you get all the information you need here.
Hi, everybody. So as Marianne said already, we believe really in digitalization. As you see, this is a paperless conference, so you are not giving up anything, no tote bag, no documents. So everything is actually in an app. It's not an app. It's a mobile-based website. So you basically have to scan this QR. QRs are also distributed outside, so you can at any time. And also, you have them here as well. It's quite tiny. I don't know if some mobiles might be able to catch this. But what you will find is the agenda for the 2 days. That's what you have, and some information about the city, the transport. And there's also, you can take a look at one of the booklets with the roadmaps and the visions, the artwork we have created in the project, a video made by Mario and Nien, actually about what is RRI. I really encourage you to go and check it, and a little bit of the bios of the different speakers in the conference, so you get to know them better. So I really recommend you to go and check, and so you can be up to date. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. So we practice digitalization. Okay. Then now we go into the first session. We talk about the methodology we have applied in this project. And for this reason, I invite first Manfred Peyer. He is the deputy head of the research field of innovation, dynamics and modeling. And he does a lot of mapping about also the monitoring of knowledge and the knowledge dynamics. And he was responsible for the stock taking and mapping in the project. And yeah, Manfred, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marianne. So I have the opportunity to present you very briefly the methodology, how we try to produce some basic information that would be of use to the later subsequent process in visioning, roadmap development and implementation in all the 3 territories. And so this was the mapping of R&I ecosystem in the territories, as this task was called. So very briefly, what are R&I ecosystem anyway? So Mario has already described it in an amazing detail what ecosystems are about. The metaphor comes from environmental sciences, as you know, and it reflects the complex interplay of many, many different players in a region, from academia, from the public sector, from business, and what Mario has also pointed out, it's the humans that are important here. So as we can use them and so on. And if you want to map and if you want to create tangible information about this interaction, you have to look at data. And so one of the methods to look at interactions is to look at networks of research, technology and innovation and so on, and also how public policy can support and improve these interactions. So how did we do this, say, empirical mapping approach? In our concept, we defined 5 different dimensions, I would say. So we looked first at the socioeconomic profile of the different regions. We did an institutional mapping, so we identified important stakeholders that would be addressed then in the visioning processes and so on, and to involve the right people and so on from the relevant institutions, both from policy, research, society, civil society organizations and so on. And then we have 3 different dimensions on the type of knowledge that we would look at. So one is the knowledge creation aspect, so that's what's being done in research and so on. Another aspect is about knowledge exchange. And then the third one is technology development. So we try to collect information from different sources, and I will not go into details of the results because we have produced 200 plus pages of reports about the characteristics of the three territories. So I just give you a very brief example, and the first one would be about knowledge creation. In this case, I would like to look at the situation in Grand Est. So this is scientific production related to digitalization in Grand Est. So this is based on scientific papers that come from this region during the last 3 years, say 18 to 20. And what you can see here is from all the scientific output, 6% roughly are at the center of digitalization. So the automation, control, information systems, artificial intelligence, theory, methods, telecoms, and so on. And what you can see in this diagram is how these scientific disciplines are embedded in the total scientific production of Grand Est. So you can see a network of bubbles here. These bubbles represent scientific disciplines, and the blue ones are these digitalization disciplines. And what you can see here on the northeast part of this network, there is a cluster of digital disciplines. But what you can also see is that they are embedded and linked to many other disciplines. So, for instance, neuroimaging, if you can spot it, computer science, medical imaging, remote sensing, and those topics. So this is an information that we produced for all of the territories so that we can see the specialization also of the scientific production. Next, I will come to the topic of the knowledge transfer and the knowledge exchange. And here I have an example from Styria. What you can see here is an analysis of science industry research taken from European projects, so Horizon 2020 projects that were conducted with Styrian partners. So we have 300 something projects with Styrian partners, and as you can see, more than 50% of those projects are in industrial leadership or in transport sector, smart, green, integrated transport. So this gives you already an impression of the specialization of Styrian science industry collaboration and knowledge transfer. Next slide is about the details of these collaborations here. I give you a brief interpretation of this, so please focus on the green bubbles here. These are the Styrian organizations. So you can see a green bubble that is Styrian industry. That's the green bubble more in the north here. And what this networks tells you is that the Styrian players are really well connected with the outside world, so with Europe mainly, but if you look more closely into it, for instance, Styrian industry is closely linked to German industry, Spanish industry, French industry, Italian industry. Styrian universities are linked to research organizations, French, Spanish, Dutch, Belgian, and German universities, and so on. And also, I would like to underline the fact that the purple bubbles are virtually spread all over the place. So universities are not only producing knowledge, but they are also an important intermittent player in this network. The next example is on the institutional part. So this is a different kind of network. So the
the green bubbles you can see here are organizations from the region Värmland. They are implementing RIS3 initiatives, so regional innovation strategy implementations of the smart specialization strategy that comes down from the European Commission. But you can see here that they are not only acting in their own region, but they are also acting in neighboring regions. For instance, these are the red bubbles, the orange bubbles. You can see the other neighboring Swedish regions where these organizations are active. And even on the bottom, you have a couple of Norwegian territories where they are also active. So this tells us that say, interaction is not confirmed to territories and to regions within their own right, but they are also connected to the outside world. That's especially relevant for small regions like Värmland. Then I come to one last example here, and this is about technological specialization. So this, for instance, shows that Styria, this is the green bar to the right, has a very strong specialization in semiconductors. So I have to underline that this is not about the strength of the region in this domain, but the specialization. So if a region is low in specialization, this does not mean that the activities are weak in this region, but that there are also other important domains that are in this region. So now I come to my last slide, if I may. I collected some stylized facts that digitalization is already a major concern in the 3 territories that we looked at. But ICT technologies in these traditional regions, as we have selected them, are underrepresented. But digitalization is already driven by industry. One exception maybe is that Karlstad University is an important player, and they have a deep focus on societal impact. But everything is very well clustered already, and also the smart specialization implementations are sufficiently, I would say, developed there. And with this, I would thank you for your attention here and give back to Marianne.
Thank you. We have a very tense program, and therefore we have to stick to our minutes. And thank you, Manfred, so much. So, and now I introduce Vincent Poli. He is a professor on the University Lorraine in Nancy, and he's the co-founder of the engineering school dedicated to innovation. And he has a lot of experience in collaboration from a scientific point of view with industry and SMEs. They can really do it. We can learn a lot from them. He talks about the practices he worked out and the project. Please.
Thank you very much, Marianne. As you understand, we now, in this DigiTeRRI program, try to help territories to have a new vision of what could be digitalization on the territory. So we really want to work for the territories and with the territories. Dr. Dobrix highlights the fact that you can't do any digitalization without collaboration. So when you want to collaborate with people, you have to get data. That's what demonstrates Manfred. So you need data about your customers, but you need also to have a better understanding of the needs of your users that you are targeting. So that's why we have this task with all my colleagues in DigiTeRRI, trying to have a better understanding of the needs of the ecosystem in the territories. So what we have done, we have studied the practices the current practices, the initial practices of the people in the territories trying to develop the digitalization of their territory. And we try to have a better understanding of their ambition. What do they want to do? What kind of results are they looking for? And then trying to understand if they integrate RRI concepts during these practices. So we collect information about this ecosystem, and we find out 36, let's say, good practices. And as you understand, we want to transform them into best practices. So 36 practices that and we get some categories. We have 10 categories. The first one is about strategy. It means that in each territory, the ecosystem has formalized a political program about digitalization. Then we have the problem of infrastructure. Digitalization requires some fiber, some networks, some, let's say, a very hard infrastructure. And the third domain we observe is that in all the territories, the ecosystem supply, especially young children, with computers to help the new generation to adopt digitalization. Then we have a lot of new programs about education, about, let's say, human aspect of digitalization, but also about technology, just like IT/OT, Internet of Objects, and so on. There are a lot of research about digitalization and technologies in all the territories. We have also these new technical platform. Most of them are concerning Industry 4.0, and we have also a lot of Fab Labs. As already said by Manfred, there are a lot of clustering dynamics. We also have some new approach about the development of digitalization, digital services, and with the integration of users. For example, in some big cities, in big public administration. We have a lot of pooling of service initiatives, and we have also some associations that try to promote freeware, let's say, to fight against Google and Microsoft. And so, understanding what are the people already doing for digitalization was very helpful to build, after all, a new vision of digitalization. We try to understand the ambition of the people. Why are they doing all these activities in these 10 domains? And so we use a maturity level model, trying to understand what kind of, let's say, skills all these ecosystems try to develop, and trying to understand their leverage, how they act in practice on the territory. And so we have these 6 domains with, to be very simple, to sum up, let's say, the ecosystem try to work with top managers about their leaderships, governance, the procedure to develop digitalization, about the skills of general people in the society, and they work about technology and products and value chains. It's, let's say, the technical aspect, the technical leverages. And then we get these elements. We ask people in territories to describe the current situation and then their ambition. As you can see, the ambition is very high because in all the domain of digitalization, they want to improve the skills of the people. They do not only want to work on new products, helping companies to adopt new technologies, they also want to improve the skills of all the people in the society. Okay, so we get this very complex systems understanding of the ambition of the people. And so it's very useful for us because we understand that what the people want is a global approach about digitalization. And then it's very important to understand because we are working on RI and we want to understand if the people are aware about the possibilities to get an impact on the responsiveness level of people that take decision about the future digitalization. And so we try to understand and we ask people, are there some objective, let's say objective in terms of responsiveness? And so as you can see, there is some elements that are taken account by people in the territories. For example, privacy measures about personal data, the protection of personal data, the contribution. Thank you, Marianne. It's not digital. And we can observe a very intensive academic contribution. It needs that the people like my team, we are often involved in the digitalization process of territories. It's the role of academia. But you can see that we still have some problems about responsiveness. For example, in the scientific domain, people working on digitalization do not integrate trainings and high-level trainings. One other aspect is about the engagement of politicians. It's very strange. Elected people, elected representatives are not always integrate in very important action about digitalization. So some kind of problem of democracy is emerging. So to sum up all what we have observed in territories, we can say that very interesting, people collaborate. It's not one structure having a project. People are collaborating on all over the territories. And one thing very interesting is that we have some overlapping dynamic. It means that people in the ecosystem do not specialize on a type of users. Academia doesn't work only with students. So there is an overlapping. It means that if you have a problem of digitalization, you have a lot of people to talk with. Another aspect, very important, is that we have to have a better understanding of the needs of the people in the territories to get this transition in terms of skills and integrate this approach in terms of skills. Then, if you understand, what we have done is to get data with Manfred about the people. Then we have a better understanding of the needs of the people with this particular task. And then we are able to build a new vision through our roadmap. We are able to improve the current activities. And we are also, through DigiTeRRI, able to propose new practices in the territories to develop digitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Now I have to introduce Jens Ordin Hansen. He is a senior researcher from the Nordland Research Institute in Bodø in Norway, far in the north. He has a doctoral degree in international management, is interested in cooperative governance, cooperative finance, and also in regional development. And he has gained a lot of experience during these projects in RRI. And he is presenting the framework we have in DigiTeRRI. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marianne. How does this work?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the common, so-called common framework that we have in DigiTeRRI. So this is something that so you can also read about in a report we made, which is called Framework for RI Implementation in the RI ecosystems of the 3 territories in DigiTeRRI. So this is publicly available. And so what is this framework about? Well, this framework is sort of an umbrella term for different kinds of theoretical and methodological work that we did in the first phase of the DigiTeRRI project. So before we started the more practical work with territories and the stakeholders and so on, we made first this framework, which contains, first of all, the methodology that we used, which is road mapping, which you will hear more about very soon, I think, from my colleague Andrea and also others later. But also, sort of, we have the collection of concepts and assumptions and methods related to RI, which sort of serve the purpose of having a shared language that we can use inside the consortium and also when working with the stakeholders. So that is the purpose of this framework. So the road mapping methodology, I will not talk much about that right now because that will be discussed later by others. But another interesting, I think, component that we have in this framework is an analysis of the relationship between digitalization and RI. So when a region increases its digital maturity, what are the consequences of that for RI? Does it make it easier or harder to practice RI? What are the challenges and opportunities? So we did an analysis of that, which I will talk about in a moment. And some of the key theoretical concepts that underpin the methodology we use in DigiTeRRI are the ones you see here on this slide. So we have regional transition processes, we have regional innovation policy. So these territories in DigiTeRRI, they all follow a smart specialization strategy, which in many cases is linked directly to the elements in the roadmaps that they have developed. And RNI ecosystems, and of course digitalization and RI. The role of RI in the framework, of course, DigiTeRRI is all about RI, but RI appears in 2 different contexts in DigiTeRRI. First of all, and I think Marianne already mentioned this a bit earlier, RI in DigiTeRRI is integrated into how we work into our methodology, which is road mapping. So when we develop these roadmaps in the territories, we made sure to observe and comply with the key principles of RI, such as inclusivity, right, engaging stakeholders, different segments of society, and so on. So that is what we call RI-oriented road mapping. But also, ultimately, the vision of DigiTeRRI, of course, is that territories will reach a state where they are highly digitally mature and where they also, in their RNI ecosystems, they practice RI. Right? So that is what we call RI-oriented digitalization. That is, we try to integrate RI into the destination of these efforts. You can see it here in this figure. So the idea is that territories, that's the vision, they will move from being traditional industry regions to being self-sustaining RI digitalized ecosystems. And to get there, they will follow this road mapping process where they will develop and implement roadmaps. And you can see here on this slide that RI is integrated into that process, but it's also integrated into the destination. And some of you, I think many of you already are familiar with RI, and you probably know that there are different ways of breaking down RI into component parts. Right? There are different conceptualizations of RI. And we work in DigiTeRRI with 2 different ones. So what you see here in the RI-oriented road mapping, the principles that we observe are those 4 ones, which are ones that you often see in the more academic literature on RI, right, which says that you need to be inclusive, you need to be anticipative, and so on. But also, we have another breakdown of RI into these 5 components, which is something that is more practical and which has been championed by the European Commission. Right? So we follow those, so gender equality, science education, public engagement, ethics, and open access. So this is something that's more concrete, and therefore we feel highly relevant for the practical work with stakeholders. And that's why we use that RI breakdown there. So, yeah, so I'm going to say a little bit about this analysis we did of the relationship between digitalization and RI. So what we find is that when you digitalize in a region, that will greatly increase both the opportunities and also the challenges for practicing RI. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Digitalization is a double-edged sword for RI. It's a coin with 2 sides, so to speak. If you look at the subject of ethics, you can see that when you go from having a low digital maturity to a high level of digital maturity, that will greatly increase your opportunities for being transparent, right? Because you have digital data and you can share this data and you can disseminate information much more easily than in the pre-digital stage. But on the other hand, it also gives you opportunities to disseminate disinformation, right? Or data can get stolen and so on much more easily in a digitalized world. So that's what I mean when I say that there are 2 sides to this coin. Same thing with, for example, gender equality. With digitalization, that makes it easier to target particular demographics, for example, women in recruitment activities or other activities. But it also makes it easier to discriminate against those groups, right? You have these advanced digital technologies that can be used for discrimination as well. So again, opportunities, but also challenges for RI. And the same goes for the other 3 areas: open access, science education, public engagement. For example, public engagement, as I think you've all had experience during the pandemic of all the things that can be done with digital communication tools. It's much easier to conduct activities online. But on the other hand, it might also exclude some groups, for example, senior citizens who don't have digital skills, right? They might actually be at a disadvantage because of digitalization. They might not be consulted in research and innovation. So that is the main takeaway from this analysis, which you can also read much more about in the report if you're interested. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jens. And now I introduce Andrea Kassler. She works for the AIT Innovation Systems and Policy. She will give you an insight how we did the road mapping and how we designed this road mapping. He has a doctoral degree in technical physics, and he also works now in thematic and collaborative analysis of research. Andrea, the stage is yours.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Yeah, there has been said already a lot about the DigiTeRRI road mapping process by Marianne, and also Jens told you a lot about it, so I have the same slide. You've just seen it, showed by Jens. This is the common framework for the DigiTeRRI project, and Jens explained you about how it was focused on RRI keys on the one hand, and also on the RRI process elements on the other hand. And I will focus now more on these process elements. So how did we integrate these elements into the process to achieve that traditional industry regions do their transformation into self-sustaining R&I digitalized ecosystems. So you have already heard about the first step. Manfred told you about the mapping, the stock taking. This was the first phase, and based on these new insights, because the territories, they know themselves the best, but now they had also an outside view. So they got facts and figures through the mapping and got new insights how the region could also be seen by figures. So this was taken, and then the visioning started. And on the next slide, I show you in the background a picture of a stakeholder workshop during COVID times. Brigitte is smiling. You recognize yourself. Yeah, everybody sitting there with the masks and having distance, so it was a little bit challenging in these times. But what I'm trying to say is that it was a crucial element in the project, providing the basis for collaboration between stakeholders from different backgrounds. So as Marianne pointed out already, it's important to have discussions between representatives from industry, from civil society, from public authorities, and also science and education. And they all worked together and first of all worked on a common vision for their territories. So this was done in each of the 3 territories. The first step was creating a vision. The second one, to get deeper into goals and objectives. And then what about concrete actions in the territories? So this is the result from these visioning workshops in the 3 territories. We will also have a session on art. Yeah, they are put here also. And there will be a session on art supporting this process. So as you can see, Mario from We Do created also these beautiful sketches for the visions, but it's important to point out that the visioning process was very important, not only to have the vision itself that guided the further process, but also the creation, the co-creation of this vision was a very important element. And each vision is sketched graphically, but also there is a describing narrative that has been co-created by the participants and the representatives of the territories. So, and the next question was, so after the visioning, so the creation of the roadmap started, and there were some conceptual questions at the beginning. So you have already heard about the common framework. And so the challenge was how to define objectives that fit into this framework so they would promote digital transformation, promote RRI, involve all stakeholder groups, address the formulated visions, and also address a broad spectrum of action fields, so to make sure that at the end we won't end up with only technological improvements, for example, to focus only on one aspect. So this was very important for us, and we tried to identify concepts in literature for this, but we found out there is literature on focusing on the firm level. So, and we needed to apply this for territories. So you've heard also from Vincent about domains already. So we tried to integrate what we found here, and also to integrate the different views from the 3 territories, because they are all, of course, they are different, and to put this into one framework. Micro, sorry. Thank you, Marianne. And yeah, and so we, at the end, we created this concept for the road mapping domains. So you see again the 4 stakeholder groups arranged around. So it's important to have this in mind all the time, to address these different groups also for the objectives and the actions. And we said, okay, when the roadmaps are created, this will be done in these 8 roadmap domains. And they were put to this matrix. So we have the roadmap domains on the one hand and the stakeholder groups on the others. So we have 7, right? Yeah, we skipped 1. We had 8 at the beginning, but ended up with 7 of them. It was very important for us to highlight also culture and values. So we have the RRI aspects, especially here, and also if we integrate an innovation ecosystems concepts, so it's very important to address, thank you, Marianne, the aspects of networks and collaboration. This was the, these domains guided the collection of the main goals and objectives in the stakeholder workshops. And after this, each main goal was defined specifically. There were questions, so what is the goal, which gaps can be identified, and which activities could help to close these gaps, and which timeline is seen. And also who feels responsible to address and start these activities. And what you see here is an example for an action plan in a reporting system that has been created here to monitor the implementation of the actions. So in each territory, as Marianne has said already, 12 actions are taking place, and they are monitored in this system. So to make it easy to follow the implementation and to make sure that digitalization is on its way. So I'm finished here, and you will hear more about the different roadmaps in the 3 territories. They will be compared in the next talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And now we have a break. So enjoy the coffee break and come back at 11, please. Okay? Talk to each other, exchange, network, please.
geht's denn da weiter? Und dann hüpft er weiter, oder was? Also einmal draufklicken, hüpft er weiter. Okay, passt. Sonst nichts. Wo geht man zurück? Also das ist der rote. Das ist ein Pointer raus. Passt, sonst ist nichts.
Is it too early? No. Welcome back. Now we talk about, you get insight into the roadmaps we have developed in each of the territories. And before we go to the specific roadmaps, I introduce Nien Nguyen. She is a senior researcher in the Nordland Research Institute in Buda in Norway. She is associate professor in Trondheim University for digital strategies and business models. And she did also a comparison of the 3 roadmaps. And we start with an overview of this comparison, and then she will discuss the roadmaps with the coordinators of the territories. Nien, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mariana. So may I ask where can I find? Interesting. Thank you. So hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to present you the exciting task we have in this project, which is comparing the 3 roadmaps. So on behalf of Nordland Research Institute team, as you can see the name on the slide, so I want to share with you some interesting experience that we had during the process and what kind of implication we would like to share with other territories when they want to do this transition. So when we started this project, we were excited to see and we're excited to develop a methodology for transition of territories from the traditional region into a digitalized, we call it innovation ecosystem. And we're also curious to see whether regional characteristics will lead to different results in the roadmap. Why and how and what are the implications and how can we learn from it? And to answer those questions, we decided to compare the 3 roadmaps to analyze the relationship between regional characteristics and roadmap result of 3 regions: Värmland in Sweden, regional Grand Est in France, and Upper Styria in Austria. In the presentation today, I will present to you the result and our interpretation, also some recommendation guidelines for other regions who in the transition process to digitalization. First, I want to share with you an overview of regional characteristics. As you can see here, there's some similarities, but also big contrast between regions. You can see Grand Est is the biggest one here with 57,000 square kilometers in areas, with 5.5 million inhabitants. In contrast with Värmland, 17,000 square kilometers, only about 300,000 inhabitants. Styria somehow a similar area with Värmland, but more inhabitants, 1.24 million. And this makes it even more interesting for us to understand whether those characteristic difference can lead to some different result and the variability of the DigiTeRRI methodology. The methodology that we use for comparison is pretty straightforward. Step 1, we analyze the regional characteristic. And by regional characteristic, we refer to asset and change agency. So regional assets here refer to infrastructure, and then policy, regulation, and natural assets. For change agency, we refer to the actors and the action intervened by the actors for particular effect with this digitalization in the region here. And then step 2, we analyze the 3 regional roadmaps, both process and outcome, in terms of goals, objectives, and action plan. And last but not least, we analyze how different in regional characteristics lead to different in regional roadmap. Where do we get the information or the data? So they come from 3 sources. First, from project deliverables and report from previous work package. And second, it comes from literature of regional development in terms of digitalization and RI. And third, last but not least, the interview, the meetings and brainstorming with territorial experts in DigiTeRRI partners in the 3 regions. So when we analyze the data, we focus on 3 questions: why, what, how. So why did the territories join the DigiTeRRI projects? And what did they hope to achieve? And how would they approach to achieve those kind of objectives? And now for detailed findings, I would encourage you to read the report because there's so many details and it's really rich in content, which I cannot present in 10 minutes. However, I would try to provide some important findings that we have here. Similarities, there are 3 similarities, many more, but I just summarize it in 3. So there's a presence of traditional industry in 3 regions. For example, pulp and paper, iron and steel, mechanics, chemicals, agri-food, and they're all facing the challenge related to digitalization in business processes and a globally competitive business environment, but they aim to make their region more attractive and also resilient through digital transformation. This is the reason why we choose them, 3 reasons to be in DigiTeRRI from the beginning. When it comes to differences, there are 3 key differences that we can observe. First is the purpose of RRI that each region used in their regional strategy, which will be presented in the next several slides. Second, the role of change agency in regional development is different also, and this dynamic you're going to see when each region present later after my presentation. You will hear each region, they tell their story about this. And last but not least, the specific action plan, which you can see in the next slide. So when we compare the 3 action plans, we create this table. We try to find the dimension that can explain the difference of 3 regions in a meaningful way. So in summary, in Värmland, there's 14 action. In Competence, there's 12 action. And Upper Styria, there's 15, and all of them add up together 41 action. So we group them all together, look at them, and then see how they can be categorized in terms of direct change impact. And when we talk about direct change impacts, it refers to the result of implementing those actions. And we observe that actually each of the activities can fall into one of 4 groups of activities. First group is policy, refer to activities that actually change the policy document, just like regional policy, regional strategy, like smart specialization strategy, European digitalization hub, and also funding criteria. So those changes gonna long lasting for longer time, even after the project ends. The second group of activities refer to competence, which is skills and knowledge reside in the region through training or education design or programs that help people to, those skills and knowledge gonna last after the project ends as well. The third activities refer to networking, create platform for network and also exchange experience between partners. And lastly, awareness, refer to action activities that increase the awareness in the public, territorial attractiveness and action related to RRI. So if you can see in this table, you can see the, thank you, the salient difference. Värmland really focus on increasing competence, while Upper Styria focus on creating the networks and exchange knowledge, and Competence somehow pretty balanced in having activities across 4 group of activities. And what's the implication from this? We will tell you later in the next slide, but we summarize the journey and the story in 1 page. We call it storyline of the region to explain what the challenge they start with and how did they solve the challenge and come up with the action. In conclusion, we said that, okay, it is not possible to formulate a generalized roadmap that can be used for all regions. There is no one-size-fits-all because every region will be different in their context. The context is really unique when it comes to structural, political, and cultural characteristics. And the roadmap would lack legitimacy if we just impose a methodology there and if it were not co-created by regional stakeholders. The good news is that there is a generalized road mapping methodology is possible and it has been developed by DigiTeRRI. So here is the result referred to the RI implication that I mentioned before. So during the projects, we realized that DigiTeRRI methodology helped each region to design a roadmap that address their core challenge. Also, the specific characteristic in the roadmap in the region so that they can achieve what they want to have in specific context. Let's see 3 cases we have here. In Competence is a new mega region, saw road mapping and RI approach as the opportunity to unite areas of disparity And here we refer to the varying levels of digitalization and socio-economic demography in their sub-regions. Värmland saw the road mapping as an opportunity to strengthen the digital competence and create conditions for knowledge sharing and knowledge creation. That's why the action plan roadmap table we provide before, you see the action really related to what they want to emphasize. And Styria saw the road mapping as an opportunity to strengthen the bottom-up stakeholder initiative. That's why there's a lot of networking activities was created. So the key success factor, we saw that local context is very important. Regional characteristic, how to take advantage of that and apply the methodology. Change agency dynamics is very important, and to understand the place-based leadership, how it played out in each region. Infrastructure and technology, they are key and foundation for success. And this one is interesting. So if regions have the challenge and understand what they want to do, they need to leverage it through external funding. For example, EU funding, and like DigiTeRRI, it will bring the legitimacy and also external expert everywhere to come to the region to help them. And finally, action for impact-oriented action can be categorized in 5 groups. To action for shape the policy and culture, action for enhanced technical capacity when it comes to infrastructure technology, to build human capacity, refer to knowledge and skill, facilitate network exchange, and to raise awareness. So those are activities that can help the region to raise, to create impact. And that is how they can integrate RRI into regional development based on the 4 dimensions that my colleagues have presented before: anticipative, inclusive, responsive, and reflexivity. And now I would like to invite the coordinator of each region to come here to tell us their exciting journey and the story, how they actually developed the roadmap. So I would like to invite Bridget Chris from Styria, Jean-Jacques Bernardini from Competence, and Eamon Macallian from Värmland. So please have a seat and I will introduce each of you.
You want to sit in the middle later?
Yes. You should be in the middle, no? Okay. Yeah. So first of all, I want to. I'll give you this one. So. You can stand, of course, but let me introduce you first. Yeah. Bridget Chris studied material science and did her PhD at the Montan Universität in Austria. In 2004, she started to work at the Industrial Liaison Institute of Montan Universität. In that position, she coordinates many regional and national initiatives such as Material Cluster Styria, NanoNet, and Additive Manufacturing Austria in cooperation with industry. In 2017, she became engaged in RI Horizon 2020 project. She coordinated the IMRI project, and that's how I met Bridget. And also, I can come to DigiTeRRI here. And the Styrian coordinator in DigiTeRRI Project. So the floor is yours, Bridget. And after Bridget presents, I will introduce each of you and the introduction, and you can present.
Thanks, Nian. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, here in the room, but also those out in the web, because we have a live streaming to our YouTube friends and followers. So raise your thumb up for sending them a message. We are very happy that you're here with us. So this is the new world. So the audience is not here, it's also outside with us. And I want to give you another picture of a roadmap because I want to say something which is really important for me. A roadmap describes a journey. So the whole project was a journey. And you heard a bit about the story where the idea comes from, and there were 3 females who start this project, and you know them. It's Marianne and Nian. And we did the plan for this project, and everything was in the physical world. We had the planning, where to go, where to take the plane, where to take the train. And then we jumped on in this project, on the train, on our journey, beginning of January 2020, and suddenly it stopped 3 months later. And this was the story. We have to switch the whole project, the whole communication in the digital world. So every time when we want to make a workshop, we had to think about distances, will it be possible, have we shifted? And this moment is the time for me to say thank you. Thank you to my team of Styria from Marketing Bruckmur, Erich, he's with us. Erich, where are you? Here, thank you. Then to my colleague from ZAT, Leoben, our Center of Entrepreneurship. Franz, where are you? Oh, he has left already on the next journey. And then, of course, my colleague from the Montana Universität, which is Julia. You're here. We will hear more from her later on. Renate and Julia Meyerhofer, she's also with us, I think. And I also like to thank you, Marianne, and your team. And I like to mention Andrea. Thank you and Manfred for helping us, doing the workshops, coming to Leoben and support it when it was possible, but also did wonderful moderations in workshops in the virtual world. So this was really great that we could make it in that way. And this is was very important for me to say before. So you heard already about us, about the mapping of Styria, about our competencies. I like to say you something about the stakeholder selection and how we engage stakeholders. And we did a special thing. This was on our stakeholder advisor group. Then something about our vision, the star in our journey, where to go. Then I bring you the data on that, what you have already heard from the road mapping process, from the domains, and from the characteristics. And then I say some word on the status of implementation. Okay, stakeholder, you know, these are people, these organizations, they are the asset for this roadmap. If we wouldn't have had stakeholders, we could have done nothing. And so it was very important to think about, at the beginning, what are the stakeholders group, and we decided to find a broad combination between the quadruple helix and to bring in additional in organizations which stand for ROI. So we said we were looking for organizations like public authorities, business organizations from industry, SMEs, and of course from societal representing organizations. And then of course we call them knowledge provider. These are schools, higher education, universities, research centers, or even libraries. Because if you think of open access, then these are the modern partners in our project. And here you see the typology of Styria. The majority of stakeholders, of course, the business organizations, 70%, huge number. But all the other stakeholders group are in a similar range. And the challenge was to have them balanced in the workshops, that they all can bring their opinion in, as you heard from Nian, to bring the bottom-up approach. So some information, how they are classified. Here you see that what is in principle that what Manfred already told. 75% of the industry comes from metallurgy, mechanical engineering, paper industry. But you see a quarter is something else. So this is the dominant branch in our territory. And then, of course, you see how it is with the knowledge provider. You see that the majority of organizations are schools. So we had to approach the schools, not only the universities. And then we did something to have a representative group, which is the stakeholder group, and here we invited people who represent the organization. And if we think about stakeholders, if they come to workshops and they do not have a ticket from the company, they give you their personal information. So we have a very strong bias to the civil society as well. Okay, our vision. You see it here, you see it here. It is that what is our heart. We live in an area, mountain with valleys, and we said we want to be attractive region for living environment. We be open to invite people, and DigiTeRRI helps us to invite them to us. Then we said, okay, we want to be research-oriented and innovation-oriented. We want to be open and knowledge-oriented, open in any way, to bring people, to invite them, very important for us because we have a problem with human resources. Then, of course, we said we want to stay on our roots. We want to keep our traditional industry, but enhance it with digital support. And then, of course, networking and cooperation, which was already said. So this is our star of the future. And then something about the goals. I cannot go in detail what goals are there, but you can see from the domains which were explained by Andrea that the two most important are the culture and values, very important. It needs a change in culture and values. The second point is knowledge and skills. So very important to build up knowledge and skills for my region. And then, of course, in the same level is networking cooperation. And this is the core of our goals. So any goals are directed in these domains. And now this is the most important file I like to show you, where we want to have the core actions, the core activities. It's the digital transformation in the field of education, from kindergarten to the university. Then we have the digital transformation in public area, which also means e-governance. Then, of course, technology and knowledge transfer was already said today by Manfred, very important for my region to speed up, to bring the knowledge from one organization to the other. Then one point was very important in the action which we did is to define the need for a platform. And of course, one thing is, I said we have problem with human resources, to tailor the work environment, the social environment that people can work, that they can have their families, that we have gender equality for females. And this is not the last, but this is some information about the action we've did. The red one shows the percentage of our resources spent on actions. And you see the most important were workshops, training, and network events. And we were on the focus cross-regional action, typical for us. So we tried to get in contact with other regions. If you look on the domains, very important here again, knowledge and skills, and networks and collaboration. And the last information, what I would want to give, you see a distribution of the stakeholders which were engaged in the actions, in the implementation. And you see 30% came from education and research organization, but then we have a balanced figures between industry and all the other stakeholder groups. And this was a very short version. But if you want to hear more on that, we have the German version of our roadmap. It's outside. You can take a booklet with you. And the English one will be published in an open access, really free way when the project is finished. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bridget. And now I would like to invite Eamon. So Eamon Makkalian is the DigiTeRRI Project Coordinator in Värmland territories. He's a research advisor at the Grants and Innovation Office at Karlstad University in Sweden. Eamon has extensive experience of working in an international context of community capacity building. Eamon has been instrumental and key to the development of competence development workshop that have the overarching arms of aim of increasing researcher ability to compete for external funding and build relevance for the reputation of themselves and the university. So Eamon, we would like to hear your experience in Värmland.
Great to have an opportunity to be here to tell our story of our region and this process. I think the first thing I want to start by saying is, as everyone has said, this is a journey. But I think one of the unique things is that it's a journey that fitted into the journey that already existed in the Värmland context. I think one of the most important things for me to start with is, here if we look at the sort of RRI keys, and we look at about engagement, and we look at gender equality and science education, we had a process that already didn't define this as RRI, but certainly embedded these perspectives into the approach that how Värmland worked. I think it's very important to acknowledge that how we got involved in this project was one of our cluster organizations, the Paper Province, actually brought the other partners in, and that was through Magnus, who has joined us today, and then Per, who has been an equal regional coordinator, actually, along with Helen from Region Värmland in this process. When we looked at the project concept and idea that Nian, Marianne, and Brigitte had, we thought, this is perfect. This really fits the model of how we work in Värmland. This is a process that engages people in discussion, but also produces outputs. Then we went in with the project, and then something else uniquely happened was our regional authority, who is part of the project, who is part of the governance structure, thought that there is another very important cluster that needs to be engaged, but they're not inside the project, but we need to bring them in, and that was our Compare ICT cluster, and Ingrid is here today with us as well in that process. So we really had a journey that was really started and ongoing, and that RRI was already central to how we operated and how we worked in terms of inclusiveness. So here is the Varmland vision. You see these wonderful visions in front of us. However, the Varmland vision was not only an output of a DigiTeRRI process, even though that was a vital element of it. There was many other components that were happening in our region that contributed to this. DigiTeRRI complemented ongoing work that was going on in the regional strategy. It already complemented work that was going on in the S3, in the smart specialization strategy. And also we already had, for this visioning workshop, when we went out to see how can we get people here, how can we show there is value for people that are engaged, we had 79 participants that joined us for this visioning workshop. And that left us with a real dilemma. How do we ensure to meet the expectations and meet the needs of all these key stakeholders? How do we really engage with that? The other thing that was very important in building the vision was 79 people participating. How do we get 79 people to participate? We leveraged the trust that the clusters had with their networks, that the region of Varmland had with their networks. So going back to the point where we started this morning, trust and interdependence was really an important key element and acknowledgement of our key stakeholder engagement and utilizing the trust that existed in previous networks and previous discussions and previous processes and bringing it into this process. I think this highlights some of the complexity when we were doing visioning, and this work was done by Per, and how we took people's ideas and we drew maps, and there was so much up there. How do we condense it down? How do we bring it all together? How do we get somewhere that is representative of those 79 people that contributed valuable time to this process and make sure they see it as a reflection of belonging to them? As Nian already pointed out, in our process, a road mapping process, really knowledge and skills became very, very important and obvious that our actors felt that this was one of the important areas to work in. And the reason was, knowledge and skills, we felt, was that there was so much existing knowledge and skills in the region. How do we now take that from a process, and how do we bring it together, ensuring that people can pass on the knowledge and skills across the traditional silos that existed within our region? And that was a very important part of the process here, moving away from the silo thinking to the collective thinking. And it wasn't so hard to do, because these discussions with our cluster organizations, with our regional authority, with the university, with our education structures and systems, these conversations were happening, but they were happening not always in a way that was allowing the knowledge to transfer across the silos. So this was a really important dynamic. Whoops, I think we go back one. So what came out of that when we started to drill down to what are the gaps, what are the actions, what are the goals of our region? And what came out of that was the idea of how do we make sure that DigiTeRRI, yes, it's a project, yes, we have commitments to our partners in it, yes, we have commitments to the European Commission that generously funded and felt that this was an idea. We had commitments to those three people that conceived the idea and put it to it, but how do we make sure it was a tool that would effectively create impact in our region? How did we make sure it would work? How did we make sure that engagement from all the three workshops that we delivered, how could we continue the sustained engagement and keep it relevant for the people? And at the same time, how do we tap into the networks and collaboration that already exists and maybe create some new networks and collaboration that combine networks, combine conversations, allow conversations to happen in a new space and in a new way? And at the same time, that meant for big institutions like mine, the university and other institutions, how do we create organizational change so that RRI can be identified and utilized? Because one of the things we discovered is that RRI certainly was very prevalent, but no one called it or identified it as RRI. So that was a really important perspective. We, of course, had challenges, and we still have many challenges along the way. The challenge was, how do we make the language more accessible for the participants? How do we, and we already had great experience of doing that within the team. So we didn't have to think this out on our own. We had a great resource within the DigiTeRRI team that allowed us to do that. And as Andrea pointed out, I mean, the theoretical and conceptual thinking that went behind this, but at the same time, the presentation in such an accessible way and such a way that allowed us to use it in such an accessible way was wonderful work. It really shortcutted a lot of issues that we had. The other thing about the roadmap is when you're trying to work in a triple helix, we discovered that we had one project, but we had 4 communication perspectives. It was a really different way of communicating to each group. So we had to develop a group that included all the key communicators from each of the organizations, being able to give input on how we communicate. And of course, the final way of finishing is we really struggled with moving from the strength of the quadruple helix to the triple helix to the quadruple helix, and how do we really define citizens' engagement, and how do we really participate and get citizens engaged? Is it okay to say, okay, you're here as the research and development from Volvo, but can you also be a citizen? And of course you can be both, but how do we incorporate that in terms of the needs and presenting it, and how people have the complexity of wearing different hats, and how do we capture that in the project? So just as a way of finishing off, I think I want to give you a little piece of story as well. DigiTeRRI, we had the governance regional structure. All of a sudden, not only was this conceptual or whatever, we had someone in Anders that is here today that organized that we go directly to the politicians that are informing policy, decision policy, and be able to tell them about DigiTeRRI, they're being able to ask questions about DigiTeRRI. So we had a top-down and a bottom-up perspective in our DigiTeRRI approach. And that's a little bit about our journey and the road mapping. And any further questions, grab me at any other time or email me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Eamon. And now I would like to invite Jean-Jacques. Jean-Jacques Bernardini is a DigiTeRRI Project Coordinator of the Crown Desk Territories. He's the Head of European Affairs Department at Crown Enough. Jean-Jacques has more than 25 years of experience in setting up and managing international partnerships on innovation. He is involved in several European initiatives focused on industrial, digital, and environmental transformation of innovation ecosystem. He's also a member of the Pan-European EEN network. So, Jean-Jacques, are you ready to tell us the Crown Desk story?
Thank you, Nguyen. So that's good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be with you physically here in Vienna. As mentioned by Bridget, the history started in 2020. The kickoff meeting, we met together, and 2 months after, we closed Europe. So it was a major change, and the first time in European project to have to do so many things virtually. But I will try to explain it with effectiveness, so that we have some results. I would like also to thank the member of the French consortium, because we cannot do anything alone. We did it together. And I would like to thank people from University of Lorraine, Vincent, and all the team. It was the first time we worked together. And thanks to DigiTeRRI, I think it's the first time, but not the last time. And I would like also to thank my colleagues from Materalia, the famous competitiveness cluster on materials, and Alexis, who decided to join a startup and then to start a new professional career. And I have also a special thought for Sakina, the former CEO of Materalia, who died during the project. I have a special thought for her, and she was at the origin with Alexis or the first discussions between us and the starting of this so fantastic project. So I will try in few minutes to explain you that's the road mapping process in Grand Est. So just to have a first. No. The green one, okay. It works, fine. Great. So first the context, a few minutes. We are very, very large regions, 5.5 million inhabitants, but the region starts at the border with the region of Paris and ends at the border with Germany, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Switzerland. So we are a region with more than 770 kilometers borders with 4 different states. It's a context which is, I think that's not so many European regions are living in this context. Basically, we are an industrially oriented regions, okay? With a large part of our DNA is focused on industry and especially on materials. You have some key data. Around 15% of the French production of materials is located in Grand Est. And in terms of employment and participation to the French GDP, it's around 15 and 20%. So that's the industrial DNA is very important. And this industry, and especially the SMEs, are facing major challenges. Not only industrial transformations, but industrial transformations is linked to the green transformations and to the digital transformations. If we not succeed the 3 transformations, we will have big troubles in the next years because, as mentioned by a former minister coming from my region, it's really easy to destroy an industrial company of 5,000 employees, but it's more difficult to create 4,000 startups with 1 employee. So that's completely different. So that we have to focus our effort to be sure that the digital transformations, and I really like the keynote from the AET because it was very clear that it's a process with different steps, and we need to succeed in all the steps to finally succeed the global approach. And of course, the chance we have is that we are largely supported by the regional authorities, and it's really, really important. So first step, it's the visions. And you can see the global picture. That is clear that, in fact, to succeed, we have not only to work on the target of companies. We have to work on the different targets of the quadruple helix. So that's why the work was to involve in the visioning and in the road mapping representative of all the branches of the quadruple helix. And you will see that, for example, citizens, it's really important because one of the main problems we are facing in Grand Est, and I think that it's the same problem for many regions, is the question of competences. You can develop the best technologies in the world. If you have nobody to implement these technologies in the companies, you will have some troubles. It's really important. And especially for digitalizations, we need to train people to be able to integrate digital technologies in the companies. As well, we have to train people on digital. So that we have to do both in the regions. So we have also to consider the European position of the regions. So it means that when you have some neighbors like Baden-Württemberg or Saarland or Luxembourg, you are facing a big trouble because they will pay 2 times or 3 times the salaries in our regions, so that we have clearly a brain drain from Grand Est to other regions. So we need also to develop attractive industries in order that the people will be in our regions and not decide to escape in the other European neighbors. And also, the idea is in the vision is also to open the chakra. It's really to focus the efforts to increase the participation of women in the digital industry. This is clearly a target, and all these things also, it's not coming from our brains in the regional innovations agency. as we are working very closely with Région Grand Est, which is the main funding organization for my own organization, that's we are working together. And when we consider the setting up of the new smart specialization strategy with the European Commission and the different development schemes at regional level, we need to work together in order that RRI could be something useful for us. The next one, that's about the goals. So to achieve these goals, first, we have the road mapping process. And we mentioned that the COVID was terrible, but in other sense, the COVID was positive for us. I'm sorry to say it like this, because in fact, we were able to set up a road mapping process using the digital channels. And for us, it's very important. If you want to attract people coming from the western part of the region and the southern part of the regions, and to have representative as well of the different part of the region and the different branches, you need to use physically and digital meetings. And we did it like Brigitte mentioned it in Iman, and I think that was a positive aspect of the things. So you have in this slide the 5 main goals for Grand Est, of course linked to the visioning. You can see that in fact that the question of talent, it's really central for us. We focus also our effort on responsible digital services and products. And the question of ethics is very, very important. You will see it in 1 minute in the different actions we set up. That develop new forms of collaborations, because in fact that we need to attract people from the civil society in the process. We have also non-traditional training systems, like for example 42 School, and we will have the pleasure to have Caroline Porot this afternoon for us. That it's the way to attract people outside the system, to train them on artificial intelligence, cyber, and so on, and also to give the opportunity to discover digital and industry. And I would like to mention the fantastic app developed by WeDo. You can find the app on the WhatsApp of the conference. It's a special quiz for young women used to attract them in the digital industry. And I will try to give you an overview about the different actions. We finally, in the roadmap, decided to focus our effort on 12 actions that will be implemented till the end of the project. As mentioned by Nien, in fact, it covers all the teams. So that's the idea, is to have a well-balanced roadmap actions, or actions linked to the roadmap, in order to be sure that we will cover all the different things. I will just to mention some of them. For example, how to encourage young girls to the digital sector. We organize a quiz on the main industry fair in my regions, in Mulhouse, in November 2021, and we had the pleasure to have a delegation from DigiTeRRI, which were involved in this action. This is for one of the goals. Another one, which is very important, and we have the pleasure to have as member of the advisory board, Rémi Pirat from Région Grand Est. It's how to use RRI in the definitions of KPIs, for example, for the smart specialization strategy. For ethics, my regions is giving 50,000 euros for companies that will uptake technologies for the first time related to artificial intelligence. So we have a specific questionnaire, ethics and artificial intelligence. And if you fill in, you have a bonus for the helps. And I would like also to mention participation to congresses in order to show what is RRI and the links between research, digitalizations, and RRI. And we participate to the YAMOT Congress organized in Nancy by Vincent and all the team. So that's, you can see that in fact that the 12 actions that will be implemented, so that we are very confident that in the project it will be done. And I would like just to conclude that it's clear that this roadmap, clearly it's a co-construction process. If not, you will have some trouble, because you have some trouble to attract people as active stakeholders in not only the definition of the roadmap, but also in the implementation of the different actions. And for us, 3 key themes, I will conclude: development of digital skills in Grand Est, really important. in order to increase the competitiveness of the company, strengthening the links between the actors of the quarter politics. And RI is perfect because we can see that it's a common interest subject for all the types of stakeholders, even the citizens. When we have a Fab Lab involved as stakeholders, it's important because the Fab Lab is open to families in order to explain what are the technologies used in the digitals, and also considering the dimension of the RI in the implementation of the public policies. Thank you for my attention. I was a little bit long, but as you know, I'm French, so it's a little bit difficult. Thank you very much.
I'll stand here, should I? So now we're going to have a very interesting session. So thank you, Jean-Jacques, for your presentation, and thank you all for your exciting storytelling to tell us how it happened in each territories. And now we will come to a question and answer part, and each of you are going to have a challenge that you have only 1 minute to answer my question. So each of you 1 minute. So this is really sharp, and Mariana is going to help me keep track of that. So the first question, in our observation, when comparing the roadmap, we realized that stakeholder engagement is the key to success in all territories. So please, can each of you tell us how it happens in your territories, and what is your most important lesson learned during this stakeholder engagement process? So 1 minute start. Who want to start first?
Good news. Is it switched on now? Okay. Good news. Stakeholder engagement works, and this is the core. It's a core of RI. So we made this, and I've learned that when people come there, it's trust. They tell their ideas. So they offer your ideas. You have to take it, and they bring it as a person. They do not bring it as an organization. So this is my learnings from the stakeholder process.
Thanks so much.
To echo what Brigitte said, it's about how do you develop processes that engage people, that shows there's added value at the individual, the collective level, and how do you also use, with stakeholder engagement and leverage, the already existing trust and dynamics that's been built by other organizations, and how do you integrate that in when you're trying to accelerate a process like we have been in DigiTeRRI in a very, very short period of time, 3 years only.
Yeah. And we try to be short. Trust, trust, and trust. This is very, very important in the process. And another thing, that's when we started the project, during the first phase, that we identify many good practices in our territories. And it's like in, maybe you know Molière and Monsieur Jourdain, that in fact many people are working on RI, but they just didn't know they work on RI. That's to put the right words on the actions. And they say, okay, I would be engaged because I'm working on it. This is very important to explain what is RI in the real life, and what could be the added value for you. And after that, if you know the people, trust, it's okay.
Thank you, because that will lead to my second question, RI. So many projects have shown that RI is the right approach for co-creating a responsible future. However, the concept of RRI is not easy to understand for a lay person. So how do you translate the RI approach into concepts or ideas that the stakeholders in your region can understand and agree with your approach?
Okay. I tried in 1 minute. First of all, I've learned a lot of RI in the first RI project in IMRI, and that time I understood it's hard to explain people, the scientific approach, really hard work. And you have seen before we included RI in the process. So the roadmap process itself is tailored to RI, so this is something. So you do not always explain what RI is. And the second thing, okay, yes, we tried again to explain it. But actually we did not succeed, I have to tell it. But then we changed our strategy, and we had really RI-minded coaches, moderators in the workshops, and they were asking the people, what do you think? Is there anything in problem with gender equality? And when we grasped one element, we write it down, and then we evaluate it, and then we saw where is the RI point in our region.
What comes to mind was Marianne's introduction in January when we came to AIT before Europe shut down, and that was if we want people to understand RRI, we have to be RRI. And that was, we designed the project in a way that we behaved in ways that were modeling, upholding, and reflecting RRI. And that allowed us in to have new conversations, sometimes without mentioning RRI, but eventually saying, well, you know, there is this concept RRI, and this is what this could be a concept that describes what you do, how you do it, and the work that you're already undertaking. So I think it's the same, saying the same thing, but in a different way.
So that's, in fact, we use another concept, which is the social and environmental responsibility, RSE in French. And in fact, it's well known. So that we started from RSE, that we explain that it's not only, not all the RRI, and we try to start from what the people knows in our regions, and then to add the different concepts. And as mentioned by Eamon, when we discuss about the different subtopics, gender equity, open dialogues and society governance, that the people understand. So that's, in fact, we started by the basics, and then we rebuilt the whole picture.
Thanks so much for your concise answer. And now the last question, then I will invite the audience. If you have any question you're going to ask after the last question I asked our three members here. So the similarities between three territories, as we can see so far, is a successful stakeholder engagement and successful translation of RI. Can you share with us your thoughts on what you think is unique for your territories in comparison to the other two territories during the DigiTeRRI projects?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of similarities, so this was the idea at the beginning, but if you ask me in that way, I would say the strength of Styria is, and this is tested for many hundred years, is that we go for networking and cooperation, and this is coupled with the aim of learning and knowledge, and we were very engaged in cross-territorial actions.
Thank you.
Starting from the baseline where co-creation was part of the value and the culture of the region that we were in. And also I think part of the idea was not having any difficulty in having a top-down and a bottom-up process made us quite unique in the sense that our regional authority, who has a lot of governance responsibility, were active participants and equal participants, and I think that's very important.
Thank you. I think that's for us, which is unique, it's the global approach. In fact, we have double approaches. The first one is from the regional governments, with Région Grand Est, who has in mind to foster digitalization of the industry. So develop specific policies and tools to do it. And the other sides, we have strong history of cooperations between stakeholders. And in fact, when the willingness of the regional authorities that's discussed with the network, it works.
Yeah. Thanks so much. So it actually illustrates three different approach: top-down, bottom-up, and then combination between three regions. And now I would like to invite the audience. Do you have any question for three territories? Yeah.
Morten Nguyen. I'm a member of the External Experts Advisory Board of the project. You talked about trust and what the project has achieved. I wonder, where do you see that the regions are going to be in 5 years' time? Because when you talk about impact, which is a main element in all EU-funded projects, of course, most of the impact comes post-project, after the project is ended. So if you continue to walking down these roads that you described, where do you think you're going to be in 5 years' time in the separate regions?
Thank you, Morten. Yeah.
I think if I try and look forward, Morten, to in 5 years' time, I think we'll be still having some of the same discussions, but at the same time, we will have a much more joint-up approach and a much more integrated approach to digitalization and to also the culture of how we interact and our interdependence being acknowledged in a much stronger way. Because I think one of the things as we look at digitalization, and as we heard in the presentations this morning, for it to be maximized, it no longer can be the concept of either individuals or data being in silos. It's about how do we create the interdependent nature for maximizing the output for the individual citizens and for the business and the companies within that region. So I think we'll have a much more integrated approach to digitalization.
Okay, today it's difficult to give any prognosis in this time, but I see that all the global activities like war, COVID, what else will come, they push us in direction of digitalization, of digital society. So I think we will go a big step forward in 5 years.
Digitalization is reality. Nobody will stop it. And in fact, that's when your questions about the impact. That in fact we had the chance when we started the project to be in 2020, and it was the beginning of the discussions for the revamping of many different regional policies, including the smart specialization strategy. So in fact, the agenda of DigiTeRRI fits perfectly within the agenda of the regional governments, and in fact, it's strange. It's like the project was written to help us, but it fits perfectly. And I think that the impact of the project will be in the next years, because when we are discussing about integration of KPIs coming from the RRI, the S3 will be for the next 5 or 7 years. It's an impact, medium, long-term impact. When you started to integrate ethics as criteria for grants, for example, you will not do it for 1 year or 2 years. It will be an impact. When you support non-classical schools to train young girls on the digital, you will not do it for 1 or 2 years. You will do it for 3 years, 5 years. So that's the impact of the project will be, I think, not only a short-term impact, but medium and long-term impact.
Two hands raising, one is René and one is Harald, so maybe you can give the microphone René first and then Harald. And then we will close the session, so we have 2 more. You want Harald? Oh, but I saw you raise your hand first. You want to ask your question now?
Thank you. My name is René van Schomburg. My question is on stakeholder involvement, which you highlighted, of course, rightly. It seems to me, though, that in your project you were actually more ambitious with that than just that you want to have stakeholders' participation. It seems to me that you achieved a sort of common outcome which you wanted to create with your stakeholders. So my question is, how did you arrive there? Did you do that by articulating your visions, which was presented, I think, by Marianne? Or did you do that during the process of co-creation, independent of those visions? So how did you arrive there to this point? Because I think it's just more than your stakeholder participation. It's a stakeholder commitment towards a particular outcome as well. So it's a sort of...
Maybe I will start. In fact, that's in the process. First, we identified some local ecosystems that could be involved. I will take an example that we will have a brilliant presentation of KM0 this afternoon with Patrick. But if we have a local system in which you have schools, incubators, acceleration platforms, banks, university, so that's you have local ecosystems. In our region, we have several ones. So you can attract peoples that are working together. So you have not only separate elements of the quadruple helix, but you have a local ecosystems. And the idea to network all these ecosystems is very important in order to have a sufficient number of stakeholders involved in the process. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, in fact, and it's part of the DNA of regions, that we have long traditions of cooperation between the different institutions. It's very important. Trust and cooperation, existing cooperations, and of course you can attract newcomers. That's the idea through this type of project. But the idea is to have a local ecosystem trust and cooperations, and then you can involve the people in the process. And as I mentioned in response to the first questions, it's also not a project for a project, so that at the end we say, so bye-bye. No, that's the idea, is to use the results and to continue to set up the history for the next 2, 3, 5 years, and then we will see.
Thank you for the question. It's a question that causes much reflection actually now, and provide reflection. But I think for us, I think one of the ways of ensuring that stakeholder engagement can be sustained and over the long term was the idea that not only was this process engaged in developing visions and developing, they could actually see the outcomes of their work appearing in policy level, where digitalization became a horizontal dynamic inside some of the strategy of the regional government, where they seen that other regions were starting to embrace the methods and the process that we were engaging, that we had, that we were able to communicate DigiTeRRI at the political level, so that politicians were also been able to talk about the resources of DigiTeRRI, the impact of DigiTeRRI, and how it. So it was really ensuring that people that were engaging here, it wasn't an exercise. It was something that was meaningful and would deliver consequences and opportunities at the policy level.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult question for me, because we saw that, stakeholder engagement, for me it's engagement. To bring them to a workshop, it is engagement. It's not only involvement. It's really hard work, and we saw that it's from workshop to workshop, it's really hard work to convince them to come for a second time. So this is, you have to really invite them. We did a lot of dissemination, that we reach out for other stakeholders, and there's another effect, what we have observed, that when we came from the roadmap process to the actions, we completely addressed other stakeholders. So other people came in and joined the activity. So this was very amazing for me. And so we came even more, as Nian said, to a bottom-up approach, because there were more persons there and joining this story, this roadmap.
Thank you. And the last question will be Harold. Yeah, you have one.
Okay, thank you. I'm interested in the personal learnings from you of the RI process. And did you change anything in your lifetime and life work?
Again, thank you for that question, Harold. It's, the answer, very straightforward, is yes, I did change. I all of a sudden, my passion is people and transformation. It's what I've always been involved in. And certainly, this work provided another lens and another dimension for me to evaluate when I work with people in creating engagement and value bases and exploring how engagement works and the psychology of engagement, that there's other concepts and frameworks that I can move out beyond, and that also enrich me as a practitioner and as a facilitator. So certainly it impacted on me at a very individual level, and how I will look at engagement, and also how I can frame engagement when I'm engaging with people.
Yeah, the answer is definitively yes. Because in fact, first, we discover so many interesting things in our regions we did not know. That's first, it was amazing. The things we discover, for example, that's all the actions related to the public engagement, for example, or how to attract people outside the classical educational systems in the digital industry. So we changed many things, first. The second thing is that clearly it's, for me, the first time I participate to a project including social sciences. Okay, basically I'm technology. Okay, I have a PhD degree from the university, so that it was a way to integrate different things. And I think it changed my mind about digital transformation. And I think that at the beginning, I was more on digital transformation is technological uptake by the companies, but clearly no. When I mentioned that you can develop the best technology in the world, if you have nobody to implement it, the result is zero. So that's in fact that we have to combine all the approaches. And I think, last but not least, that at the end, many different stakeholders in my region to understand that we have to integrate a global process to succeed in the digital transformation. Not only to focus the efforts on one break or another one, but to have a global process in mind. And I think it changed the mind of many people in my region.
All right. Life is learning, and this changes us. With respect to RI, I can say there was a change in my mindset already in the IMRI project to bring in these ideas, but I did gender equality or fighting against discrimination years ago, so this was something which is in my mindset. But I did roadmaps and foresight with Marianne, so the methodology was there. But for me, you know, the digital world gets more to reality now. This is definitely my learning, to make a meeting with someone, I don't know, somewhere in the world. Come on, let's speak. So this is definitely a learning, to be open for that and use the digital tools.
So thank you, Brigitte, Eamon, and Jean-Jacques for sharing with us your exciting story, also the journey for digitalization and how you successfully apply RI in that process. And thank you so much, audience, for being here with us and have so many interesting questions. And we hope that our story have inspired you with ideas and motivation for your journey in the future. So I would think we end the session here, and you would like to announce any lunch break?
Before we go to lunch break now, we have to announce a few things. First Angel and then Andrea will announce something regarding the Hofburg trip tomorrow morning, Hofburg visit. Huh? You wanted to do the same thing, then do you?
Okay,
yeah,
fine.
okay.
So just a show note, you know, tomorrow we have a visit to the Hofburg in the morning. Those who have registered to that visit, you know, you have received already a communication about the need of having either a PCR or an antigen test presented. It's not any antigen test, you need to go to a pharmacy. In the communication that was already sent, there is a particular pharmacy that is close by, walking distance. You just resend it now, great. In any case, if you still have, you know, you don't know what it is or you need any particular indication, just come to us and we are happy to provide. The pharmacy is open until 7 p.m. today. So we have a break now. Definitely you can use this one. Yes, it's very close by, 5 minutes walking. So yeah, until 7. So you can either use this moment now or maybe the coffee break or whatever. So it's 9.95 if I'm not 9.90 euro. Yeah? That's it. Thank you.
We come back at 1 p.m. Please enjoy the lunch break, networking, eat, and so on. Andrea, bist du bereit? Dreiviertelstunde habt ihr Zeit, ja? Genau. Ah, es ist noch nicht, okay. Ja, dann warten. Welcome back. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome back after lunch. Now we continue with an interesting session. It is about how art can support this work, these activities in the 3 territories. And I kindly ask Andrea Kastler. She will lead you. She is the chair of the session through this program now. I have already introduced her. So then, have fun now.
So, hello. I hope you're not too tired now after lunch. It was not too much, I guess. I hope so. So, may I invite all the session members to come here, and so please take a seat here. So, we will have a common presentation shared between the participants, and after this we will also have some questions, and you are then also invited to ask your questions. This session now is trying to highlight one certain element that was addressed in the previous session. So how could this work? How could this co-creation process work? How could these stakeholders, so many people, find one language? How could they create one narrative? And I think this is a big challenge, and art supporting this process in creating common identity, common language, common pictures, tries to address this topic. So I will now introduce the first 2 colleagues who do the first part of the presentation. So Ángel Conrado is the CEO of WeDo, and he has high expertise in planning and the management and implementation of multidisciplinary and collaborative projects, also many of them in the European context. And he's he's also joining and also co-founder of a new startup developing neuroprotective treatment after stroke. So, very interesting. Yeah, beside him is Mario Magaña. You have heard that he is the creator of all of these beautiful sketches you can see here. Mario is the communications manager at WeDo. He is really an expert in project communication, graphic design, and visual thinking. He holds a Bachelor in Art and a Master's degree in Corporate Communication. And at WeDo, he's the Director of Communications. So he has a lot of experience in visual communication and design. So please, Mario, the floor is yours.
Okay, yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mario, and it's possible that I'm the worst English speaker in this room, and I'm really nervous. So I imagine me give a presentation about communication is a mistake, a really mistake. But I really think the mistakes is a great place to start. You know, when I will give you a little bit of context. Before working in this project, I was working with Nien in Syria, so I did the communication of a really similar project. So this project have 3 territories, and coming from the RRI approach, and yes. And so I was really sure I can do it, the communication of the DigiTeRRI project. And in my second tweet, I received this email. Take your time. So, yes, I know. When I wrote the email, that was my face. So why? And the answer is really, really simple. I thought my background was enough, and I forgot to listen the necessities and the sensibilities of each territory. So that was the reason I was wrong, and for that reason we create the comms and social media group that Angel is going to explain. That is mine. I'm going to go back.
Sure. Don't worry, I'm going to touch this. So, yeah.
Yes, give me a second.
There we go. So, so actually we created the comms and social media group as a way of listening on one side, but not only listening, but involving the territories in the development, so as a true co-creation approach of the communication in the project. So that was actually the basis for this. And I'm gonna, yes, so everything's pointing to the same, yeah, good. So this is how the comms and social media group look like. Actually, there is the coordinator, Marianne, was already there to ensure there was alignment with the overall project strategy. That was very important. And it was, of course, besides Mario and myself, who were actually the leads of the communication work package in the project, there was a representative of each of the different territories acting, representing the voice of the different stakeholders. So we could consider this as a bottom-up approach from a territorial perspective. They were in some cases consulting at local level. There were different actors, and those reflections and ideas were brought to the table. So the idea is to have a table where we were actually having all the voices represented, and that the communication of the project was considering all the sensitivities and the specificities of the different territories, as Mario said. And that happened to be a very, interesting process where this is the usual, improvement, or quality improvement process in every process, actually, or activity. Basically, this was somehow implemented like this. So we were outlining a monthly plan on how we thought communication should go, and always with the focus on the different territories, and this was presented to the comms and social media group, where we actually had a discussion of this monthly action plan, where there were new ideas, and there were all actually, some of those sensitivities were brought into the table in terms of language, in terms of approach, in terms of images, and probably, Mario will reflect on that later on. So how the visual representations of concepts were so important depending on the territory. That's because that was not about words, it was about, conveying complex ideas and concepts into something that was supposed to be there, representing a whole idea behind. And that was a very interesting discussions taking place there. In some cases, each territory were actually requesting specific things, and we were sharing best practices. When those things were implemented at territorial level, they were bringing to the meetings how things were, what feedback they got, and what could be improved. And that's how we were actually co-creating and agreeing the monthly plan and associated tools. And from that, actually, every month, there was this process that somehow was, at the beginning, complex to establish, but then, working quite smoothly with different people coming in and out at some point, because, in a 3-year project it happens, but definitely the process has been very enriching, and for us, definitely, but I'm assuming also for the territory, they will explain. And that's it from my side.
So now it's my turn, not as a chair session, but as a session member, because Mario created the presentation, but insisted in us to join him in presenting, because he said this was a co-creation, and so he wants us, all of us, to talk about this. Co-creation, yeah, what does it mean? So we started our journey, as you said, in the DigiTeRRI Project, and I remember it was Marianne's idea at the beginning to invite Mario to come there to the workshop, and she said, Mario, you just, you just sketch what you see, what's going on, and you sketch about the dynamics and the whole workshop, and so you are there and you're making visible what we are doing. And it sounded quite simple. And then Mario was there and he started to sketch beautiful pictures, and he watched the people there who had discussions, the stakeholders, and they were on the tables, and then he came to me and said, Andrea, what are they doing? He knew, of course, about the process and so on, but then it was very important to have this self-reflection initiated by him to focus on what are we doing here. And for me, it is an interesting story about never to forget in an RRI process to have self-reflection, and through this approach, trying to sketch an image on what's going on here, we are really forced to make clear what's this all about. Yeah, and this was the beginning of a common journey where we tried to, in many in a dialogue, to find out about what's going on in the groups that are discussing. Of course, we knew the process around, but we did not exactly know about the stories the people were telling each others. So building these common narratives within the groups who were discussing, and then again within the big groups, this was a very interesting and challenging process. And as René addressed it, how could you manage then, it's now in DigiTeRRI, to come up with one story at the end, one vision? And I think that art supported was one element besides the very structured process Marianne provided, guiding through this, also art support did a support here. And here is written the summary in English. I think it's not only just a summary, but it's a co-created narrative. And a narrative leaves space for interpretation, and it's not fixed. And that's, on the one hand, that's the disadvantage, but it's also an advantage. So now I hand over again to Mario, as COVID changed the situation within the DigiTeRRI project a lot.
Yes, because before COVID, I arrived to the workshops and Andrea helped me to do the sketches, but with the COVID, all the system changed. So the territories organized the workshop and then prepare a summary, and then they send me the idea, and I prepare some sketches, and then I send the sketches to them again, and then come back me the ideas, and then I come back with the sketches to them, and then come back to me with ideas, and then I come back with the sketches to them. And in one moment, in that iteration, there are moments that we finally prepare the final view, and then we prepare in the local language, and then we share the visions. So that gave us a really long process, but give us the option to create really different for the three territories. For example, in the case of Barland, they decide to do something more realistic. For example, in the case of Region Grand Est, they decide to change depend of the stakeholders. So we move to one side from the other. And in the case of Styria, that was idea of Julia, we did a comic style. So now it's your turn, Per.
Just 1 second, please. Thank you, Mario, because I have to introduce Per Myrin. He is project manager at the paper province in Värmland in Sweden. Per holds a degree in business administration from Karlstad University in Sweden. He has a long history of working with service development and service innovation in companies and other organizations. At Paper Province, he works as an innovation counselor, supporting innovators and companies, and he's also involved in projects on servitization. Please, Per, the floor is yours.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier today, you saw the final result of the vision for Värmland, as demonstrated and shown by Eamon. But I will take you back to the work behind the vision, and especially how we could add the graphics from Mario to give it also another dimension for the words, so to make it easier to communicate for our to our stakeholders. We were really thrilled to have 73 participants in this first workshop, because it was the first major interaction with the stakeholders in Värmland, and it was a digital one. So we was really happy to have so many people involved in this work. And it was not just 73 people. They were really interested in giving their thoughts about how we could produce this vision together. So we had a lot of information to process after the workshop, and everything started to sort of how can we organize this in different categories and label them with the suitable names. And in the end, we ended up with what you can see here. This is in Swedish. You have the Swedish and the English translations over there. Maybe you can see some of it, I don't know. But we can divide the vision in three parts. The first picture and the text related to that is more about attractiveness, attraction, and attractivity. It's about bringing people to Värmland, to sustainable region. The middle part of the vision is more about the digitalization and digital transformation and how we can build capabilities and capacities related to that in different perspectives. And the last picture and the text related to that is more like an outcome. If we can attract people to Värmland, if we can build capabilities and capacities for digitalization and digital transformation, then we can achieve the things that we can find in the bottom of the vision. So we had a bulk of text, and then we realized there are some more important words in this vision, and we need to highlight them. So what you can see in green is the keywords for the vision, and we need to have some kind of description for each and every of these keywords. So we had some 6-7 sentences describing all this. And it's not so easy to communicate all this in descriptions. So we send it over to Mario. You had the bulk of text, and you also got the descriptions of the keywords, and then you start to work. We had one first version, and we didn't like the characters because it was not in line with how we wanted to communicate with other documents in Värmland. So we just changed that, and then we start to talk about what Värmland is, and I think we sent you some YouTube films. Yeah. And then everything fell into place just like that. Because what's in the first part is making Värmland attractive to visit, both as a tourist and maybe to come and stay in Värmland. And what can be more sustainable to come to Värmland, to go on the timber raft on the river, making you are the engine for this transport, so it's a very sustainable way to transport yourself, being part of the Värmland experience. And the middle part is more about the inclusiveness of bringing everybody together, about digital competence, how we can sort of produce that within Värmland, and also how we can embark on the rapidly changing future. And we all have also huge companies in Värmland. They are marketing leaders present on the global scene. They are very important for us. They bring in industrial investments to Värmland. And if we can bring people to Värmland, and we can build the capacities for digitalization and digital transformation, then we can make them stay in Värmland, and we can make the companies to grow. So therefore, we let's see if we can find it here. We act globally and we grow locally, and then we have Värmland as a quality of life, living in Värmland, but you have the whole world as a working place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Per. So as you see, this presentation follows also the process steps that have been followed. So this was an example from Värmland regarding the vision and how art supported this. And the next step in the process will come from an example from Stéphanie. Stéphanie Toussaint is project manager at Grand I9 in Grand Est territory in France. She has expertise in the implementation of management, monitoring, and regional reporting systems. For example, customer relationship management or business intelligence. And within the Innovation and Attractiveness Agency of Grand Est, she is involved in innovation projects, works on information analysis, and collaborates closely with foreign partners on European projects like this one. Please, Stéphanie, may I ask you to tell about your insights about art supported the process.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I just would like to come back about the roadmap process. Just to explain you, it's the middle step between vision and action plan. And it's a strategic development plan built by each territory towards a responsible digital transition. So yeah, for us, it's really a co-creative, a collective work. We have done, of course, with Materalia, University de Lorraine, and of course Gantinov, but also with stakeholders. So it's external people which work with us to create our ideas and have different opinion, vision about the roadmap. In Grand Est region, it was too online, only I would say only because due to the COVID context, it was not possible to realize physical workshops. But it was also a change for us, this online session, because we had more than 50 people which participate at this workshop. And it's important to remind you that stakeholders are people from different structures, different categories, named quadruple helix. So it was, as Brigitte said before, it was also a challenge for us to attract different people from different categories. And Grand Est region, it's a big region. So online workshop was an opportunity for us to attract people from different places. We developed 5 objectives, which are, the first one, enable. You need to be concentrate, because after you will have a short quiz. So, the first objective is enable all talents in the Grand Est to seize the opportunities provided by the digital sectors, creating the conditions for the development of responsible digital services and products, developing new forms of collaboration, increasing social responsibility as part of a digital transformation process, and giving as many people as possible the opportunity to discover digital technology. So my question is, which objective is represented on this picture? If I say enable all talents in the Grand Est to seize the opportunities provided by the digital sector, which ones, please? Yes. Second, giving as many people as possible the opportunity to discover digital technologies. Where? This. Yes. And the last. And the last is creating the condition for the development of responsible digital services and products. So it was also a challenge for us we do, because it was, I did it for you because just to show you, we wanted with our objectives, we wanted to, with pictures, with this illustration, it's important to us to explain our messages by graphic, by illustration. Especially for external people, because this graphic, it's not only for us, for person from the project, but it's also for Grand Est citizens, Grand Est population. So it's important with this illustration to show our message. And especially in this kind of project, complex projects, between research, innovation, science, is not an easy way to communicate with external people and attract them. So for me, we succeed with WeDo, and especially with Mario, to translate our message by this illustration. Unfortunately, we have some, different interpretation, but I think in Grand Est region, we succeeded to attract people thanks with this picture. So I would say art, it's really important because it's a common language, in fact. We have to explain our message between different partners from different countries, from different languages, and just by showing some picture, we can be easily understood. We wanted to explain this picture. For us, it was important to create ludic pictures to attract citizens, students, young people. I would say also it's a tool, a special tool, which could be used by an icebreaker approach for team building, and for online session, it's really important. And I think also it's pictures, illustrations make the difference, especially on social media, because we used this illustration to of course communicate on social media, and we make the difference with this project and this illustration. So I would say thank you thank you WeDo, thank you Mario, because I learned a lot with art, with illustration, and it helped us a lot to attract people, and especially citizens and young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for these insights. And now we come to the next, the last step in the process, which will be presented by Julia from Styrian territory. So Julia Schmidbauer, she's project manager in the field of technology transfer at Montanuniversität Leoben. She holds a bachelor degree in mineral resources engineering and a master's degree in tunneling sciences. Sorry, this changed the direction. And she had many experiences in the last years. She was in several tunnel construction sites and gained experiences there. And currently she works at the Technology Transfer Center at Montanuniversität Leoben, and she was also deeply involved in the DigiTeRRI project. And so now may I beg you to tell us about your insights. Julia.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, as a tunneling engineer, it was for me a big challenge, and I was lucky to jump into this project. It was very interesting, and before we did the alignment with Mario about the art, we always had to do the alignment in our Styrian group. So I may talk today about the actions, but there was much more involvement. So for each step which we did in the project, when we got a workshop, when we did roundtables, we always had to align with Mario for the dissemination part also. And as English is not my mother language, I cannot be always so precise. And Mario is not in the Styria, so the context, I had to explain the context every time. And so we learned from time to time to communicate better. And as you can see on the slide, there are 3 examples. So Mario had for us also to attract the stakeholder, which should be engaged. And for me, there was a
action I did with Franz. It was about a concept development of a digital platform, and there we had to do the alignment with several companies, also with City of Linz and with the city in Bruck an der Mur. And then we talked about we talked with Mario, and we had the idea to do it with a comic to catch the people, also with fun, and to explain in a comic what the platform should be about. And here he supported very well. And the second you can see was the training for international online fairs. So it's different, and it did meet the context that we did an online training. So first we planned again how we want to do it, and in the second step we talked with Mario, and he did the illustration and all the dissemination and promotion, and it's also very, very well. And the third action, it's about the female empowerment in the student. There we had the COVID situation, so we had to do the event online, which was managed very well by Bridget. And so you see 3 complete different styles. And we are really lucky to have Mario because of the attraction of the stakeholders. So I think it was a good journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you so much, all of the speakers, and I think it has been highlighted well, and you also mentioned this at the end now, Julia, that there were so different styles in your pictures, and this is hard work, and was really hard work for all of you to find a common language at the beginning, and then to create common pictures that fit for all who are involved, and especially for the stakeholders, so to create identification. And so I would like to ask maybe one question, and then we'll open. Yeah. Once again, you close. Yes, please, Mario.
Is the lesson learned, my lesson learned. So if you include more diversity in the co-creation process, these processes are more acceptable, more powerful, and it's more legitimate. The first one. The second one, local needs are to be considered, including the local language. For me, that is really important. To be more engagement to all of your citizens, employees, and stakeholders. And the last one, art is not a packaging, art is light. Help to understand complex concepts in a simple way. And the other one is, if you are going to do this kind of journey, that this project, you need to enjoy this journey with excellent people, like all the people that was involved in this project. And a lot of people say, Mario helped us to that, but she helped me to do this, and I'm a team, you know, so thank you to Veronica, to Ada, to Marina and Manuel, because all these people are work in all these images and all this process, so thank you. And
thank you so much, Mario. So then I would like to ask the question first to, may I ask you, Angel, if you think the whole project would have been done without this, without art supporting it. So which difference do you see that was created? Does it work? Yeah. That was created within the process and also for the project outcome.
Well, that's a very interesting, well, that's what if, right? But it's a very interesting question. Definitely, the project would have been very different in terms of the outputs. I think that's something we've learned, and we had the chance to discuss with Mario and with Mireia there. You know, we learned, you know, in those years that visualization is acting as an enabler, and I think eventually, you know, this probably has unfolded, you know, some discussions around concepts that probably, you know, using the traditional word discussion process, some people might have felt disconnected, you know, from some of the things that were being, you know, discussed, you know, as part of the vision and the roadmap and so on. So it would have been different, definitely. I think those pictures and I'm really convinced those pictures might last longer than some words in some people's minds. So I think that's the power of the illustrations that we have developed. He has developed with the support of as I said, of the others. And I think that's an important legacy for the territories themselves. And I think that makes us think as well on the importance of involving this kind of visualization or the visual thinking on the visual representation in RRI projects as well, as a way of reaching out more people.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone maybe from the territories want to add anything?
Well, I can just mention one thing. Producing the vision illustration was the first cooperation we had together. So the first idea you presented was from the comic characters as Styria, and it was not the way for Värmland to go because it was not in line with the other communication information material we have in the region. And I'm really surprised, and I think I talk for the whole Värmland team, how quickly you adapted to our way of thinking and how you just changed from that to find another way to express the words, and how quickly you actually could understand what we wanted to say with the different words in this in the vision, and how you sort of actually picked up the right graphics to describe the things that was not so easy to describe just with words. It was really impressive.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, thank you. So as we have only a few minutes left, I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions regarding how art supported, please.
I like also to make a comment about Mario and Angel, because in our DigiTeRRI project we have the similar situation, and for me the really important changing is that you bring so many heart and warmness in the project. Normally we as a technician, or I as a technician, we are discussing only hard facts. What is to do, what is the timetable behind this, who we need, whom we need, and. So, and we go straight ahead to the target. But with you and the art designings, so many additional questions happens on the emotional phase. I remember on the aquarium, what you draw in the DigiTeRRI with the fishes and the plastic and all the sadness what we have in our daily work. And this changed a lot in my personal perspectives. This is what I want to add.
Very important point. Thank you, Harald, for this. Anyone else, please?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment and a little story to tell. I'm very happy to see this co-created presentation from you. I thought you might be interested to hear actually the story behind the term co-creation, because that term was coined by the European Commission back in 2013 in their innovation department. And it was officially launched on the first meeting on an expert group where I represented European SMEs in Brussels in February 2014 in a forum called the Knowledge Transfer Stakeholder Forum. The interesting thing, I remember it very vividly, was that term was met with a lot of skepticism, especially from representatives from big companies. They felt, I think, very insecure about what this was actually meaning. They saw that co-creation, most likely a very messy thing. So it's interesting to see now that 8 years later, it has been actually embraced by stakeholders, at least in this setting. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for this story, and it's a lot about stories and how our communication changes, how our processes change, and how our way of thinking and working adapts. And yeah, I think I have to close this session. Thank you very much, and see you.
Now we come to perspectives, considerations from outside DigiTeRRI Project. This session, this talks about business and how can business become responsible, some experience. And this session is chaired by Jean-Jacques. He is already well known here in the audience, so I don't have to introduce him anymore. And he will introduce you his panelists.
So that's, as mentioned by Marianne, that you know a little bit me. So that's it's a real pleasure to be the chair of these sessions. Then we will discuss about central questions that how can business be more responsible. And in order to try to answer and to have an answer from the different regions involved in the projects, we decided with my colleagues that to give the opportunity of the three ecosystems in Austria, in Sweden, and France to try to answer to these questions. And we have the chance today to have three top-level speakers, frankly speaking. That's why I asked to my panelists to join the table. So that's Harald, Patrick. Okay, fine. Well, that's most important is to let you the floor. So I will just give some key elements about your background. I will start with Harald. I think that's when I received your emails, I was impressed because we have no Jesus today. That's the Jesus of innovation is not able to join us, but he sent us a technology evangelist. And Harald, you have 40 years experience, coming from different positions in the industry, in cluster management, and then you work for the community in order to share this fantastic experience with companies, with universities. And you are currently working for EcoPlus, which is the innovation agency in Lower Austria. I think that the location of it's Eisenstadt. No? St. Pölten. Oh yeah, I need to revise my geography. I'm dead. So that's. Thank you for your participation, Patrick. So Patrick, I know Patrick for many years. Patrick is an entrepreneur. And more is fully in love of the city, Mulhouse. And it is something very fantastic. He co-created an ecosystem, which is a quadruple helix in Mulhouse, which is one of the French towns in which the modern industry was created during the 19th century. So that's a long, long history, and with the challenge to reinvent the industry in our region. So thank you for coming. I know that it was a little bit difficult, and that Austrian Airlines, it was not very easy to join Vienna today, but you succeed. So we are very, very pleased to be that you finally you join us. And because that's in RRI, we have to speak about gender equity, so it's difficult with three people that we have the 50-50. But we have the chance to have on board for this panel discussions Ingrid. Ingrid coming from Compare. Compare, I don't know if the good pronunciations, or Compare, I don't know. But Compare, it's an innovation agency in Värmland. And also you have a huge experience of working with companies, with all the ecosystems. And you are really a specialist of the interfaces between all the stakeholders. And we are very pleased to have you on board today to explain us what are the challenges and how you work in Värmland. So I speak very too long, so I let the floor to you, Ingrid, for the next 10 minutes, and then to introduce that your organizations, how you work on this very interesting subject of how can the business be more responsible.
Thank you. I must admit something. I have not been part of DigiTeRRI. A month ago, I have never heard the word DigiTeRRI. So here I am with good timing for the closing conference, of course, to enjoy that. But I'm very impressed listening to all of you speakers all morning and to see what you have achieved during the project. I must say that this is really a good time to join DigiTeRRI and to be able to work with you. We have everything in place, so it's just time, I think, to roll up our sleeves and start working. With that said, the topic of this was how can we involve business to be more eco-responsible? And of course, today we have so many challenges. We have, as a business, aging population, lack of knowledge and competence. We have to work more harder and maybe in a different way with gender equality. More diversity. We have the green transformation, digital transformation, and cybersecurity, and all these pressures on the business. So how do we solve this, and how do we work with all these crucial challenges? My background has been basically working between the public sector and the private all along. Basically with the pulp and paper industry, but also with government and non-profit organizations such as Compare. So Compare used to be a cluster. But this is a transformation, and I think Eamon was the one saying that we're on a journey, and Compare has also been on a journey for 20 years, starting out as a very regional cluster of companies, working with Competence, working with their own business, so to speak. 20 years later, we're an innovation platform, working with science parks, innovations, and different things. And I think this is a journey that hasn't come to an end. It's just rolling on. And as I can see from DigiTeRRI, I think we're all on the same journey. We talk about triple helix and quadruple helix and pentahelix and numerous helixes. But it's important to see that we are in interaction with different parts. And we like to see ourselves as Compare in the middle of this. Of course, we are in the middle of the universe, everybody is. But to see how we can bring together both companies, academia, the private sectors, as well as entrepreneurs, new innovations with capital. And if we can get these connections going and see that all of them are important to do this journey together, I think we can work with different projects as DigiTeRRI to take steps to improve ourselves. We have also all the bubbles with tech. There's so many words and so many different tech. And one thing that Compare is now specializing in, it would be GovTech. We have an incubator and working with something called Digital Well Arena, and this is just one example how we can improve the companies to work together. Digital Well Arena used to be 2019, just a few companies working with 2 different parts of the academia world. and the public sector. And 2021, you can see just the dots how it's improved. And I think this is one example that we are on a journey not to work with just one region, but to expand ourselves, work to both national and globally. And this is something that I think we all can see, that this transition is happening, and that's why we can do this collaboration together here today. So this is one important thing that we can see how we can work with the corporates. We also have, of course, the incubator and to work with ventures to bring capital to the new innovations. And to have mission-driven innovation is also important to see how can we bring all the parts in the pentahelix together and innovation support. But bringing back to speak about the companies, of course, we need to see both an upscaling when it comes to how to work more efficient, to bring new things, and also maybe new business models. But it's also about upskilling. I think we need to see how the competence needs to be changed. And I'm not talking about all the competence. It could be specific competence about how to work more with the green transition. And even if you might have a very high degree, you might to be upskilled anyway. And especially when you talk about new things such as, well, cybersecurity. 2 or 3 years ago, that was not the first topic you think about. Today, the world has changed. Same with electricity prices. We need to work in a different way and to find both new business models as well as new ways to challenge this. So I think upscaling and upskilling is really two important words to see. Collaborate with each other. And we have to find ways to make things easier. And I think as a platform, an innovation platform, I think that's one thing we can do to try to simplify things and to try to find common ways how to tackle things, to bring different companies together to see the challenges. So it's both about upscaling and upskilling. And about, as I said, the mission-driven innovations, a way to see how the actors can contribute solving complex challenges, such as the green transition. There is not only one answer. We need to find new ways to work, both to decrease the need of resources, but also how to work in the long run. So, of course, this is something that one person or one company cannot do by themselves. We need to work together. And of course, being in a company, it's usually very difficult to find the time or the money to do these transitions and to be on this journey. And I think this is also one of the challenges we have, to be inspiring and to simplify things and to get them on this train going to the journey. Because basically, what should be done for the companies? Save the world, have fun, and make money. And if we can do that, then we have really contributed to a better world. So thank you.
Thank you. It's crystal clear. It's not very easy for me to think to the question that I will ask you in a few minutes. Now I let the floor to Harald. That's to have a vision from Austria.
This is not my presentation. This is yours, maybe, no?
It's a challenge.
They have changed, sorry.
It's not a problem. No, Marianne, it's not a problem. We will, no, because now we have PPT presentations. So, Harald, we will let Patrick, it's not a problem. No, but Harald, thank you very much. But in your presentation, you just show us that Mulhouse is the center of the world. Thank you very much.
If you move your mouse, I can speak, and I think it could be good. So I'm very proud to be here and to make a presentation of KM0. Some of you came in Mulhouse last year, and you already see what is it. So KM0 is a private project, and it's supported by the public sector. And it's really difficult to express what is it. It's a kind of incubator. It's a campus with training. It's also company hosting. And so this is, we like to say that it's a factory of projects, because what we are doing is to create new projects. The origin of KM0, oh, doesn't work. That's normal. When I'm up. Oh, okay, sorry. Ah, middle. Okay, if I don't press on the good one, it will be difficult. I can understand. Okay, KM0, the name is coming from the history. And as Jean-Jacques told you, we are in the heart of French Industrial Revolution. So we call it KM0 because it was the starting point of a railway between Mulhouse and Thann. Thann is 22 kilometers. It was a small industrial city. And the story is really interesting because it's a private project. They built this railway with private funds. And from the idea to the deliver, it took almost 30 months. So we are saying that we are in a very fast world, but at that time, they used to do something very fast also. So then they started to manufacture locomotives, and it became the first and the biggest French locomotive manufacturer. And it was the mother company of Alstom, Alsacienne of Thomson, and Alcatel, Alsacienne of Construction Atomique and Téléphonie. I'm telling you this story because what we are doing, it's really industry. We are not a digital place. We are really a place for transformation of industry. So our DNA is to speed up industry digitalization or digital transition. And Steve Jobs used to say that the most important place in his company was a coffee machine. Because when someone from marketing meets someone from R&D, they have new project. So we built 11,000 square meter coffee machine, which is really big. And so we have, as I told you, schools, we have industry, big industry, we have incubator, fab labs, and all these people are in interaction, and they are doing new projects together. This is what I will try to explain you. So we are in a very nice area, very close to Basel, Freiburg in Germany, Strasbourg. So there are more than 4 million inhabitants around us, which is not bad. And so we have residents, and we call them resident. We have 950 residents who are coming daily to work or to learn in the KM0. You will have a presentation of 42. 42 is a school, very special school, because it's a programming school without teacher, without training course. So Caroline will come and will explain you how it works. And there is one, they opened one yesterday in Vienna. So we have one, and we have 400 students. Altogether, we have more than 600 students in KM0. So we have a drone school, R2D2. It's not a droid school, it's a drone school. And we don't teach how to pilot a drone, but how to program a drone and how to adapt it to industry. And we have also Village by CA. This is really a nice place. It's an accelerator managed by a bank, Crédit Agricole, which is a big French bank. We have incubator, and we have also fab labs. We have a lot of companies. I didn't display here. I don't display here the startups, but the biggest one. We have French, we have German, we have Belgium, we have English companies all together. And this is our building. So the first building at the top, it's where we have the companies. There is the coffee machine, we can say, which is in the center. And down, this is our work extension we are working on. So we opened in 2019, good date. 3 months after, we had to close it because of the COVID, but it's okay. We managed it. One of our secrets, we integrate a lot of companies around us. We integrate, we call it the Club des Locomotives. It's a project-based club. It's not how to train people. It's not a meeting point. It's not a Tinder for companies. It's really a project club based. So the companies are coming here and they say, for example, I miss resource in computing, so we will find solutions. Or what is 5G? How can I integrate 5G in my process? How can I integrate 5G in my product? So we will find some solution or some project for 5G. We are working with IBM, Bouygues, a French operator, and we are opening 5G Open Lab, so companies can come there, test, and make some prototype on 5G. So our result, it's a real tool for transformation of territory. We have 100% occupancy. This is why we are working on an extension. Companies created 160 jobs. It's creation or attraction, so companies coming from abroad or from Paris. We have permanently 30 startups, and they are supported by the village or SEMIA, which is an incubator. And we have thousands, I should say hundreds of interaction between the resident and other companies. So this is really important, and I think it's really the success of the KM0. What we learned. So do not believe people who say it will not work, because those who say that say now, oh, I was sure it will work. So do not believe them. Select the resident, it's really important. So we need residents who can understand the process, who can understand the project, and who are ready to be involved in the process. Choose the quality and not the quantity. It's important. We have to select companies and not to choose a lot of companies. Keep focus on your field of activity. We are doing industry. And become a bridge between networks. Networks is really important, but there is something more important. It's to be a bridge between all the networks. So now we are working on duplication of the KM0. Jeremy knows that. And we have some project abroad. And for the moment, it's industry and digital. We can have industry and environment, or industry and energy, or industry and material. So this is something we are working on. And we are launching also a learning expedition at the KM0. And last but not least, now we also created our own foundation. So it's hosted by the Foundation of France, which is a very well-known foundation. And it's not to finance the KM0, it's to finance the student and the training, because we are offering free training in the KM0, and we are offering free training for people who don't have, in German it's Abitur or Baccalaureate in French, and who are not good students, but they are really talented when they program something. So this is what we are doing, and this is a foundation we are just launching. And that's it.
Perfect demonstration of what is the quadruple helix. That's, I think that we'll use these presentations for courses at the university. It's very, very interesting. And now we have the good presentation, I think. That's, we have the pleasure now to let the floor to Harald as technological evangelist that will explain how he will do it. He's doing it.
Yeah, thank you. Who knows for what the technology evangelist is responsible for? Is there anybody in the room who have an idea? No, okay. It's not so difficult. EcoPlus is the business agency of Lower Austria. And it's government-owned, and we have only one target: to support the companies with the best tools so that they are able to survive in our region and rising their businesses. At the end, we count the working places, what we are, sozusagen, as incubator, build up the basement. A technology evangelist have to take care that also in 10, 15 years, we also have such a strong position. Because what coming up, everybody from you is familiar, if you think holistic, climate targets, SDG, Green Deals, ESG in the finance sector, there are a lot of, let's say, dark clouds coming up for the production companies, for us as a society, and so on. And as a technology evangelist, I have the freedness from my company to think what is to do, what we have to do now, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, what we have to implement now, that in 2030, for example, a lot of our companies are transformed in the climate targets, which are 55% less CO2 emissions. Believe me, there is not really an idea in our region how we can solve this. But I will take care that we maybe create this idea. And for this, you need a lot of freeness. We heard a lot about the RRI process, how it works, and so I have the similar experiences in our project, DigiTeRRI, where we had 3 regions, one in Spain, one in Värmland in Norway, and one in Lower Austria. And yeah, to invite the complete society in the workshop, from pupils to university professors to scientists to company owners and artists and so on, and work out a holistic view about all opinions to the topic. Our topic was plastic. And the biggest change in our opinions and in the company owners from plastic industry and representatives from organizations out of the plastic industry was one question. And Marianne and Andrea, very thanks to these questions. The question was, world without plastics, how it will be look like? Believe me, it was a question at first time when I hear this, okay, it could be a joke, never will be worked on out without plastic. What does this mean? But at the end, this gives us the possibility in the industry, in the plastic industry, to create a new thinking, a new model of thinking how circularity will, how necessary circularity for our business is. And I have here a lot of common aspects, what coming out, what is to do, typically technical results. So you can read it. I take one. Realistic price of environmental costs. What does this mean? A lot of the benefits in the plastic, of the earnings of the plastic industry based on socialized costs. So where the community take care at the end for this. Think on the waste, what is in the sea and the landfill and all this, but at the end, the taxpayer have to pay to recover this. And why this happens in our world, why we have so many plastic in the sea, why we have so many landfill, and the answer is, at the end of usage of plastic, there is no value in the waste. So, a lot of companies try to put away the waste, the plastic waste, as cheap as possible. And if they drop it in a river, it's away. And nobody have to take care what is next. But we as a society, we have at the end the problems. And all these costs have to implement it in the value chain business. And this is where I work for at the moment to convince the raw material producers to implement the costs in their raw material price. At the end, plastic have a value from €2 a kilogram. One for bring away the sins of the past, what we have in the sea and in the landfill, and one to develop the necessary technologies to close the carbon loop. And what I mean with carbon loop, plastic is, let's say, stored carbon and hydrogen. And our world is full of plastic. And as long the carbon is stored in plastic, we have no problem in the atmosphere. When we start to burn the plastic, then we have the problem in the atmosphere. But if we take out the carbon from the plastic, from the waste plastic, and bring it on the other side to the raw material production, then we have a closed loop, a closed carbon loop, not a closed plastic loop. And in this, let's say, gap, what we do not have at the moment closed, there are only in Austria thousands of green jobs and high-end jobs, because these are all based on technology. And to get this ready, we found a foundation, the ÖCC2, it means Austrian Carbon Cycle Circle, where we try to find more members, convince the company owners and invite them to get this vision through. And when I speak here at the moment in Düsseldorf, the world's biggest plastic exhibition is present, and we have a really big own booth with round about 30 company members who provide to the public their solutions for this. Another experience, or another project, very short, is how we are able to transfer companies, production companies, in the climate targets. What is the role, what is my role in this? On the point, I invite them for a cooperation project. The targets are clear, minus 55% at the end, 2030. Find out where you stand now, share the results between all other project members. You see here some logos, and create the next step, not for 2030, but for tomorrow. And it's really a sad situation because Putin, with the war in the Ukraine, was a real amplifier for the project, because this was a big, let's say, step in the ass, all our asses, because suddenly every company was try how we can survive without Putin's energy, without the gas and the oil and so on. And this is, at the moment, let's say, my main project where I spend a lot of my work time, because we need immediately a lot of different new solutions. Some questions which are sticking in my brain, and I go only to the last one. Honestly, I am ready to change my own existence completely. Because if we talk about RRI and holistic thinking and all the ethics and all the gender situations and the climate targets, I remember one of my mentors, and he said, when I come with big ideas how we can create a new world and new business and so on, and he said to me, oh, it's very simple, we do not have the millions what you expected, but you have your own budget, you have your right hand, you have your left hand, and you have your brain. Go and just do it. And start with all the competences what you are able to manage. Not to try to convince other people. Go forward and invite the people who like to follow them. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, and I hope I can explain to you what the technology eventually is doing.
Thank you, Harald, for your presentations. It's clear that Mr. Putin, that he gives us a kick in the ass and oblige us to reinvent the way we are thinking our industry is working, and the question of energy is a central one, clearly, for all the European countries. So thank you for these very interesting presentations. That's it's very. I think that's you have in common that in all the presentations, you mentioned that the interfaces between the stakeholders, it's really important. And if you want really to succeed in digitalizations of our regions, we need to reinforce the interfaces. So I have naturally one question further your presentations. I am a company, okay, SME or not. What is the main arguments that you will give me to convince me to join your ecosystems, private or public? Harald, maybe?
The main argument what I'm really bringing is how you, or what you are expecting in 10, 15 years, where you are and what you are will producing. And are you really now in front of technology? You are a market leader or not? And how is your innovation rate at the moment? So I ask let's say, technical questions and also questions in surviving and also earning money. Lot of companies what are in our cluster system, they have a earning rate from about 5 to 8% in average. And when we talk about digitalization, I had a big digitalization project 5 years ago. I asked them to increase by using digitalization tools by 5%, the earning situation, not the turnover. And you can believe me, lot of company owners and managers said, okay, if you have an idea, I will hire you and pay you a lot of money. But I say it's not a question from me, it's a question how we start the transforming process. And I'll start with 15 companies, all big companies with more than 250 employees. And the result was that 10 of them had at the end more earnings than I expected at the beginning of the project. But what they have to change, lot in the organization. The biggest change was a Docker company. It's a well-known company in Austria. They increased their employees by 40 people in digitalization and break down the complete organization and build up a new matrix organization form, which is working now worldwide from the headquarters out. It took 3 years, but at the end, the costs, what they had invested in comparison to the earnings, this was a winning earning situation because they had the payback in less than 1 year. And because so many things in the construction building happens, in the logistic, lot of parts are stolen on the, and so they can take care for this cost, they can save this cost, and this was at the end the earning. And I had a lot of examples of this, but the important is you need a project manager like me who take care that cooperation happens, that knowledge sharing happens, and that every company who is in the project have their own use case and is also willing to share the results with the other companies. And this is, believe me, a tough job, because if there is a, let's say, somebody believes now he have a earning situation found, and then nobody others should know this. And I take care that we discuss this very open. And this is the secret behind this. And trust and people, not companies, at the end responsible for the success.
Patrick, something to add?
Yeah, maybe just a few words. I think when you are creating a company or when you are the manager of a company, you're alone. Somewhere you are really alone. So joining an innovation ecosystem will avoid to be alone. Don't be alone and go in a group of people, a group of company, and you will share your problem, your success, and your projects.
Perfect.
Well, I was talking about mission-driven innovation, and I think it's interesting to, at this point, we can also call it crisis-driven innovations. Mentioned the pandemic, speeded up the digitalization. Energy prices are today, of course, speeding up the green transition, and Putin is speeding up the cybersecurity awareness. So I think it's important to see that companies are aware of all these things, the mega trends in the world happening. And even if you can say it as a joke, make fun of it, save the world, have fun, make money, to be serious about that, that's all what it's about, because all the changes you do, regardless if it's a process, a product, business models, you only do it as a company if you can save money or earn money, not something that would cost. That's not a driver. And it's also important too that you want to do good, you want to save the world, you want to be both when it comes to, of course, environment, but also to employees and society as such. So I think it's important to see that if we can find projects or missions that are mission innovation driven to save the world, have fun and make money, I think that's really what you have to be aware of.
It's clear. I have a second question, maybe in 1 minute for each answers. That's what do you think about the impact of the COVID on your different regions and businesses? Is it something that leads people to left large cities and then to go to non-metropolitan areas, I will say it, or do you think that there's no impact for you?
I can start, because Värmland is not so high populated anyway, so we're kind of spaced out and living in the country. No, to see that, we can see that, of course, in some extent we had people moving more into their cottages, their summer home, their ski resorts. But I think that we were, in a way, in Värmland, hoping to see more people moving in and moving out from the urban cities. But so I don't really see. But we work more digital, and I think to save the world, we travel less. We go more meetings shortly instead of going to Stockholm by airplane or train. We stay and do short meetings by digital. So that's an improvement.
For us, Mulhouse was the cluster of COVID in France, so it was a little bit difficult for us. And I think we learned a lot about resilience, and that's really important. How to face the problem, and how we can work together to face a problem. This is maybe the main thing we learned from COVID.
So for me, there was a lot of changing happens through COVID, technology-wise. 3 years ago, nobody was interested in video conferences. Everybody have their fixed office place where he starts between 7 and 9 to work and go home at 4 to 7. And a lot of all this was fixed part in a daily life. Now we are complete change system. We have now 2 to 3 days home office. It depends on how the infection rate is. We save a lot of time because in video conferences, where it's clear about what we talk, you can do 3-4 times a day a video conference. If you build up a process, a new project, then you have to go directly and have a face-to-face meeting. But also here in Syria, we learned it is maybe hard if you expect to go for travel and business, but it works also in a video conference. You get the message, you get the informations. And so, in my point of view, there was, like you comment, a big step forward in our society. And we are not in the end of this step, because next are the climate targets, and together with digitalization, with the targets, with our living situation, I'm sure a lot of changing in the next 5 years will happen in positive way.
So it's important to be positive. I will let the floor to the audience. Maybe you have some questions about these 3 or further these 3 presentations and the first exchanges we have.
Yeah, thank you for this session. Very interesting. My name is René van Schomburg. My question is on public-private partnerships. You didn't address those, but it seems to me very important, as was already mentioned in the session. Companies will not do something which in the end also not brings profit. I mean, rightly so. But the type of transformative changes we now need, of course, are of a nature that companies will not be able to make profit, at least not on the short term. And it seems to me that therefore public authorities have to become much more proactive in innovation than they have been in the last 20, 30 years. I mean, they actually withdraw very much from innovation processes. And I think it's now maybe a turning point for this. And also the shift towards competition among businesses, towards collaboration among businesses to some extent, of course, as required if we have to be successful in missions, can only be enabled if public authorities are part of this. And but I haven't heard much on this issue in the context of this conferences, also not in others. So I was wondering if there is not a black spot there, you know, that we should work better on public-private partnerships, where public authorities have a role in engaging a business, bring actually clusters together, and enable those actors to become responsible rather than waiting in the back seat.
So, would you like to comment the comments? Or?
You're absolutely right. In Austria, if you're a child, so you learn one thing very early: do not talk about money. And this is the biggest problem what we have in private partnership. So because the risk to lose money convinced 95% of all people not to invest. And we have at the moment not, let's say, the right tool, also from the government side, to overcome this situation. I try in my project to talk about money and then talk about earning situations in the company to the owners and managers and so on. And believe me, it is the hardest discussion because nobody wants to give their figures to the public and to me and so on. But just do it, and maybe we will have a better situation in the next 5-10 years. So, and this is also the reason why we do not have a financial institution in our projects and so on. I want to have this, but on the other hand, go to a bank and so I have an interesting project. Please join. You are the finance expert. They say, okay, if you have the business plan available, then we are really interested to see it, and then you will get a decision very soon, and maybe we will support this. But to create a process, a developing process, how we can implement the financial representatives in our processes, this is my biggest challenge.
For me, it's really important to have the public sector in the innovation for SMEs, because they will reduce the risk, the financial risk for the companies. The problem is the lack of agility. And it's okay for the beginning, but we have some public collectivities with us, and the decision is really long. When you want to move, when you want to do something, the decisions are really, really long. So it's good at the beginning, because it's a reduction of risk. But after, I think we have to find a solution to become more independent.
You're addressing a very interesting area. As an example, I can say that we are trying to now form a GovTech incubator to see how we can find demand-driven innovations, and where the public sector is, of course, is the customer as well as the supplier. So we need more cooperation, and we need more test beds and opportunities to see how we can find new inventions. So it's very important.
Okay, that's thanks for your answers. Last question.
Thank you. You all work in organizations that promote knowledge exchange. One thing I learned from a good friend of mine in Gothenburg, Professor, in several years ago, is that openness needs to be managed. So I wonder, what kind of tools, what methods do you use within your organizations to manage the openness that you want to have?
Answer in 1 minute. Try it.
Also here, cooperation projects, what I don't explain was, in each of the cooperation projects I have a research center and universities are present. And all money what we collect in the project, we give to these researchers. And we take their knowledge, and with the use cases we implement the knowledge from the researchers directly in their companies by working on doing. And it's, let's say, after 18 years working on this, it works, because the companies now know when I phone them and invite them to come, they have to pay in and not get funding money out. All what they get is access to young people, to students, to the professors, and they have the decision to create their use case, what they want at the end have. And after 2 years, I know, learning by doing, and this is also one secret, the whole company have to be invited. It makes no sense to have only the project manager. He is, let's say, the poor pig in the company. No, you have to have the management, you have the complete, all departments of the company, they have to know what happens in the project, and this is the reason why we say enterprise, because enterprise is the enterprise, and who from the management want not to be on the enterprise, on the experience travel.
It's okay, I have nothing to add. I think the whole company should be involved.
Well, one thing our organization has done is we moved from being a member-owned organization, non-profit, to today we just work with networks. Before, the members were sort of demanding, what can I get? I paid my fee, what can I get back? So now we changed and say, what can you do for us? So we work through networks and open up both nationally and internationally. And I think that I can comment on saying that it's important also to see when we want to see change and to bring companies to work together, to see where is the stop? Is it from the owners, the board, the management, or the bottom part? And to see how can we help that? And also when we do improvement, it's important to see, can we help to show that you will actually earn money or earn something better from joining the project? So I think it's different perspectives you have to take into account.
Okay, thank you for this short answer. I think that's all set. We are 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. We will stop, I think, the sessions. And thank you for your attention. I think that we could warmly applaud our 3 speakers. And now, if my memory sounds me good, it's the time of the coffee break.
And we have this till 3 p.m. and then we come back and continue with the competences. We talk about competences, very important. We heard today that this is really a lack in the transformation of digitalization. Enjoy the coffee break.
train you. Yeah. Oh. Please come back, don't miss the next session. Please come back, don't miss the next session. Hi. So, can we start? Should I close the window? No, or it's okay. Okay, fine. So, welcome back. Before we start with the competences and skills, and before I introduce Professor Kassler, I have to announce a little change in our program. We will have not the parallel session of these keynotes and the workshop afterwards. No, we just continue till the poster session now with the keynote speakers step by step. We finish this meeting with René from Schomburg today. And afterwards, during the poster session, we will have the workshops, the workshops on values. Some of you have registered for that. Okay, so we will not have a break after this session. We will continue with this final keynote speakers, very interesting speakers, and afterwards we split. We have the poster session, but some go to the workshop and come back to the poster session also. Okay? Good. So, and now we start with this session regarding competences. And Andreas Kassler, he is professor at the Karlstad University. He is also advisory board member for the DigiTeRRI Project. He is the head of the Center for Digital Adaptive Manufacturing for Industry 5.0. And I'm very happy that you are here and you took over to lead this session. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Marianne. I'm very happy to be here in this beautiful city in Vienna. At this beautiful weather. I just heard today in Hagfors, -3 degrees, when I was calling my friend. So we all can enjoy a little nice weather here with a very excellent, good workshop. And we talk today on competences and skills for responsible digitalization. And I have with me okay. And we have here with us today 3 distinguished panel participants. And I'm very happy to introduce Ahmed Nasrullah from Moelven. He is a development engineer there since 2020, and he was a trainee before. And I really admire Ahmed because he is one of the masters of the universe, because he is managing Moelven's digital infrastructure, which is big data, cloud, machine learning, and requires has all these skills and competencies that everybody needs in this digital transformation. And before that, I learned his quality. He was working as quality assistant for a snus company, which is very specific Swedish product, where he was responsible for the education and the internal trainee activities. Then also we have with us Caroline Porot from 42 Mulhus. Exactly. And she is a directrice there, and she was Chief Digital Officer at the Region Grand Est before, and she was also responsible for the smart specialization strategy. And also we have with us Martina Maurer from AMS Österreich. She is working for the Public Employment Service Austria, and she is a deputy head of the Department Labor Market Politics for Women in Austria. And she's also the quality ombud for employees there. And I would like to give the floor to, I think the first presentation is given by Ahmed. Press again. Yes.
Yes, it is mine. It is mine. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I see many established people here. Andreas came before and asked me, Ahmed, how should I introduce you? And I told him, you can introduce me however you want. You can even introduce me as a crazy immigrant. That was a joke. No, but I joke quite a lot, so it might be so that it doesn't always hit home. We are talking about digital competency, and I think it's always good to talk a little bit about the background. And I come from Afghanistan, so I came to Sweden when I was 12 years old, and the digital leap there for me is quite high as well, and it's always good to see and have that background. Jean-Jacques was here before, and he was like, I'm French, I might be a little bit late, but my response to that is, I'm Afghan, I'm really late. I also, once again, thank Eamon for being crazy enough to invite me again. I was talking in Karlstad in Värmland before some time. I work for Moelven. Moelven is a wood industry. We work with everything from the log to the end product. And I have 10 minutes, and I have a tendency of going over time, so I'm waiting for your card. But let me introduce Moelven a little, so you guys know what we work with. Yeah, so we are a Scandinavian wood producing company. We are quite big in Scandinavia, 3,400 employees almost. And as you can see, the diversity is not that good. We have a lot of men, old men, and few women and few people like me. So I try to be as politically correct as possible, but it doesn't happen that often. And they're still crazy enough to let me out. So I'm talking. I will try to go over. So sorry, Moelven, if somebody from Moelven is here, I will just go fast over these slides because that's just a company, and I'm supposed to talk about competence. But we try to be an innovative company in technology, but also in product building. We have in Moelv in Norway, near Brumunddal, the world's largest wooden building. Everything is in wood, and we try to push the boundaries all the time. We have divisions, boring. And we try to work a lot, as I said, with innovation and digitalization, because we see that this is where the next thing is, and that is where we can create even further value. Again, boring and boring. But it shows a little bit the material we are working with, and I'm quite proud of working with a sustainable material, which is really, really in, because we are trying to be more green, more environmental. Yeah, so which kind of competence and skills do we need? And I thought of going a little bit and talk about, because there are a lot of researchers here and a lot of big names, and I wanted to see in a company like Moelven, we have been working closely with research institutes, and we try to do a lot of try to be ahead, but we also have a lot of stakeholders, right? And they want to see okay, these research projects, these are cool, but what can you guys do with it? How can you create value, and how can we, in the end, even if it sounds boring, but how can we make money of this? Because that's the goal for all the companies. So the leap between research and industrialization, many have spoken about it, but we have experienced it. It's a big leap. It's really, really fun to talk about. It's really good and important to innovate and be state of the art, but it's really hard, as we saw, to industrialize these solutions. We have been working with the digital sawmill, the smart digital sawmill, since 2016. That was a research project together with state-financed Vinnova in Sweden, and a lot of our suppliers, and RISE, which is the Research Institute of Sweden. And we had quite ambitious goals at that time. By working with big data, we were supposed to increase efficiency by 15%, product value by 10%, and reduce energy consumption by 10% in 2016. That project became quite big because we worked a lot with different stuff in that project. We came to a conclusion that in the sawmill or the wooden industry, we have a big challenge. And that big challenge for us is traceability. And what I mean with traceability is that, for example, in automotive industry, you have a natural traceability, right? You know this product is from here and there, and you just put it together. I'm simply making it simple, but we get a lot of logs, and then we lose fully the trace of these logs, and then we get some planks and boards in the end, and then we are like, yeah, but how do we optimize the production? So that was the focus in this project. So we worked a lot with we got some innovations, we created some innovations, patented, and so on and so on. But we had also a lot of challenges. We had a lot of challenges when it came to technology. We tested so many different technology platforms, and we tested organizations. And it was quite hard for us to get a good baseline together with them. At one time, we were also brave enough, or some said to me after, stupid enough, try to create a DevOps platform in Moelven ourselves. But the biggest potential and challenge, as I said, is relationship between data and traceability. Because if we can create relationship between the systems, the products, then we can optimize the product as much as possible. But, as I said again, the industrialization, that is the hard part. So how do we deliver the industrial digital sawmill today? And in the end, I'm going to talk about competence, right? First of all, we came to the conclusion that we need to have, after 6 years, a clear and concise vision with what we want to do with data. And we came with a industrial data vision. So we need to enable operational process improvements with the data we have. And that we can do only if we organize and structure data in a smart way so it's accessible for anybody. So if Andreas wants to come and create an awesome machine learning model for us, we need to have that data ready, and we need to have it cleaned so he can just do the job. Because otherwise, 90% of the job is doing the dirty work, which is cleaning. we often saw, and these are our own landmines, right? That's what we have stepped on and failed. Many people, when they talk about digitalization, they say technology. Some people say start with solving business problems. Some people say start from the humans and then try to solve the other parts. But we say that many start with technology, Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0, that's cool, that's awesome. And somehow we lose the essence of it. Many people start with solving business problem, but then we forget the humans. And there are very, very few people who start working with humans. What are the challenges? I have 3 minutes. So we came up with a plan on how to connect all of this stuff. We need to have focus on humans, and we need to create, we need to have the technology, as it was said in the beginning. It needs to be in background, but it needs to be there, and it's really important. So what we do is, and these are the projects we are running right now, and we think we have a good template on how to do this stuff. We have scaled it to several operations. What we do always before starting an industrial project or going towards Industry 4.0 on a site is start with the operators. Start with the operators. What are the problem areas, or what are the opportunities, and ask the people who work down with those stuff. Because I can come and talk about many cool stuff, but those are just cool stuff. So we always now, that's our strategy, start with the operators and see which challenges are there. And the goal with these kind of workshops, I'm showing these pictures because they are real pictures from these kind of workshops. The goal with these are that we get to a place where we can get priority areas, right? So we say, yeah, these are the most important stuff, and these are low-hanging fruit in order for us to implement the technology, but also get efficiency in the production. So we can go to our stakeholders and say, look, we can make a 2% improvement on this. And suddenly, technology is really, really cool. We are also working really, really hard with something industry-led. Many of you guys might know they have lean boards. So what we have done is make that digital, right? Because it takes a lot of time for people to gather data and then put it on daily control. So what we have done is that we have automated this. So when they come in a new shift and talk about improvements, everything is already there. The data is available, and the operators can stand directly and say, okay, this is what we need to do. And we also break barriers with this, because this tool is connected directly to all the organizations. So when an operator comes to a meeting, he can say, yeah, I have an issue with this thing, and nobody has helped me. I want to create this issue and escalate it to the CEO. And you can see it on that board that he can escalate it, and the CEO will get a mail and say, in the same board, oh, I need to fix this. So somehow we make managers not so important, which is quite fun. So we implement the technology based on operators, but we still need to train them. We still need to work with them on working with improvements and working with data. So in that we have a education plan or support plan, which is called Goda frågor i goda rum, which is in Swedish, good questions in good rooms. We try to avoid as much as possible the thing which we have experienced many consultants do, which is fly in and fly out, right? So we need to create a baseline where we can focus hard on putting a data culture based on the needs of the operations. AI, also really, really cool, but how do you give it to production? How do you make it a thing which is really used by production people? What we do is that we were working with some data scientists, and they made really, really cool AI models, and those were so complicated for the operators. They were like, yeah, we are not going to do that. So we need to somehow, once again, tackle that problem from the operator's perspective. So we created AI tools which works for the operators and which simplifies them, their work in every day. Because our goal is always this, that if an operator is going to do something, it needs to be easier than what it was before. So AI for all, that's our vision, and we are working, this is a model which is somehow helping the operators. I can go into it. I have 0 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ahmed, for the very inspiring talk. I like your slides about Afghanistan. That was very interesting to introduce the challenge of data, because depending on how you look at things, things look different, and you can make different conclusions. That was also something very interesting. I would like to invite now Caroline.
Big for me. I'm too small for it. Yes, like this, yes. Okay. Thank you. So I'm very happy as well to be here today. It's my first in Vienna, even if it's not the first time I come in Austria. So it's a beautiful city, and thank you for the invitation. So it's me to, I do like this, or, sorry, just like this. Okay. So I'm a managing director of a computer science school. That's not my first, I don't think. I have something before. I had another one where I explain what is the school. No. The first is, I think, is what is 42. So, no, I have.
Maybe we switch, because she should present first, Martina, and so we can look up the correct presentation. Although we try to do the best. Sorry.
Okay, then. Yeah, this is to hold us awake in the afternoon, so we make that on purpose. Martina, she will introduce labor market politics for women. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. The same question of size. Well, hello and welcome also from my part, and thank you very much for the conference today. Actually, I've learned already something this morning. I didn't know what RRI was standing for, and now I actually know that we do quite a lot of RRI within our company, so I'm quite happy about that. And thank you a lot that I have the opportunity to bring in the gender perspective when it comes to digital competencies and what is necessary to support especially women entering other fields of labor. And I wouldn't be from a public employment service if I wouldn't start with a glance on the labor market, even though it's going to be a really short one. And I want to say that after the recession due to the corona crisis, we do see a really tremendous performance of the labor market. We haven't seen such a switch between recession and economic boom within the last years as we've seen it, especially 2021 and 2022. But it brings us to a very specific situation that we do have a really low unemployment rate, the lowest since 2008 with Lehman Brothers, as you can remember, the finance crisis. So we have a really low unemployment rate, which brings us to a really low or a labor market shortage. So there is an urgent need for the companies to bring in labor force in all the branches. So it's not just in the digital realm or in the industry, it's in all the branches, from health sector to education, preschool, it's tourism and so forth. But of course, besides this, and that's been before, that the companies need specified labor force that have very specific knowledge on digitalization. So we see there is a mismatch of the skills of employees and also unemployed people and the demand of the companies. So there, of course, there is different strategies how to bridge this gap between the demands of a company and the supply and the labor market. And one way, and there are very different ways of the countries how to manage this, but one way is the improvement of access to the labor market when it comes to migration of people with specific skills. Another one, of course, each company tries right now to win the potential by really we see the readapting of working conditions and bringing up benefits for employees. And of course, what we now see, and this is very positive from a gender perspective or an equality perspective, that they open up their recruitment for diversity. And it's not just about bringing women, but it's like the whole bunch of, people not knowing, having the highest level of knowledge on German, but it's also about, altogether people with migrant background, or changing their policy when it comes to LGBTIQ. So there is quite a change within, the self-understanding of companies. And of course, and there we really come to the skills itself, it's about training and retraining of employees, but also of unemployed people. So what we see there are changes in job profiles when it comes to digitalization, and that means that there is a need of adapting competences and skills. There is a need for educational changing of the education. So it's about an adjustment of the educational contents within all the trainings that we've been having so far. And then there is another part we have to think about. It's about the horizontal segregation, overcoming the gap. More women are working still in traditional female areas and not so much in the other areas. You've said it before, you have quite a low number of women working in your company, and we still see it in all the countries, even in the north, where we see that actually when it comes to gender equality, we know the northern countries are already much further than the Central European countries. So it's about qualification of women in non-traditional branches. And what are we doing as a public employment service? We start in both parts. On the one hand, we start with, when it comes to the educational contents of our trainings, but we also have specific labor market programs for women. And I want to say that we have 3 different ones with 3 different target groups. One of them is to bring women into craft and technical profession. There's another program to help and support women re-entering the labor market after maternal break. In Austria and Germany, we have quite a long break of maternity, and it's so they need special support when it comes to this. And then a third one is vocational centers for women, where it's especially about evaluating the competencies and making career counseling. And I want to go into just one of the 3, because I think for today it's the most important one. It's the one about women bringing into craft and technical professions, so to overcome this gap and of horizontal segregation in the labor market. And what we see for women, that it's very important to have some kind of onboarding process before they start really qualification in technique. That has to do that a lot of them have quite a low self-esteem when it comes to mathematics technique due to socialization and so on. So as an entrance, we have a vocational orientation, and also, if necessary, we offer the opportunity of a technical pre-qualification. And in those 2, we have especially implemented the question of the digital competences. And it's quite, I want to pick up what where you say, from the KM0 said, it's a program not for the well-educated women. It's really a program for women, older women, migrant women, women with low educational background, and I want to stress it because I think it's quite unique. They have the opportunity to get a qualification up to apprenticeship and up to even up to college. And what we also see, it's important to have a case management, a guidance, even till they enter the company itself. That's the other two. If you're interested, I don't know if the people get the slide. Okay. And when it comes to the digital competences, what have we done? Of course, all our educational institutes do get a framework, and the framework for the digital competences is the DigCom 2.2. I guess most of the people in this room know it. And plus, of course, everybody can read it on the area from the European Commission. So I don't read it because you can read it on the homepage from the European Commission. But I just want to bring a few examples how the Educational Institute do take these standards and use it in practice. And for one example, they have a robot, it's called Roberta, and Roberta, they can program it. So it's really a hands-on training. It's really making the women interested to get into this area. Of course, they get training in coding, but it's also when it comes to dwelling, that they can dwell digitally, or you make video applications. How to, if I apply and make an online application, how can I make such a video? So it's really what, I see the sign, what they can actually use for their job applications. It's about filtering news, it's about media design. So there's a lot they can do to actually experience, am I interested or not? And it's hands-on, that's what I really want to stress, to bring women getting interested in bringing them into the field. And last but not least, it's not on the slide, it's not been my point, but I want to take up the question of digital collaboration of ecosystems, because as a public employment service, as an authority, of course, our data, we are quite connected with so many other authorities and institutions. And right now, I just want to say, we're not any longer talking about dichotomy when it comes to men and women, but we also have non-binary persons. So it's very exciting right now, the change of this data connection when it comes to adding more gender. And we see how important it is, this interlink between the data, that it really functions well, that all the applications change at the same time, otherwise they can't communicate. And I think it's a really interesting time right now to see if it really works. Thank you very much for my part.
So thank you, Martina. And I would like to invite Caroline now. I think they found your slides. Let me see.
It was on me because my slides were twisted. So let's start again. Just like this. Okay. Non, mince, alors même du coup ça va trop vite. Comment je fais pour reward? It goes too fast.
I don't know how to go backwards.
Yes. Okay. The first thing I wanted to show you, I mixed two slides, but it doesn't matter, is it's France, and it shows two things about the post-COVID era. IT is everywhere, and software is still eating the world. You see the two different figures. The first one is the recruitment goals for the companies, from the big companies. GE are the big companies and TPE are the small one. How many people they need in the IT field. The other one, the card, the map, is about how much companies invested in IT after COVID. And when it's deep blue, it means it's more than 60% of the companies of the country. So what we can say is that we absolutely need a way to train people for IT And we know that the regular academic ways are not enough. Because universities and schools cannot train all the people companies need for their IT programs. Okay, I try to do it slow. So what can we do in the Grand Est region where I'm from? I'm from Mulhouse in Alsace, near Germany and Switzerland. We opened a school which is called 42 Mulhouse. It's a school belongs to a network of 47 campuses in the world. So there is 42 Mulhouse, but there is 42 Tokyo, there is 42 Adelaide, there is 42 Paris, there is 42 Vienna, just opened, and I'm going to visit tomorrow. And what we do is we try to train people who cannot go in IT programs in school and universities. So it's a computer science school. It's a project-based pedagogy with no teacher, no class, no hours. It's open 24 hours and 7 days, so 365 days a year. It never closes. So they can come when they want, and they work when they want, when they can. The school is free. We have the public sector who give us money and companies, and well, it's free, so it's easy for everyone to come. It's an access to all. So we have a real diversity program. There is no diploma or degree required. We don't care about what they've done before, if they were good at math, or good at English, or good at French, or anything. What we look is what they want to do now. Do they want to train and try to learn how to code? Will they work enough to do this? And the only thing for us is the motivation, not the past. And the last thing, we have people from 18. There is no age limit. When I say 18, it's not totally true, because I have a student who is 14, but he has his high school diploma, so he has 3 years in advance, and we had to take him because he's so good. But we have many senior. My students, I have 200 students now, and they have from 18 to 55. So with prior work experience. So what they learn in this kind of school is coding and everything with data, AI, cybersecurity, everything which is needed, but they work together all the time. They have to learn together because there are no teachers. So there are no teachers, and at the same time, they are all teachers to each other. And you can see just on the photo, my 2 students, they need to understand something, so explain to each other. So it's a kind of school where you cannot do things by yourself. You have to do it with other people, which is a very good way to train them. And when they go to companies after, for them it's only natural. I mean, they don't have to say they have team spirit, because if they don't have team spirit, they cannot learn in 42 school. What do they learn? They learn, I said, everything. We have a core curriculum, the same projects for everybody. It comes from the center to the external circle. It lasts between 8 to 18 months, because everybody can work at his own pace. Some are very fast. Some finished, some of my best students, they finished the core curriculum in 6 months and 18 days. And some will need 1 year, and some will need 18 months. Doesn't matter. The thing is they learn, they understand what they do, and at the end, they are learning by doing, so they know what to do when they are ready to go to work. After the core curriculum, after the blue circles, they can go on internship. It's not compulsory, but it's better. And most of the time, the companies try to hire them because they are fast learners. So normally for companies, it's okay for them to hire them now, or if they want more specific skills, they can go on specialization. It's all the branches, the small branches, and you have web, IA, security. You can choose. You can do 1 or 2 or 3, just as you want. 3 minutes, okay? I will finish. The thing is, they learn what they need to learn, what they want to learn, and most important, they learn to learn. Because we know now that in a professional life, we have to learn all the time. And for coders, for programming languages is very important because they move fast. We have 700 languages, and sometimes you have to switch between 2. So it works well. I have 200 students. What I need now is trust, support, and open-minded companies that come to me and don't say, what did they do before? Did they go to university? Or do they have a master? Or no, they don't have a master. I don't care. They know how to code. They are very good workers. So trust them, try them, and change your mind. Because you know, the best students in my school are the fastest. So they don't have to stay 5 years in school to learn. If they stay 6 months, it's because they are better than the others, faster. And I think it's okay.
Thank you, Caroline. To finish this session, we have some short panel discussion among our 3 distinguished speakers. And we identified some questions. We have heard already some answers, and I wanted from some of them, and I wanted to ask the others what they think also. So we have heard from Caroline a few examples, but I would like to ask Ahmed, from your point of view, what key competences and skills do you want to lift that you think are important in relation to the digitalization at the company's workplace of the futures? Can you give some more examples, or do you have similar examples? And would you think this is different for different industrial sectors?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I have to fully agree with you. I think we need to be focusing a lot on people who are willing to learn. And if it comes to, let's say, in our industry, we try to not care about education in that sense. We try to go to the operators and see which people are interested and who are willing to learn. So I think willingness to learn is one of the most important thing, if not the most important thing for us. And that's what we try to push on in our company as well.
Okay. Martina, do you want to have some of the examples, competencies?
Yeah, what we see is that it's quite a broad knowledge that the people need to learn, and it's not just to focus on specific areas of the companies. It's really the whole branch. It's when it comes to also acting out civil rights, how to use the cell phone signature. It's in this whole area of securing the own laptop, the access to the cell phones. So it's not just the specific area within the company, but it's quite a really, really broad basis they need to know also to not fear of learning new things within the digital realm.
Thank you. And maybe there is two kind of people. Some people that work already for a long time at the companies, and there is new talent that the companies are hiring. So for the people who are working at companies since several years, like these operators, that you made the example, who are maybe trained 3-4 years and to operate these machines, and then they get all this new digitalization put on them. So what challenges do you see for acquiring those competences that are there for the existing staff, Ahmed? And how can we solve these challenges, or how can we make it easier for them to get these competences that are needed for them to survive this digital transformation at the companies that's happening?
Also, again, a really good question, because I think technology is the backbone for this thing, but we need to always focus on the people who are working with the technology. So what we try to focus on is to somehow enable the operators who have been in our industry. We have operators who have been working there 35 years, right? And they have this immense knowledge of the industry. At the same time, people might think that they will be often scared when it comes to new technology and so on and so on. But I don't think so. I think we have a unique opportunity here to help them do less of the boring stuff and take that technology and use it to improve their everyday and give them that incentive. So it's really important for us to try to help the generation who have been working there 25, 35 years and create solutions which works best for them.
Caroline, do you want to add? Or what challenges are there for staff that is working long time in companies and now they undergo this digital transformation? Because you have a mixed group that you mentioned. You have people from 18 to 55. Do you see there are specific challenges for the older people then compared to the new one that are first time in the market?
No, not really. The funny thing is it's very rare to see in a school people who work together, and one can be the father and one can be the son. I mean, and they're just the same students. There is no age difference when they work together. And youngers are faster and they understand like this sometimes, but the older, they have more experience and they are more patient. So it's sometimes easier for them to accept to fail and to retry and try. But from another perspective, I worked for a public sector before the school, and what I see is digital transformation is frightful for many people. It's not, I mean, total happiness. It's not true. And what you must do, I think, with humans, with the people, is to understand their fear. To understand that it's not easy for them because people don't like change. It's not true. The people who like change, there are so few. So the first thing is to understand the fear and to make people express their fear about digital transformation. Not to talk about technology and to show that they will gain something. Digital has to give them a bonus. They have to save money or time or something. You don't do digital for digital.
Thank you. I have also some question to Martina, and that is maybe also very important for the companies, because we saw in your statistics before that many people are hiring many companies are hiring like crazy, these kind of skills. So what challenges are there for the companies to actually getting this kind of talent that has these competencies that are in need? I mean, if you think about AI skills, for example, well, if you have AI skills, then you can choose among 20, 30 companies. You can go to Google, Amazon, and so on. and maybe some other companies that are smaller maybe are not so interesting. So they may have some challenges to acquire this kind of stuff needed.
Yes, we actually do get a lot of questions from the companies because they really are in lack of people working, especially in this area. So, of course, companies do go specific ways. One of them, of course, is always about payment, especially when it comes to these specialized persons. But of course, it has a lot to do with the working environment and the working condition. So we see a lot of, actually also whole branches like industry, they go the way that they say we have a 4 days week, or all the flexibility of working time, that you can just change your contract from 40 hours to 35 and so on, and changing it quite quickly. Plus, of course, and it's been promoted, of course, with the COVID crisis, it's about home office, to not really always traveling to the workplace, but working wherever you are. It has a lot to do with career planning, that you have like a mentoring systems, but it also has to do with your company policy. So are you attractive for people to come? And if people do now expect that a company has policies when it comes to equality, that they are open-minded, that there is a non-tolerance to discrimination, for example. And plus, when it comes to female workers, we see that role models are extremely important to have already in the company, so they are a multiplicator. So there are different ways to go, and actually it's a good development, I think.
Thank you. And Ahmed, how do you see the strategy of Moelven to acquire this new talent that is so important for this digital transformation?
We have seen that when it comes to pay, for example, in this specialized area, it's quite, it's not always about the payment, because they can get high payment anywhere when it comes to this branch, right? What we have seen is that we can score points when we offer personal development and give them opportunities to develop and try new stuff and be a little bit innovative. And I think the big companies sometimes might miss that thing. If you're working in Amazon, Google, or whatever, they have quite paved strategies. And I think we can score a lot of points in terms of self-development and give them the area to be creative and innovative and come with new suggestions. So that's somehow our key thing here, I think.
So more flexible in terms of how they can develop themselves, what they see their role in 5 to 10 years at your company, and that maybe is more attractive than if they know they work for Google, they have to do exactly this and that.
Absolutely, and come with suggestions and give them the area and stage to come with ideas which are crazy, but sometimes they are really, really good. So a little bit more freedom and challenging work.
Thank you, Ahmed. And my last question would be, again, let's start with Martina. So we are also running a computer science school, and we see that only few percentage of women start to, take on this computer science education. And this is a key issue, because then later on, there's only a very small percentage of female that are available on the job market that have these digital skills. So we need to change something in our whole education system to increase the number of females that are going towards this direction. So what kind of possibilities or what kind of wish list do you have? Or how would you see what needed to be changed to increase this?
Well, actually, it starts already much earlier. It starts already in childhood, so actually it's the last end to look at. So it's about socialization. It's how is it in the preschool? Are there role models? What kind of toys do girls and boys get? I just want to remember, I know we all know of this, but I still want to stress it at that point. Of course, it has to do with vocational orientation already in school. So about the information of the variety of jobs, we see a lot of girls, they pick up the jobs that the friend of hers is taking. And it's quite persistent. So, and they don't think of the dimension that it has when it comes to life income. And if we have a folder about it, how different it is, your life income, and not just income of the job, but also of retirement. If we all sum up that, you know, there is a difference of $500,000 if you either take the one job or the other. And girls take a decision in profession not thinking about it. So I think it's a lot about information. Of course, I mentioned already role models, and the same thing is up to universities and schools, but also about encouragement, if there are good professors who encourage. And plus, also here, it's quite basic, but it has to do with the environment. Because, for example, we have a school that educates young men and women in apprenticeship, and it's more in a traditional area. And they now have an equality ombud, and they change the environment. And it's even about the colors of the wall, and are there some spaces that you know, women can go and gather and talk. So even like really, really basic ones are important if women decide to pick up a specific education.
Yeah, Caroline, I wanted.
Yes, if I can just add something, is the issue of the parents as well. Because mothers sometimes tell their daughters, fashion, social, medical, I mean, no, IT, no, it's for boys. You see only boys. Engineer, no, too much work. How can you go and pick your children at school? That's true. I mean, daughters, they hear things like that. I have two daughters. They're in France. They just managed together without me, because I'm here in Vienna today, and it's okay. I mean, I had a working mom. I am a working mom. And it's very important that the mothers and fathers speak to their children, to boys and girls, in the same way. It's not only toys. It's just, you can do, I mean, sky is the limit for the boy, but also for the girl.
Yeah, and I think what you mentioned is what you mentioned is very important. But also, I would lift one more point from society aspect. So I have a daughter, and when she asked me what should she study, then I said study computers, or not study, but go to high school, study technique and computer science. And then she said, this is only for nerds. And I don't want to study program with only nerdy guys. Like there is this somehow also in our society, there is this stereotype also that hinders a lot of female to take this study. But on the other hand, if you encourage students, so I think that's important at university. So I had Rebecca Alfredson was studying, so I told her she need to go to Ericsson because she has a bright career, and now she is at Ericsson Research working for standardization. As a good role model and being ambassador for the study program and make this available to many more female, to encourage them that they can have a career that can combine technology with what they want. Okay, so I think let's thank our panel members. And Martina, the rest is clear of the program, or? Maybe some people joined later, so just...
Yeah, I say it once more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have a slight change in the program. I have also already mentioned before this session, but now we don't have a break now. We continue now with our keynote speakers, with them from really, I appreciate them very much. They come from completely from the companies, from outside, and we finish with the highest recognized expert in responsible research and innovation in Europe. This is René from Schomburg. This is our last keynote speaker today. We continue immediately after this to this session. But before we start, I ask Andrea, she has an announcement once more regarding our guided tour to the Presidency in the Hofburg tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that everybody who wants to join the Hofburg tour tomorrow morning has got the email from me, because it happened 4 or 5 people did not get the email. So just, is there anybody who is not informed about the COVID procedure, did not get an email? Nobody, okay. Then it's fine for me, everybody should be informed. Thank you. So Marianne, you take over again.
I think it's not so easy to speak and open the windows, but I think we have to open the windows a little bit. Okay. So now we start with this session about values and business and responsibility in the business. And our first speaker is Alexi Perino. He is an engineer. He's graduated from the ENI in Metz. He was the cluster manager in Materialia first, but because he was inspired, he has a lot of interest in financial things, and he was inspired by RRI, and he founded a startup and implemented RRI there. And how he do this, and what he has learned from previous projects, from the IMRR project, he will talk about now. Welcome, Alexi.
I will also put a timer.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so this is a green button, right? Yeah. The one with all the arrow. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Alexi, and I'm here to present to you my understandings of responsible research innovation, what I've learned during this project, and how I use this in order to build a startup based on these principles. So before presenting the startup, I want to present this understanding, and in order to start, I would like to highlight the fact that we are currently living a revolution within the revolution we are living. What I mean by this is the fact that if I make a quick recap of what we experienced in the past, we can notice that there is a common aspect to the previous industrial revolution. They all happened at the expense of any social consideration and any social aspect. The first one caused mass rural exodus, the second transformed the worker into a resource, and the third one made him actually replaceable. So we can wonder, based on this, what makes this fourth industrial revolution so particular. In my opinion, what makes this revolution so particular is the fact that it's not anymore an industrial revolution. It's more something like a systemic revolution and a global one. Because of two things, in my opinion. The first one is the fact that industry used to be at the epicenter of these previous revolutions. And today, it's not anymore the case. It's one of the application fields. And secondly, as I already said, the 3 first industrial revolutions happened at the expense of the social aspect, but now things are changing because this 4th industrial revolution takes place not anymore in spite of this, but with social consideration, and sometimes even thanks to it. This leads me to this statement. This revolution is actually redefining the socio-economic balance. I picked a few examples in order to highlight the things. These examples are from the COVID time, so it's a little bit old-fashioned, but I'm pretty sure it's still up to date. We have, for example, the fact that Danone, one of the main public companies in France, decided to integrate into its constitution the fact that they want to work on environment. We have the government that release the French government that release women-men equality index, where all the companies are ranked based on some criteria. We have the same thing that is being studied in order to provide a diversity index. And we have some economic newspapers that start to release ranking based on the ability to reduce the carbon emissions for companies. This leads me to one thing. Initially, I wanted to make this presentation a little bit down to earth and to jump to one conclusion, but something today crossed my mind. What makes our civilization, what makes our species so particular is the fact that we are able to tell ourselves stories. Everything that rules, most of the things that are ruling our lives are based on stories we are able to tell us. For example, the fact that this city is called Vienna is because we all agreed of this. The fact that when we drive on a road, we decide not to cross a lane is because it's a story. This is something we all agreed. It's a commonly and shared belief that we all shared. And one of the most fantastic belief and one of the most fantastic story our civilization agreed to believe in used to be the fact that companies are built to make money. It used to be the norm. It used to be something we all believed. And today, something is changing. Today, we are rewriting the way we perceive companies. Companies are not anymore an economic object. It's not anymore an economic concept. It's becoming a socio-economic concept where companies are being evaluated on economic criteria such as return on investment, values, and so on, but also on some new criteria such as our ability to provide equality between men and women, our ability to take care of the planet, etc. And while we are rewriting these stories about companies, we are focusing on some new aspect, and we need tools in order to understand this new framework. And responsible research and innovation, it's only when we accept this new concept, this new perception of what is a company, that we can understand how responsible research and innovation can be useful for business. So this leads me to present you a real-life use case. So it will be my story I would like to tell you. And this story is called Jared. So Jared is it's a new startup which aims to build and to provide an intelligent assistant to help people to better manage their finance and to reach their goal. I want to answer a question that probably nobody will ask. It's why did I choose this name? So I just make a quick parenthesis. Who already in the room seen this movie? Yeah? Okay, not that much. For the other, I can only advise you to watch it because it's incredible. And it's my favorite movie. It's the one that really triggered something in me and pushed me to interest myself to finance. And what is interesting with this movie, it's the fact that it's explaining something really difficult to understand, the root cause of the 2008 subprime crisis. And one of the main characters is called Jared, you get it, and this character is the one that make all this movie and all this issue understandable. This guy make the finance understandable for us that are actually viewing this movie. And talking about making something difficult easy, this leads me to present my problem. My problem is the fact that today managing your finance it's something that requires knowledge, time, and discipline. And if you don't have any of it, you need assistance. This because of three main factors. The first one is education. Today, many relevant economic and financial information are not identified or used by people because of lack of financial education. The planning is something difficult because setting and tracking your financial goals need a further effort. And you can tell me that, okay, but if I don't have these skills, I have still the possibility to rely on some expert. But these experts cannot follow everybody at the level you expect. This means that many people are actually don't trust anymore a financial advisor and prefer to manage their wealth alone. This leads me to one statement. I picked a French statistic, but 49% of the French population considers that their financial goals are a limit to reach their projects that matters to them. No need to focus much more on data, but this slide is only there to highlight how critical the situation is. Because, for example, it's hard to believe that 20% of the population have a poor understanding of division, and it's worst to know and to learn that there is a so huge gap between several education levels. So this is my first statement, my first takeaway. I can say, if you want to build something RI, especially in startup, an advice would be to tackle a social challenge and, if possible, a major one. So now about my solution. Our solution is an intelligent and tailor-made tool, obviously, built to help you to inform yourself and to develop your knowledge, to better understand and improve your finance, and to define and achieve your goals. To summarize, it's a conscious and proactive assistant built into this purpose. How it works? Basically, we will make 3 reports. A financial one, which is like a personal balance sheet. A personal one, which is something that and we'll try to understand a little bit more who you are instead of what you have. So we will ask some obvious questions such as socio-professional information, but we will also inquire about, for example, your passions, about your worries, your concern, etc. And the third one, and this is something really new for the customer, we will realize a cognitive assessment. A cognitive assessment is a way to use scientific tests in order to measure your sensitivity to cognitive bias. So, one other question, who here is familiar with cognitive bias? Okay. Let's imagine you have to buy a Bluetooth speaker, let's say. You go to the local shop and this speaker costs 100 euro. While you are in the shop, you learn that this speaker, 10 minutes far from here, cost half the price. It's a bargain. Would you go in this other shop to buy it? Probably. Let's imagine that 1 year later, you have to buy a new television. This television costs 1,500 euros. You are again in this first shop, and you learn that in another shop, you have the same televisions that cost only 1,450 euros. Would you go to buy there? Probably not. So now explain me why you don't provide the same value to 50 euro and 50 euro. This is because of a bias, a cognitive bias. This is something that is trigger you, and this is something that is really influencing your financial behavior. And currently the scientific literacy lists gather around 200 of this bias. The one I just said is Weber-Fechner law. And what we will do is to pick the 10 most influent bias on your money management, on finances, and we will evaluate you on this. This leads us to have a report on a new aspect of your personality, and we will detect some hidden characteristic of your personality. I don't say much more about bias. I would be happy to share about it later with a drink, but what you have to remember here as a takeaway is your science, because, well, it's about RI. Now, once we did all these reports, Jared is able to work. We can provide tons of things. What we will provide can go from information providing to analysis, best practices, prediction based on artificial intelligence, and even a monitoring of your behavior. All of these things, I don't want to enter too much in details, but leads to a few benefits for the user. And these benefits are the fact that he will be able to learn, he will be able to better understand, to reduce the effort required by the money management, and to reach the goals we will help him to define. In order to reach this level of satisfaction, some key principles are necessary. And these key principles, I only show a few one, but what I really, really believe in and what I really want to provide through this application is the fact that we have to make this solution as simple as possible to use. Why do we use compulsively social medias? Because the cognitive effort required to use social media is reduced to zero. You just open the app and you don't have to seek information. Information is provided to you. This means that you don't have to spend any effort to scroll and to scroll on these applications. What we want to make is something similar. This is like a Siri, but a Siri for finance. A conscious assistant that will provide you the information you need instead of asking you to seek for the information you need. This is my next takeaway. You have to make it easy to use. And pardon my French, but you understand this is the ingredient. There is three main ingredients, three main pillars we rely on. The first one, as I said, is the fact that we are based on science, but I already explained this. The second is the fact that we are powered by artificial intelligence, algorithm, and data in order to make all the features I already presented functioning. We need, obviously, a lot of technologies. But the hidden thing behind our solution is the fact that we are backed by a family office. And this is something critical, because a family office is like the top of the wealth management. And these kind of entities are already providing this kind of services to wealthy people. The only difference is that wealthy people have a real Jared that sits in an office and is ready to pick his phone each time something happens and each time the customer has to know something. In our case, what we want to do is to build a process and to build technologies that make these existing things, scalable. So this is my next takeaway. We have to democratize something, because the solution, when you have to facing an issue, the solution is probably existing, but it's just inaccessible to the right people. And this approach is something critical because this makes us different to our competitors. Because once you see everything through an RRI prisma, through an RRI frame, you are able to understand that what makes you different is the fact that you are answering in another way the issue. You are answering the issue based on what the customer is expecting. So this is my next takeaway. Use RI as a strength, and it will make you different. Talking about the customer, once again, seeing things through responsible research and innovation prisma, through this framework, helps you to define in another way than usual the markets that you are facing. I could have divided the market in many ways, but when I decide to divide it by taking some RI insight, I realize that I can sort people by interest and by knowledge. And my mission is to help all the people that are not in the upper right segment to join it. So I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for these people to gain knowledge and to gain interest into finance. So my takeaway number 6 is that you have to spot the right people. And once you do it, you will realize that things become global and your solution is universal. Because you will realize that the solutions that, the problem that you are trying to solve and the solutions that you are trying to provide is something that can apply anywhere. Because I'm talking about financial inclusion and financial education, because this is about it. It's all the matter of Jared is about financial inclusion. And what you will realize is the fact that financial inclusion today is really critical. It's so critical that the OECD and the European Commission built a whole framework based on this and released it in the beginning of this year. So if you spot the right people, it will be universal. And one last thing about the RRI frame. There are some studies that show that during COVID, or since COVID, majority of the population is afraid of the future. A majority of the population don't know how to handle with inflation. We have some studies that show that the influence of cognitive bias on the financial behavior exploded during COVID, and it was only one crisis. If you feel that you don't know how to handle a few of these things, if you don't know how to overcome this, if you don't know what strategy to adopt, or if you are the feeling to be a little bit maybe alone by facing these upcoming things, it's probably because you need something like Jared. And this is my bonus takeaway. The worse the situation, the better your solution. It's obvious because if the problem that you are trying to solve is likely to increase, it's obvious that your solution will become even more useful. And to finish, by following these steps, your innovation should be whether social and responsible, because you are addressing, on one hand, the expectation of the population, the expectation of the public, but on the other hand, you will also fit the RRI way of building your solution. So this means that by following these steps, by following the RRI principle, you will almost guarantee the fact that your innovation will be social and will be responsible. This is irrelevant, and the only thing I want to say to finish is that I think that by proceeding this way, by trying to tackle this issue and by building this kind of solution, Jared can be considered as an RRI by design in the issue we want to solve, in the way we build the answer, and in the DNA of our solution. And one last word on what but this is for you, is the fact that I'm pretty sure that without the insight and without the learning of DigiTeRRI, this startup would have probably taken another way. So I'm really glad that I would be able to embrace this challenge by using the learnings of this project. So you can consider it as an outcome. Thank you.
This is really great news. So we have an important impact. But you started to learn about RRI in RRI project. Yeah. So and you continued and improved. Okay, yeah, great. So we have our next speaker is is an entrepreneur, has entrepreneurial blood in his body. He is the owner of Miraplast company in Austria. And this is Markus Brunthaler. He is a polymer engineer and has a degree also in business administration. He is the owner of the company, the CEO, yeah. And he has participated in DigiTeRRI Project, and you will learn about how he has integrated what he has learned in his company. I am very pleased that you are here. Welcome to this conference.
You show me the card? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you and good afternoon. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm usually standing more free that I can kind of walk around. Okay. Yeah, I'm usually walking around a little bit more. Thank you and good afternoon. I guess we have another outcome of a project, like we just heard, that I want to share with you a little bit. So really quickly, what I'm going to address today is brief introduction of myself, what Marianne already started. I wanted to show you a little bit what DigiTeRRI is and what our topic was. and what our work among the stakeholders in terms of the foresight process we used and the scenarios we developed. And then I will finish with a few learnings that we had. Yeah. So I'm a local. I know how many Viennese or how many Austrians we have here. I think it's a very, okay, quite a few, but the rest is international. Very good. Welcome to Vienna. So I'm a local. I'm born in Vienna here in 1974. I have a major in plastics engineering and business administration, and I studied here in Vienna and a little bit in the United States. Marianne already mentioned I'm owner and CEO of Miraplast company plus subsidiaries. It's a family-owned business. I'm the third generation. We have approximately 110 employees, and our main technology is injection molding of plastics parts, and we do also the molds. And we basically have two business units. One is something that everybody's familiar. It's like Tupperware. So we do containers and everything for food contact, and some technical parts that go from car industry to electrical industry, etc. And on the industry level, I had to Google that, what it is. In English, it would be called the Guild Masters and the Vice Guild Masters, or the Austrian small and medium-sized plastics processors have their own group in Austria that negotiate with the government, with the unions, etc. So I'm a member of this group, and also I'm a member of the Austrian Kunststoffcluster that connects the whole industry among the supply chain. Now, what was CIRRI exactly, and what was our topic? CIRRI was about ecosystems, and again, there's responsible research and innovation idea. We had 3 regions in this project. One region in Catalonia, then in Nordland in Finland, and Lower Austria. Norway, sorry, Norway. And our local region here in Lower Austria. The people in Norway, they worked on the 17 SDGs, and they had a rather, I would say it was more like on the meta level, an idea to work on strategies and planning on a more sustainable society. The people in Catalonia were really working on something very hands-on stuff on zero waste. They focused on the zero waste idea, and also closely linked that to the SDGs. And my region, to sum it up in short, is we wanted to make the polymer industry carbon dioxide free, so zero carbon dioxide footprint. Everybody who was in the project, the DigiTeRRI, I guess, worked pretty similar than the CIRRI project. So you had a bunch of workshops, and you worked with foresight. So we had 3 workshop groups, and here you see our stakeholders looking at the camera, not working. So it was a very good and mixed group of people from the industry, people from R&D, from science, from universities, and also from governmental agencies working on this topic. And what we came up with is, in the beginning, we started to find some factors that would have an influence on making plastics industry carbon dioxide free or neutral. So this was, in the beginning, we basically plastered a lot of walls with our great ideas, and then we had to somehow condense this down. And what we did is we ended up using the underlined ones, and you see everything from gender equality and education and the image of the plastics and raw material and business model, and so on and so on. And we had to focus a little bit and pick some of the factors and leave others out, but not to get that wrong. We didn't just skip gender equality and education just to leave it out. This was basically condensed into other factors. So these 2 important issues were condensed, for example, into the skilled employees. If you want to improve your industry, if you want to bring that forward, you need skilled employees, and that's how do you get that? You get this by of course, by education, and also, of course, by bringing everybody in. So that's on the gender equality issue. Yeah, quite some interesting key factors that we found here until carbon footprint, and we also saw that government support on the transition to this and holistic thinking and of course taxing policies, so how do you work with government subsidies, was very interesting. In the end, we ended up with something like this. We out of these factors, we started to describe what could be, how could a scenario look like. And you see, in most cases, we just have three yellow cards in the column, and we basically missed the fourth scenario. So in the beginning, we just had three, and then we were standing in front of this and said, well, there's a fourth scenario missing. And these are the three scenarios plus the fourth one. So one scenario was if you talk about plastics industry and using of plastics, and you guys know all the media coverage we have on the on plastics and waste and whatever. So of course one of the first scenarios was, okay, there are no rules, there's just profit. So we give a damn shit on the environment, we just print money here. Yeah? And so there are no laws, no regulation on how to use plastic, on waste, on recycling, and so on. There's also no government support, there's only supply and demand, and we just try to make as much profit as possible. And the second one is the one on the right hand. It was like, okay, everything is fine. This is where we would kind of start to settle in the very fast. To say, okay, everybody accepts plastics is something sustainable, and we can explain why this is the case, and so on and so on. But this didn't really thrill us, because we said we want to do it carbon dioxide free. That's why the third scenario is the happy world where Greta smiles, where we have closed carbon loops, and we basically fulfilled all the climate goals. We even exceed them, and we can grow our industry on the basis of this status. And then there was one thing missing, and that's what also the media gave us a little bit as a hint, because we're discussing a lot what would the world look like if there is no plastics. So one of the scenarios was a world without plastics. What does it mean if plastics is forbidden, if there is no new plastic brought into the market, but the existing one you can use, and you can recycle it, and at one point of time it's so much deteriorated that you also lose this one, and then there's really no plastics anymore. So these were the four scenarios. Now a little bit of learning issues for me and my business. Siri confirmed some of what I already kind of knew or experienced from what I do. Also as a vice guild master, so in my industry group, we already knew that plastics is a part of the solution and not part of the problem. And it's definitely a big part of the solution. The thing is, we have to communicate that and make it clear to people why this is true and not wrong. Plastics itself as a material is not the real issue here. It's more like the way we use it, and especially the way we don't use it when we stopped using it. Let's put it this way. And we have to communicate that a lot. The right use, the right recycling schemes, and so on and so on. And one of the big issues is also we have to work together on closing the loops. Now we are a plastics processor. So we do about 1,000 to 1,200 tons a year, and we started to ask our clients to send back the products they don't use anymore. So if you go to the shop here in Austria and you buy a box from my company, there will be a little leaflet inside asking you, if you buy a new one, you might have an old one. So please send us back your old one, and you will get a voucher to cover your postal fees, and we will shred your box and we'll produce something new out of that. That is, in this case, it's not anymore allowed to be in food contact, but there are tons of applications that don't need a food grade. So you can do all kinds of buckets or boxes and so on and so on. It can be reused. So this is what we offer as a company. Yeah? As a company, we also learned that we continue to have to work on our footprint. Now, the technology itself on processing these plastics is not the real issue. It's not a huge footprint problem. We saw in our company that the heating system to heat the whole facility creates more carbon dioxide emission than the whole production. So that's not the issue. So now we're working on rethinking our heating system and not the plastics technology itself. And last but not least, although we as Miraplast company, we don't produce single-used plastics products, we see that we still have to offer something that is sustainable in the alternative, because it seems that for customers, everything if it's plastics, everything is bad. Whether you have this product just for 30 seconds, and I'm thinking about a little plastic spoon where you stir your coffee at the coffee machine and then you throw it away, that's like 30 seconds. Or you buy one of our boxes and you put in your, I don't know, your fruits or your sandwich that you take to the office, and if you keep that safe and sound, you will have it for 10 years, and then you put it in the collection, and it will be re-shredded, and you can produce maybe a garbage bin out of that. It's not a big issue. We still have to offer that. So what we did and already and still do in our company, so we started to work with SDGs and had a look at what we can do, and we picked a few one. And just 2 years ago, we started a solar plant on our roof. So in the meantime, we can produce nearly 30% of our electricity. Also, up to 30% savings with new machine technology. We do have already sustainable products that are from bio-based materials, but also from recycling materials. And if you're interested, these are just the SDGs we tackle here that have an impact on the footprint, but there are other SDGs that we addressed too on the webpage I mentioned here. Now, what was the learning for the industry? And that was actually the more interesting thing, or one of the outcomes of CIRE that we are actually pretty proud of that. I showed you before that we had this fourth strategy, or this fourth scenario. And this was the scenario, the world without plastics. So what we did together with the Kunststoff cluster is we came up with an online webinar on the world without plastics, and the subtitle was Back to the Past. And the reason why we picked that was we invited scientists and engineers to give a speech on that, on 4 issues: on medical service, on food, on mobility, and on telecom and on communication. And if you look at these 4 points here, that you basically touch one of these 4 points, if not all 4 points, every day. So in everyday world, if you take out plastics in medical service, I mean, there was a medical doctor from the university who showed us an emergency room from 1850. You don't want to be sick anymore. Yeah? So medical service without plastics at the level we have today, unthinkable. Yeah? Then we changed over to food scientists and had them talk about what's the impact on food if you take away plastics, especially as a function of securing and making the product more durable, easier to transport, and that you don't have so much food waste. Yeah? And there are important or well-known examples of meat, of beef that you shrink basically in vacuum film. What is the extended shelf life of that? But also very stupid and easy is the cucumber that is shrinked in film, that it doesn't lose water, and how much more long it lasts by doing that. Yeah? Also mobility, nobody thinks about that one, but the tire on your car is plastics, so please remove the tire from your car if you have no plastics, and think about what we did then before. So we had like horse carriages with wooden wheels, and with wooden wheels, or we have the railroad, which is a great thing, but that alone doesn't work. Yeah? And also, last but not least, communication. If you look at cell phones or everything that's electronic. And I'm not talking about the cover, but I'm talking about insulation and about making things very small. This would be not possible without plastics and plastics engineering. So this gave us a little idea of what the world would look like if we just take away totally this material. For me, the even bigger thing, and we are really proud of that one, is that out of the DigiTeRRI project, there were a certain number of stakeholders that continued the work of thinking on strategies on how to reduce or even make the carbon footprint of the industry, bring it down to zero. And we, together, we founded a Verein in German, in association, yeah. The Austrian Carbon Cycle Circle, a little bit tricky in the wording, but the idea is not to think about plastics, but to think about carbon. So we have to close not just the plastics loop, we have to close the carbon loop. As long as we don't burn plastics or we don't burn oil, the whole thing is in a cycle. So if we can recycle plastics, if we can recycle materials, using just a little more carbon footprint to regain that, it helps us. And this group started 1.5 years ago with this association, and we brought together experts of the plastics industry and other industries around. We're trying to attract experts to come and join us. We try to help other industries. We try to help our own industry to work on issues on how to make our industry more sustainable. And yeah, just visit the website. Please join. We have a lot to do. I'm just talking about corporate social responsibility directive, taxonomy regulations, and so on. So there are some very, very big issues coming up, and we are working on that one. Now to close the whole thing, the idea was to talk about values of a responsibility, of a responsible industry and business. My conclusion was we have to communicate a lot, and I'm talking about the plastics industry. Really have to tell people what we do, why we think that it's good what we do, be open for the discussion. Not everything is good. But we know exactly without plastics, it would not be better, it would be worse. We have to educate people, and I'm so keen to say, if you want to save the world, we have to become a plastics engineer, because we can do products with a lower impact, and we can also work on recycling. We have to do a lot of research still, and we have to develop sustainable technologies, more sustainable technologies, and more sustainable projects. And one of the key learnings also was that we all have to take part in closing the loop. If we produce a plastics product, but the end consumer just throws it away and doesn't help us to bring it back to the cycle, it doesn't work. So everybody has to participate, and not just your neighbor who just threw the bottle in the wrong bin. We all have to do that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for your attention, and we'll stay here also for dinner if there are some questions. Thank you.
So I am not sure somebody from the European Commission or somebody's here who can tell the European Commission that what an impact we have with these RRI projects. So Alexi had learned a lot for his company. A company in Austria has implemented RRI, and we got to learn, we learned a lot how they did it. And I'm really proud and happy that we could manage this in this way. This was a great journey, Markus. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And with this carbon cycle circle is also a great work, and the head of this association is a lady. So she was also with us in the DigiTeRRI project. Now we have somebody from outside RRI. However, when I talked to her first time, she mentioned so many things about values, so that I said she has to come to this conference. And Anneli Strömberg, she comes from the Dalarna Science Park in Sweden. She was a business controller in many famous Swedish companies, active all over the world, working all over the world. And she is a sustainable strategist. Yeah, she does something about sustainable strategies. Please welcome with me Anneli Strömberg.
And I think everyone needs to stand up for a bit.
Okay.
I've been sitting for a long
Oh, yeah.
time, so
Can you make it in 20 minutes?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And you can be standing all along if you like. This is a good value to be standing up while talking. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we wanted to do this. Do a lot, and it's always too much. Sorry.
And first of all, I must tell you that I love color, and I have had no graphic designer to stopping me now, so I have gone all wild. And Mario, if you like to contact me later on, you can show me how to do it properly, probably. We need to talk, right? Yes. Yes, like I said, I had dinner with Marianne when I was in Copenhagen, together with Competence. And we sort of connected immediately, and that's why I'm here. So I want to talk to you quite shortly about walking the talk, why values matter to innovation, or I most probably do. Oh, thank you. Okay, I have the same trouble moving around also, yeah? And why I most probably do think that they actually do connect. So I work since February for Dalarna Science Park. And I work closely with Värmland, so we are sort of brothers and sisters in a project that I'm also running. Okay? So what I'm going to tell you about, what Marianne thought I should come here and talk about, is actually how we do this for real. What is value-based for real? How do we actually do this in business? So that's what I'm going to talk about quite shortly. And remember, please, this has got no report. You can read no report afterwards about this. There is no scientific experiment. This is just my experience, and I'm getting quite old now. So trust me in this one. I'm 53, that's my age. Yeah? And what happened now? Okay, this is what happens. I spent quite a few years, 15 years, in 3 different base companies, in steel, in paper, and in energy. So this is really the traditional industry where I come from. And there was lovely 15 years, 3 lovely companies, and we do a lot of profit. And I will say we all the time now, because these are all my babies, so I'm still we with these companies. And after these 15 years, I swapped. I spent the next 9 years in one company and did exactly the same thing. Profit is, you need profit to run a company. So that's really the base. And you can do profit in many different ways, but you need money to pay the workers. So we need to settle that. But what actually happened is, for the first time, these values arrived. They sort of came to me in a way that I could not, there was magic appearing. And all of a sudden, it was like, okay, this is how you can do it also, while still doing profit. So that's what I'm going to tell you shortly about. So just to make sure that you don't think that I'm lying about this, the company that I've been working for the past 9 years actually is quite innovative. You know, so it's not just anything. I do not really want to tell you what it is, but it is quite a big company, and they are quite innovative, right? So this is not something that I just made up. And I think that this company has managed actually to be quite innovative because they do connect the customer and the society and sort of gets it all together, including the customer and all the workers, managers and co-workers that actually is in this place. So that's why I think it's a bit magic about this. So when I was in these other 3 lovely companies, there was values, of course. There was always values, but it was something that the HR was talking quite often about, and it was there was lovely words on a piece of paper. And we talked about them maybe once or twice a year, but they were just there. They weren't really connecting. They were connecting to me when I read them, but nobody said, can you explain them, or what do you mean by those? But instead, the last company I worked for used really these values to actually drive business for real. So how? How do we do this? How does it really happen? So the trick is really you have to make it an everyday business. Everybody has to feel it and touch it, and you have to sort of breathe it. And how do you do that? These are the values that this company works with. It is togetherness, and I was scrambling down words here because I was thinking, Marianne, why has she really invited me to this one, talking about DigiTeRRI and stuff, but you have all mentioned nearly all of these things that is here. You have mentioned culture and values. You have mentioned collaboration and working together, that leadership is really important and improvements is needed to run innovative businesses, right? And this is the company's values. So togetherness, you cannot do anything on your own. You need to go together, and this is really in the core of the company. It's everything. You need to trust one another, and you need to be open. Caring for people and planet, well, it's a must in these days. We have the Green Deal, and we need to be fair and inclusive, and we need to think about everybody that is around the world to be a really trustful company. Cost consciousness, everything we do today, we can do a little bit better tomorrow, and we can do it with a little bit less money. So you need to have this also in the DNA. You cannot be wasteful. That is really a sin. Simplicity equals efficiency. So please try to avoid all kind of bureaucracy, because that is not fun. Nobody wants to work in a company that bureaucracy, yeah, you know, it is something that is really, really hard. Simplicity is the word. Renew and improve. Also here, what we do today, we can always do a little bit better tomorrow. Different with a meaning. What does that mean? Well, it means that we do not want to do what everybody else is doing. We want to be a bit in the forefront. Give and take responsibility. Early on in the journey when you work for this company, you are given responsibility because we think that is the way you grow, and that is the way you get interested in other businesses within the company. So you get curious and you want to go there and you want to go there, but you only get that if you get the responsibility. So give and take responsibility is really important. And lead by example. If you can't do this, you do not belong in this company. There is not just knowledge that they look for in this company. If you have the right values, you can work here and you can learn the rest. And I think you, Ahmed, was into that as well. If you have the right values, come and work here and we will take care of you. So these are the values that this company works for. But still, we haven't really touched about, this is also words put on a paper. So what is the difference really? How does it work? How do they make it work? So, if you're a coworker, when you get hired, we ask you about these values. Can you please explain, when we say simplicity, what does that mean to you? And how do you lead by example? That doesn't mean that you have to be a leader or a manager. Can you explain in your previous work, or if you come from school, what did you do to be a good leader? Can you explain that? So whatever you come from or whatever you have been doing, you need to talk about the values. And if you cannot do that, you probably won't be hired in this company. So, but you have this, so you can answer all these questions. You do get employed. What happens then? Well, when you do enter this company, you get 2 days of talking about these values, and you do that in workshops. So you actually get to know your friends, and you connect, and you talk about this. What does it mean for you, and what does it mean for you, and how can we work together and make this a great workplace? We do job chats. Every 6 or 8 weeks, we have job chats. Then we talk about these values. Is there anything that is bothering you? Is there anything that you are thinking about? Or how does it work with your colleagues? Is there anything in the values that we need to chat about? In the yearly goal setting, we make goals to these 8 values. You have to, as a coworker or a manager, say, these values, I want to work with these ones because I think these ones are tricky. So we set goals on these values. And like I said, we have workshop, all levels. This includes the co-workers and the managers. And most of all, I think it's really, really important that in everyday situation, you sort of can connect. Even if you don't know the values, you can have them in your back pocket and you can say, well, how do I address this issue? And why is this an issue? Maybe there is a value that I can actually address. And then everybody knows these values, so we can chat about that. It's also in your salary. You get higher salary if you are good in the values. It's really, really simple. And when promoting, if you're applying for a job, we talk about the values. And if you find this is difficult, we help you. But if you do find that we are really good and these are my strengths, you will get a promotion based on knowledge and on the values that you have. And also, I've had a few terrible occasions where I actually have to coach manager out of the company. And then I also use the values, like, okay, it is this leading by example or giving and taking responsibility that this is an issue. And maybe you are stressed because this is not working, because you have really, really big control issues. So that means that your managers or your co-workers, they cannot grow because you have this control issue. That means that you cannot give and take responsibility as it is meant to be. So maybe we'd have to bid farewell, you know? So these values are really, really important, and they are in everyday moment in this company. And also, when you have these values, this company is really, really good at praising each other when they are working, promote each other and say, this is really good, and how did you do that? And explain that to this one. So everybody can learn and connect from one another. And also, like I said, when they are not working, please address it. Be the leader that you want to be, and have you got a friend that is, or a coworker or a colleague that is not actually fitting into this one? Discuss it. Don't sort of try to avoid it, but do the feedback talk and actually have a chat about it and lean towards the values. It really, really works. And also, this is a company where it is quite all right to make mistakes as long as you learn something from them, you know? Don't do them, maybe you can do them twice. I've done mistakes twice. But if you do them the third time, well, not so nice. So please learn from the mistakes, but it is quite all right. And please share also, because that will help somebody else not to do the same mistake. So be transparent and share everything that is good and everything that is not so good. So that is really what I wanted to share with you, and what Marianne and I was having a chat about in this dinner in Karlstad a couple of months ago. Is it's not rocket science, but it really works. So if you want to address the values and you want to be an attractive employer, please work with the values. They will really, really work in your favor. And I have experienced both, and so I do know that I prefer the latter one, actually. Yeah. Thank you. That was all.
Thanks, it's very linked to responsible research and innovation. Thank you so much. And now I have to announce that we have the René from Schomburg. He is, I would say, the highest record college at the RWTH Aachen. And yeah, please, welcome.
So you teach me the digital technology is there, no? Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this one. This one. Okay. Digital competence. Okay. Thank you very much, Marianne, and I'm very pleased to be with you here. Well, after so many great talks, I'm not sure if I still can be original. By the way, you are allowed to remain seated. Hope that you are not so shocked that you suddenly stand up and go away. So, okay. So let's go to business. So my talk is obviously from an RRI perspective and what the prospects are for what I would call value-driven innovation. And this is just one element. Obviously, I come from the RRI part, so and this is just one element which I want to highlight. You know, why value-driven innovation and how we could do it and why it's relevant and important. And so I will only focus on this part of the issue. In order to, as a way of introducing this topic, I was suddenly reminded this afternoon about the fact when I was working in a commission, I always had a hard time to promote RRI because they would tell me, well, any research and any innovation is responsible. Oh, okay, yeah. So I have the same problem. I like to dance around. When I was working in the commission, I had a hard time promoting RRI because, you know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, especially our political masters had the firm belief that innovation and research are responsible a priori. They are always responsible. So then I thought, okay, then it's really my task to show them some cases of irresponsible innovation, show them what it is. And I think especially in the field of digital technologies, there are quite a few. And I want to categorize them in a few categories and then see what we could learn from that and what it means now for today. So this is a point of departure. And irresponsible innovation, in my view, can be categorized in four different categories. One is probably the most well-known one, and that's the phenomenon of technology push. Maybe the case of genetically modified organism in Europe was the most demonstration of this case, because there one single company out of the biotech tried to create a fait accompli by introducing GMOs on the market prior to regulation, and in a way which upset, of course, European citizens. And as a consequence, this went wrong. There are many cases of technology push. Another example is policy pull, and that's actually the opposite, so to speak, where, let's say, policymakers try to implement policies, try to implement innovations, sometimes beyond the scope of the technical feasibility. One example there, and we come now closer to digital technologies, is biometrics. Biometric passports were introduced, for example, in the Netherlands, where I'm a countryman of, in a way which was so fast that it resulted in passports where 1 in 5 was not readable. Actually, it is always interesting to contrast this with what the experts will tell you, because the experts will tell you biometrics is extremely safe. 1 in 20 million cases it will make a mistake. So the biopassports in Holland was 1 in 5. So this is an interesting translation. So that's policy pool. There are more other examples, body scanners at airports and things like that. There are all kinds of stories. And I think one which comes closest to where I want to talk about actually is about digital technologies, but more precisely about digital ecosystems, because I think we have to go away to judging those things in terms of ethics and values of particular technologies, but more in ecosystems of technologies, and innovations have hardly any in any case, a particular technology. Very often it's a merger of different aspects of different technologies. Now, I think what is very important is when there is a neglectance of fundamental values, and this happened with the introduction of major digital systems in the beginning of this century. One example is the electronic patient dossier, which was, I mean, in itself, all the examples I give actually from these technologies, they are not a priori bad products. And on the contrary, they can serve a public legitimate purpose. I think, for example, electronic patient dossiers serve a public purpose and an individual purpose, and those dossiers were meant to enable a shift, a very quick exchange between doctors across the country, across caretakers, so that if something happened on the street here, that the records could be quite quickly on the place and would of course be beneficial for first aid help, for example. Now, these things failed in the Netherlands in 2011 in the Senate after a 10-year period of implementation. That project was extremely technological driven. In the meantime, the computer power also, of course, increases also enormously. And in the end, around 15 million euro was lost on that project because they ignored who exactly has ownership of the data. Are these the doctors? Are these the patients? Or are they the researchers who produce these data? Who have access to this data? When they have access to this data? All these experts, all these aspects, of course, they were, in the end, they became relevant, but then it was too late for the design of the systems. So irresponsible innovation can bring a big loss of profit. Just to cite a previous CEO of Nokia, it is thousands of times more costly to correct something after it is in operation than in the design phase. So, in other words, and that's another element from value-driven innovation, it's about responsibility by design. You have to design your systems, your digital systems, according to values which can be carried by society at large. So now, I'm a philosopher, so we always make problems more difficult than they already are. Okay, what are then these values? And the point, of course, is that these values are not fixed. Not to quote another famous example in the history of innovation is what you probably all know from Henry Ford. He said, if I would have asked the people what they want, they would have told me, I want a steel horse, not a car. So there we are. And also when it comes to a fundamental value like privacy, privacy in itself as a value changes over time. I have there also a very nice example. The German inventor Röntgen from the Röntgen photos, he always made pictures of his hand to test the new technology on himself or his wife, because nobody else was willing to do that, because it was an invasion of privacy to make Röntgen photos. Now, now I've seen colleagues hanging their Röntgen photos on the office walls. So, I mean, these things change. But of course, we still have an understanding of privacy. The value of privacy did not disappear. Only the way we apply privacy to the situation differs. So, in other words, we need, and I'm a proponent, it was mentioned also already during this conference, of implementing foresight along RRI projects or RRI innovation elements. So foresight can apply to the technology, but also needs to apply to how we value things. It's not about values as an entity, but how we value the things in the process. And we have to take this dynamics into account. So this is all quite challenging. So in other words, also lack of foresight will make things irresponsible. I mean, from the technical area, we know that for a long time. I mean, in already more than 150 years ago, the first reports came apparent that asbestos, for example, is very dangerous for human health. It took more than 100 years to ban it. And even now, today, we can predict that still 10,000 of people will die as the consequences of having been exposed to the stuff. So lack of foresight can be very dramatic. So in other words, just to get rid of the agenda that innovation is a priori responsible or research is a priori responsible, I think there are cases very clearly where we can see what it means actually, what renders technology and science irresponsible in cases, but not necessarily fixed to the outcomes. Again, all the examples I gave from irresponsible innovation could have been examples of responsible innovation if alone we had done it properly. Okay, maybe as a final point is the public-private relationship, which I think is dramatically shifting because of the introduction of digital technologies. I want to give another example of what I would regard here as an irresponsible innovation, and this is an example which is going on in the US for some time, and it is that the Justice Department assesses files of prisoners, whether they can be released earlier than foreseen from from the period where they officially were foreseen to be imprisoned. Now, they do that on the basis of an algorithm, and that algorithm is produced by a company. And the company has ownership of this algorithm, so you don't know how this assessment is actually made. It's made by a public office, the Justice Department, but the application is done by a private company, and we don't have access to it. So I think this is something we certainly should not do in Europe, but it's not excluded that these type of things happens, that you have a privatization of algorithms and that we cannot verify what actually happens, so that we cannot ensure the accountability of the outcomes. Again, I think it would be a clear example of irresponsible innovation. So this brings me, of course, to the opposite case. You know, how then do we do it properly, and how can we make innovation value-driven? And this is in itself, again, I think, a 180 degrees turn from what is a classical understanding of research and innovation policy. As long as I have worked for the European Commission, research and innovation policy has always been a goal in itself, regardless of what it produces, because innovation was always seen, and I still think to a large extent is still seen as inherently good, and because it always, and that's in itself, I think for 90% true, that any innovation, when it's marketed, it will create some kind of economic benefit or contributes to a general prosperity. I mean, that's at least the assumption of this whole thing and the legitimation of the whole thing. And if you look to the European Treaty in terms of values, I will show you later a graph, then the only value with, the only the only policy in the European Union which is detached from values is science and technology policy. We have since the 1950s a statement which is reinserted in the European Treaty in 1992. It says science and technology policy should promote technological advance. No further comments, this is it. And that sentence is actually extremely successful, because since the 1950s, the budgets for research and innovation has almost dramatically increased. The last 2 times 7 years almost doubled, and that in times of crisis. And just because this sentence is extremely controversial, uncontroversial. I mean, anything in European Council is very controversial, every comma is controversial, but science and technology policy is uncontroversial. It's an extreme case of where you get very quickly consent. It's amazing. Now, I'm a troublemaker, because if you make science and technology policy dependent on values, then you get a lot of trouble. Because values are under the subsidiarity principle in Europe. So Austria has its values, the Netherlands has its values, and they decide for themselves, and they don't communicate with them about that. So, and if you start doing this and saying, well, you have to make innovation value-driven, then you have a problem. Now, it's actually still interesting to see that we have made this shift, especially recently with the missions. So I think we are at a turning point, but just this is a memory that, in fact, making innovation value-driven, making science and technology policy value-driven is a revolution in the history of this whole stuff. How many minutes I have? Because I... 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. No, I tend to talk too long, although I'm not French. Okay, so this is another example, a recent example from the Netherlands, from Wageningen. That's a city in the center of the Netherlands. And yeah, I'm sorry for the Dutch language, I couldn't have it in English, but this is a smart street light as part of a smart city project. So this is a very recent thing. And again, it's an example of irresponsible innovation. So what this street light has is, among others, some sensors for you can hear what people say on the street, for example. And you have also security cameras and some other stuff, Wi-Fi equipment, charge possibilities for electric cars, digital information boards, etc. Now, a citizen initiative in the city has made a petition, and with an overwhelming amount of people turned up to turn this project down. And this is exactly for the same reasons as I quoted for this electronic patient dossier 15 years ago, exactly the same reasons. What happens to the data, who has access to the data, how long this information is stored, how is the distribution to this data for interested companies, for example, who could exploit this data. These are things are all not clarified, and this is why it's turned down. Again, an example of something of a larger stuff. Actually, the whole idea of smart cities, I'm all in favor of it, of course, but it highlights the element that we cannot in a sequential way introduce technologies without looking to the broader design and where it is embedded, which other elements are communicating with this, and how do we design the system as such. Now, this is then very shortly some other negative examples about design, because this is where I'm heading to. It's value design, it's about responsible design of technologies, better to speak innovations, and they are of course based on values. Now what you see here are the famous Robert Moses Low bridges, and these bridges are deliberately built very low so that American blacks could not go with public transport to the coast. So this is, so to speak, racist design. Now this is another example, I would say a counter-example, and this is the case of the Netherlands where you see a long dike, I think it's around 6 miles, with a lot of barriers. And on the left side is the North Sea, so that's salt water, and on the right side there's the lakes of the peninsula, and the dike is supposed to protect, obviously, the Netherlands for flooding. Well, why did they build this barrier? So what you can see is actually that the barriers are here open and the water can float from the North Sea into the interior lakes. And this is the result of a consensus among farmers who had an interest, of course, because if you had a closed dike, then you would get sweet water, would have an impact on agriculture, would have an impact on fishery, would have had an impact on tourism. So all these actors, tourism, farmers, fisheries, all these actors came together, and this has been the result after a long deliberation. It took actually a decade to get to this whole idea of designing these specific dikes where you have barriers and you only close them in occasions when it's really necessary. So this thing exists now, I think, 40 years, and it has been only closed 25 or 26 times. It's a rather expensive investment for such a thing, but you see this is also value-driven design. Now I think in science and technology, and especially in digital technologies, we can become ever more responsible for our outputs because the technologies are of such a nature that it enables us also to become more and more precise. And this is also why this is happening already in nanotechnology, where they talk about responsibility, safety by design, etc. These type of words. And of course in computer technology and in digital technology we have since 20 or 25 years the slogan of privacy by design. And these are important design principles for making technology responsible. Now I will close with a case where I think I still have 4 minutes. Okay, so I think this is essential for RRI, is actually what do we want to get out of these innovations? What are the type of things we want to produce? Where does we end up to? Now, this is, I'll give you a case of what is called here future farms. It says here small and smart, but they could also be very big and smart. And these type of farms are run by new type of technologies called precision technologies. One of them is, for example, the agri-bots, which are able to detect the soil composition so that they can precisely per square meter actually give the right amount of herbicide, for example. You have automated tractors, you have texting cows, you have drones who can predict the weather in 2 hours ahead of time. And these things are all related. You see different technologies, but they are related to each other because they need to share data. And what's more about this picture is actually that you can envision this farm as unmanned. There will be no farmers in the future anymore on the land. This can be run by Monsanto in Detroit from the head office, and thousands of kilometers further the farm can be run. These type of technologies, of course, like any new technology, are sold as being sustainable. And of course they will make things better. But everything what's decisive is here is how you design this ecosystem of different technologies. How do they fit together? How do they work together? And again, the essential element is, of course, who has access to the data, who has ownership to the data, and what do you do with these data? Now, so this brings me then shortly to this overview. You can have 2 types of innovation in this area. First, of course, the one I advocate And that's the one of responsible innovation. And the obvious element is, of course, that you need stakeholder involvement from farmers and both producers and consumers, how you actually want to design the overall system. Now, this would include, of course, also well-known elements like privacy by design, but also other elements. But what is essential here is actually who actually provides the access to the resources, who becomes the architect behind this. And therefore, I had my comment earlier this morning in the question, what is the role of the public authorities here? And they are very important here, because they have to decide that farmers has, for example, priority in access to resources rather than perhaps rather than particular multinationals, for example. The whole governance of the system can be done also on the basis of codes of conduct, for example, or public-private partnerships, in which you define all these things. And in Europe, luckily enough, we have a sort of draft of these things already running, where farmers have actually ownership of these data. But the consequence of this whole system is, of course, that you get another agriculture than if you leave it up to global market mechanisms. Because in the other situation, you will have very likely an agriculture which only produces large commodities, soya, tea, this type of stuff. And you know, probably in 20 years we have a degradation of agriculture if we run it only by global markets. And this brings me to my final point. When we talk about the introduction of technologies, we should not do it in a sequential way. I mean, if we leave it up fully to the market, this happens in a sequential way. And then you get an entrenchment. You will not be able to design the system as such anymore. You cannot correct it anymore, unless for very huge costs. And you are stuck with it. So this is actually sort of the final message. It's not about design of technologies anymore. It's a design of systems, how they relate to each other, and how we implement them in values, which can, of course, evolve over time. So I look forward to your comments, and you can do that on my website. Oops, it's gone. But it's, you are just renévanschomberg.wordpress.com, and then there it is. So I look forward for your comments, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It was great. We got some inspiring ideas how we can work in future. There are many possibilities how to apply this. And on the other hand, you see, we have already done the system considerations in our projects. And so we can also learn in future from each other, and you can talk to René von Schomberg after when we have this poster session, and yeah, and tomorrow also, of course, yeah. And before we go to the poster session and the group who has registered for the workshop, Angel will go with the group to the room. This is on the back side there. I ask Sabine Neuberger. She has some links with René von Schomberg and what he presented, because she has a PhD from the Wageningen University. She is close connected to agriculture and food, and in this innovation thing. And she is in our team at AIT in Innovation Systems and Policy since January. So, Sabine, the floor is yours. She introduces the poster session now.
Yes, exactly. So I don't want to bother you too long. So there's a poster session, as already advertised. So in the morning session, the project partners, they already talked about the roadmaps which were developed in the separate regions. And then from the roadmap, specific actions arose. And the project partners now summarized some of the selected actions and presented them in like a poster format or a roll-up basically. And these are all set up in the room next door, so it's like the first room to the left. And you have now the opportunity to look at the posters, read the posters, then also talk to the persons responsible for developing the roadmap and the actions, and then also implementing them. Ideally, the person who developed the poster is also standing next to the poster, but as the value session is taking place at the same time, we also have some of them also develop videos with the QR code on the poster, so you can just scan the QR code and you have like a very short video of also the content of the poster. So yes, I'll invite you to go to the room next door, maybe grab a glass of wine before you enter and have a look at the beautiful posters, talk to the persons and enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Bruno, a glass of wine, huh? Okay, ist gut, ja. Ja, es ist super, dass du da warst, das gefällt mir sehr. Was?